Chapter 398. Li Wangyu hugged and kissed his beautiful superior. They were deeply in love. For a moment, the two of them were kissing passionately in the backyard, while Avro and Perrin, who were peeping at them from the side, were dumbfounded. Since ancient times, there had been very few kissing in China. The word kiss referred to the lips, and just like the word lips, it was a noun and not a verb. Not to mention, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were kissing in such a French manner that Avro and Perrin couldn't help blushing, but they didn't even blink as they stared fixedly at the two in the backyard. Unable to control himself, Li Wangyu reached out to lift his beautiful boss up by the waist and returned to the room to continue the indescribable act. But who would have thought that before he could lift his beautiful boss up, he would cry out in pain and almost fall to the ground. 3 exclamations of surprise rang out in the backyard. His beautiful boss hurriedly reached out to support Li Wangyu, while Aphrodite and Perrin, who were peeping from the door of the backyard, couldn't care less about hiding their whereabouts when they saw that their Lang Jun almost fell down. Their exclamations gave their beautiful boss a fright again. Su Changqing's face turned as red as a piece of cloth when the two of them were having an intimate moment with Li Wangyu in the backyard and were being watched by the 2 women at home. Fortunately, there were only a few candles on the candlesticks in the backyard, so Pei Lan and Aphrodite didn't notice the redness on her face. "What are you two doing sneaking around? Hurry and help Wangyu into the room. He seems to have sprained his waist." Li Wangyu, on the other hand, really couldn't even straighten his back at this moment. He sprained his waist. In his excitement, he had wanted to princess carry his beautiful boss, but he had forgotten that his current body wasn't the original one from his previous life. Not only was he 16 years old, more importantly, he had never exercised his body and was unbelievably thin and weak. As for his beautiful superior, no matter how light her body was, she was still around 100 pounds. How could his thin and weak body carry her? In the end, Li Wangyu failed to do what he wanted to do, and unfortunately, he was lying on the bed groaning. Regarding this, no matter how thick-skinned Li Wangyu was, he felt his old face burning and was too ashamed to face anyone. The beautiful boss held back her laughter and quickly sent someone to the back of the mountain to show the microscopic world and invite the old Taoist priest, Sun Simiao. Hearing that Huxianzi had sprained his waist, Sun Simiao hurriedly brought his disciple Lu Shenwei to lie hot. After a round of diagnosis, he gave Li Wangyu an acupuncture treatment. He then took out the medicine he had concocted himself and had Lu Shenwei wrap it around his waist. "Alright, Hu Xianzi is fine. He just needs to rest for a few days." Sun Simiao gave his beautiful superior a few more instructions before leading Lu Shenwei back to the Taoist temple. Let's see if you can still be naughty. Now you're obedient." His beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu felt even more ashamed to face anyone. He didn't say anything and turned his head to face the wall to reflect on his past. He made up his mind that once his waist was healed, he would have to start exercising. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. The original owner of this body was simply a good-for-nothing who couldn't distinguish between physical activity and food. He was despised. When the rich playboys found out that Li Wangyu had sprained his waist, they all came to visit him with all kinds of medicine. However, Li Wangyu was tight-lipped about how he had sprained his waist. He wasn't prepared to say anything even if he was beaten to death. He couldn't tell anyone about this. It was too embarrassing. If this group of bastards knew the truth, he wouldn't need to mingle in Chang'an anymore. It would be better if he just took his beautiful superior and wandered the world. Fortunately, the old Taoist priest Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb. In just a few days, Li Wangyu's waist was mostly healed and he could move freely. After breaking through the layer of window paper with his beautiful superior, they were now in love with each other. From time to time, they would receive some benefits. However, if he wanted to do something indescribable with his beautiful superior, it would always lack some atmosphere. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. After his waist was healed, Li Wangyu prepared to go to the palace. He had already finished writing the "Rivers Run Red" that Li Er wanted. In the past few days, he had also planned to send the perfumes and floral water that had been produced in the manor into the palace to be presented to Li Er's imperial concubines. Little nephew greets uncle. This is the rivers run red that little nephew wrote. Uncle, please give me some pointers. Not bad, Zio. Your thin body has improved a lot. I like this word very much. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and ordered the inner servant, come, hang this word, Hu Xianzi, in the legislative hall for me. Li Wangyu learned the thin gold body from Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty and was now famous in the Tang dynasty. His calligraphy was loved by everyone. Now, in Chang'an, many people were learning this unique calligraphy. Even the professors in the Imperial College had begun to copy Li Wangyu's thin gold body for their students to practice. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he was forced to pick up the brush again because there was no computer to type. After a few months, especially after copying the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, his calligraphy was indeed much better than before. Uncle, you flatter me. Little nephew's calligraphy is far inferior to uncle's flying white. Little nephew would like to ask uncle to give little nephew a few words so that little nephew can study them day and night at home. Li Wangyu shamelessly flattered Pai Lupi, which made Pai Lupi laugh with satisfaction. Ha, Zio, if you like my calligraphy, I'll give you a few. Li Wangyu hurriedly offered the perfume and toilet water he made. Now, he was a little regretful. Why did he show off this thing for no reason? If he had known, he would not have taken them out as gifts. After the perfume became popular in Chang'an, everyone who was familiar with Li Wangyu would ask about it in a roundabout way. It was very annoying. It was not easy to make perfume, and it was not like the air conditioning window, which could be given out freely. In Chang'an, there were so many nobles and officials. It was troublesome to decide who to give the perfume to. If he did not do it well, he might offend others. That would not be good. For example, Pai Lupi had so many concubines in his harem. The few bottles of perfume in his hands were just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Li Wangyu wisely offered all the perfume and toilet water he had to Pai Lupi. You have so many women. How should you distribute them? Go figure it out yourself. He did not want to get involved. Pai Lupi still did not know what kind of trouble these bottles of perfume would cause in his harem. He did not think much of it and had the eunuchs accept them. Seeing Pai Lupi accept the perfume, Li Wangyu also let out a sigh of relief. He chatted with Pai Lupi for a bit more and planned to leave the palace. Before he could speak, he saw an eunuch stumble in from outside the hall of government. He knelt on the ground and panted as he said, Sir, everyone, His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly has an unbearable pain in his abdomen. Everyone, quickly go take a look. When Pai Lupi heard this, he jumped up and even knocked the brush and inkstone on the table in front of him to the ground. What did you say? What happened to Qingqian? Why does his abdomen hurt? Quickly call for a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I've already sent someone to the Shangyao Bureau to recruit a doctor into the palace. Her Highness the Empress has already gone to the Eastern Palace. The eunuch did not dare to raise his head as he replied with his head on the floor. Pai Lupi did not have time to pay attention to him and prepared to go to the Eastern Palace to see his son. Hearing that Li Wangyu was sick, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, Uncle, I will also go see Qingqian. Pai Lupi nodded and turned his head to hurry to the Eastern Palace. Li Wangyu hurriedly jogged after him. Chapter 399. In the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace, it was a complete mess. Under the command of the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau, the eunuchs and palace maids were running around in a panic. When Pai Lupi led Li Wangyu and a group of eunuchs to the Xianda Hall, the pregnant Empress Zhangsun had already arrived. The group of eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. At this time, Pai Lupi was not in the mood to care about this. He impatiently waved his hand at the crowd and then looked at Empress Zhangsun. Guanyin servant, how is Qingqian? Why does his stomach hurt all of a sudden? Qingqian also does not know. Just now, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace came to report that Qingqian's stomach was in unbearable pain. Qinxie hurriedly sent people to summon the imperial physician and doctors of the Shangyao Bureau. Right now, they are still treating him. Empress Zhangsun also appeared very panicked. She had been 7 or 8 months pregnant and her body was not well. Now that she suddenly heard the news of her son's illness, her face paled and she appeared very haggard. Pai Lupi felt sorry for his wife. Seeing Empress Zhangsun like this, he hurriedly called for palace maids to help Empress Zhangsun sit down. Guanyin servant, it is very inconvenient for you to be pregnant. Why don't you return to Li Main Hall to rest? With me here, you do not need to worry. No, Qinxie will not leave. Qingqian's illness is unknown. How can Qinxie leave? Empress Zhangsun naturally did not want to leave. Even though she had already given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, and was pregnant herself, Li Qingqian, the eldest son, was still her favorite. Seeing Empress Zhangsun say this, Pai Lupi could only compromise. Alright, Guanyin servant, do not panic. Qingqian will be fine. Maybe he just ate something bad. It is not a big problem. Li Wangyu also comforted her. Aunt, do not worry. Qingqian is blessed by the heavens. Also, I know a bit about physiognomy. Qingqian does not have the physiognomy of an unlucky life. Nothing will happen. He dared to say this because in history, Li Qingqian had lived well. Although Li Wangyu didn't live for long, only 26 years old, Li Qingqian was only 9 years old now. Li Wangyu naturally didn't think that his life was in any danger. There were many reasons for a child's abdominal pain, but Li Wangyu thought that it was probably the same as Pai Lupi's guess. It was probably just a stomachache. Recalling history, it seemed that Li Qingqian would fall seriously ill in a few years. It was recorded in the old book of Tang, Qingqian was first afflicted with foot problems, making travel difficult. At this time, Li Qingqian's 4 limbs were healthy and there was no problem with his legs. Li Wangyu looked at the historical analysis of the later generations and guessed that Li Qingqian might have fallen sick in the 7th year of Zhenguan, causing his legs to be unable to move. In any case, Li Qingqian lived until Zhenguan's 18th year before he died of depression in Guizhou. Now that it was the 2nd year of Kai Zhenguan, Li Wangyu naturally dared to say such words. However, something that surprised Li Wangyu happened. The Shangyao Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau had a bitter expression as he walked out of the hall and knelt down in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun. Reporting to Your Majesty, Your Highness, this subject has investigated the Crown Prince's illness. It is intestinal obstruction. This subject is incompetent. This illness is incurable. This Shangyao Fengyu's name was Gung Hong, and he was in his 50s. He was the highest official in the Shangyao Bureau, a lower 5th rank official. The Shangyao Fengyu was normally appointed by the imperial family to be in charge of the imperial family's medical treatment. Gung Hong was also a famous doctor in the Tang dynasty. Although he couldn't compare to Sun Simiao, he was still quite famous. Hearing Gung Fengyu say that her son had intestinal obstruction, Empress Zhangxuan's face instantly lost all color, becoming as white as paper. Her body swayed a few times, and just as she was about to fall, Pai Lupi hurriedly reached out to support her. At this time, Pai Lupi's eyes were also filled with anger, as if he wanted to devour someone. What did you say? Our crown prince even came to greet us today, so how did he get this intestinal abscess? We order you to quickly treat the crown prince. If there is even the slightest mistake, we will skin you alive. Your Majesty, this intestinal obstruction, this subject obeys the decree. Gung Fengyu still wanted to explain what intestinal obstruction was. However, seeing Pai Lupi's frightening appearance, he didn't dare to say anything else. He scrambled back into the hall to discuss with the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau how to treat the crown prince. Empress Zhangsun cried out in pain. She broke free from Pai Lupi's arm and stumbled back into the hall. Pai Lupi was afraid that something would happen to her body, so he hurriedly chased after her. The group of eunuchs and palace maids behind him also followed like a swarm of bees. When Li Wangyu heard the Shangyao Fengyu's words, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and he stood there dumbfounded. What the hell? What happened? How could Li Qingqian have intestinal obstruction? There was no record of it in the history books. Intestinal obstruction was appendicitis, and in ancient times, it was an incurable disease. Although there were many vague records in the ancient texts that said that intestinal obstruction could be treated, Chinese medicine did not have this ability. In the modern era, appendicitis was just a minor operation that even fourth-year medical students could easily perform. However, in an era without Western surgery, intestinal carbuncle was definitely an incurable disease. But how could Li Qingqian have appendicitis? If Li Qingqian had contracted appendicitis in history, how could he have lived until the 18th year of Zhenguan, and how could he have colluded with Hou Junji to rebel? Li Wangyu's mind was blank, and it took him a long while to come back to his senses and run into Xiande Palace. In the bedchambers of Xiande Palace, Empress Zhang Sun was sobbing next to the spacious bed. Doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were kneeling next to the bed, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Li Wangyu rushed over to check on Li Qingqian's condition. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty had his eyes closed and was motionless. His forehead was covered in sweat from the pain, and he had already lost consciousness. Grabbing Geng Fengyu's collar, he asked, "Did you really diagnose that His Highness the Crown Prince has intestinal obstruction?" You didn't misdiagnose, did you?" Even now, Li Wangyu still did not believe that Li Qingqian had appendicitis. This simply did not make sense in history. There can't be a mistake. His Highness the Crown Prince has abdominal pain, muscle tension, and rebound pain in his lower right leg, accompanied by nausea, fever, vomiting, bloating, red skin, yellow skin, and a flood of pulses. This is definitely intestinal obstruction. This old man has practiced medicine for 30-some years, and I can't make a mistake. Moreover, many of the doctors in the Shangyao Hospital have made the same diagnosis. The doctors in the Shangyao Hospital who were kneeling on the side also nodded repeatedly, indicating that Han Fengyu was right. Li Wangyu let go of Geng Fengyu's hand, and Geng Fengyu knelt before Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, we have already treated His Highness the Crown Prince with acupuncture and ordered people to boil the medicine. But there is nothing we can do about this intestinal obstruction. We can only rely on His Highness the Crown Prince's fate." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the furious Pai Lupi rush over with gritted teeth and kick him to the ground. "If anything happens to my Dalong, I want all of you to be buried with him." Pai Lupi's words were naturally spoken out of anger. With the medical standards of the Tang dynasty, if they could not cure the patient, they would be buried with him. No matter how many heads there were in the Shangyao Hospital, it would not be enough to cut off. But in the face of the furious Pai Lupi, no one dared to make a sound. All the doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were silent like cicadas in winter. Chapter 400. Li Wangyu looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian on the bed and couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He couldn't understand what was wrong with history for such a thing to happen. Towards Li Qingqian and Li Tai, the two little fellows, Li Wangyu originally held prejudice in his heart. After all, these two fellows weren't anything good in the history books. There was no need to talk about Li Qingqian. He was licentious and even colluded with Hou Junji and the others to rebel. Li Tai wasn't a good person either. Although he pretended to be an obedient child in front of Pai Lupi, Li Qingqian had betrayed him. He actually said to Pai Lupi, "This subject has an unfilial son. In 100 years, this subject will kill him for His Majesty and pass him down to King Jin." From this, one could see his character. Thus, when Pai Lupi asked Li Wangyu to be the teacher of these two fellows, Li Wangyu had rejected the idea. However, it was hard to go against the imperial decree. After Li Wangyu reluctantly accepted these two fellows, he realized that they weren't bad people. That was the truth. Children of 8 or 9 years old had been in the palace for too long and had been flattered by those palace maids, so they were a little domineering and lacked education. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, both Li Qingqian and Li Tai got along very well with those brats from Dingzhou village. They didn't seem as domineering as before. And these two sons of Pai Lupi were rather smart. They were also very respectful to their teacher, Li Wangyu, so how could he not like them? 2 days ago, he had sprained his waist and was bedridden, so he didn't have the nerve to send Li Qingqian and Li Tai to Dingzhou village for lessons. He had originally planned to visit the two fellows in the Eastern Palace after speaking with Pai Lupi, but who could have imagined that such a situation would occur? Why would Li Qingqian suddenly get appendicitis? Li Wangyu couldn't figure it out. Then, he heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Feng Yu from the Shangyao bureau. Gung Feng Yu, let me ask you, why did the Crown Prince suddenly get this intestinal abscess? Your Majesty, intestinal abscesses are usually caused by a lack of food and drink, as well as dampness and heat. This depends on what the Crown Prince has been eating recently. Gung Feng Yu hurriedly replied. What did the Crown Prince eat today? Pai Lupi glared at the eunuch in the Eastern Palace. Replying to everyone, I didn't eat anything. It was all food sent by the Shangshi bureau. The eunuch's words were somewhat evasive. Pai Lupi angrily shouted, tell me the truth. What the Crown Prince ate was recorded by the Food Bureau. Do you think you can fool me? The eunuch repeatedly kowtowed to the ground with so much force that blood seeped out of his forehead. Replying to everyone, the weather has been hot recently, and His Highness the Crown Prince said that he wants to eat ice cream. This servant will have the Shangshi bureau prepare it for the Crown Prince. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths, this servant deserves 10,000 deaths. Ice cream. Li Wangyu was stunned. Eating ice cream wasn't enough to cause appendicitis. Li Qingqian and Li Tai, the two little guys, liked to eat ice cream. This was no secret. The two little ones had already asked him for the ice cream recipe and gave it to the Shangshi bureau. It was said that even Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun liked it very much. He suddenly thought of something and interrupted to ask, how much ice cream did the Crown Prince eat today? 8 bowls. The eunuch in the Eastern Palace replied in a low voice. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he kicked the Eastern Palace eunuch a few times. The eunuch fell to the ground and didn't even dare to scream. Although Pai Lupi didn't know much about medicine, he knew that overeating was not a good thing. Moreover, Gung Feng Yu had already said that the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess was caused by a lack of food. Someone come, drag this dog away. Flog him to death. Pai Lupi's voice was cold and made people tremble. The Eastern Palace eunuch didn't even dare to cry for mercy. He was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Immediately, eunuchs came forward and dragged the Eastern Palace eunuch away. The outcome was self-evident. Li Wangyu was stunned speechless. Eating 8 bowls of ice cream in a row, it would be strange if he didn't get sick. This group of damned Eastern Palace eunuchs clearly flattered Li Qingqian. They actually allowed a 9-year-old child to eat so many cold drinks. Being beaten to death was not an injustice at all. He had a trace of understanding in his heart. Li Qingqian's sudden illness was different from history and seemed to have something to do with him. The ice cream he made was like the wings of a butterfly. With a light flap, it changed the original trajectory of history. There was no such delicious cold drink in history, so Li Qingqian naturally wouldn't overeat. Naturally, there was no sudden appendicitis. With all these twists and turns of karma, it seemed that the responsibility for Li Qingqian's appendicitis was on Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu understood this point, his expression became rather ugly. Empress Zhangsun looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian beside the bed and cried bitterly. This made Pai Lupi even more anxious. Empress Zhangsun was currently pregnant. If something happened to her due to excessive grief, that would be even more unfortunate. Guanyin maid, return to Li Main Hall first. I can stay here with Qingqian. No, I won't leave. How could Empress Zhangsun listen to Pai Lupi at this time? Pai Lupi didn't dare let her stay in Xianda Hall any longer. If it was as Feng Yu of the Shangyao Bureau had said, there was no cure for this intestinal blockage. If he let Empress Zhangsun watch Li Qingqian die prematurely, who knew what would happen? Come, escort the Empress back to Li Main Hall. Serve her carefully, but if there are any mistakes, we will skin you alive. Gung Fengyu, have some doctors from the Shangyao Bureau go to Li Main Hall to examine the Empress' body. Yes. Empress Zhangsun was helpless. She was carefully supported by a group of palace maids and eunuchs back to Li Main Hall in tears. At this time, Li Wangyu was extremely conflicted. Looking at Li Qingqian's current situation, it was clear that Feng Yu and the doctor's diagnosis was correct. It should be because he suddenly ate too many cold drinks that caused acute appendicitis. He vaguely remembered that he had once seen a report saying that a certain hospital had treated more than 20 patients with acute appendicitis in a short 2 months. Most of them were youths between 5 and 15 years old. The reason was because they ate too many cold drinks during the summer, so the public was reminded not to give children too many cold drinks during the summer. In the modern world, acute appendicitis required surgery, but this was the Tang dynasty. Who could operate on Li Qingqian? Li Wangyu admitted that he didn't have this ability. He had seen some time-traveling TV dramas where the main character didn't care about the consequences and would cut open someone's stomach and use a knife. He felt that it was incomparably absurd. If it was so easy to save someone, would there be a need to study clinical medicine for 5 years? If Li Wangyu was given a scalpel and had him go to the operating table, then it would be better to directly inform the patient's family and arrange a funeral. However, if he didn't do the surgery, Li Qingqian's chances of survival were extremely slim. If he didn't do anything and just watched Li Qingqian die, Li Wangyu was afraid that his conscience wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. This was neither right nor left. Li Wangyu was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to bang his head against a pillar. Just as he was feeling conflicted, his hand suddenly inadvertently touched the dagger at his waist. The item inside reminded him. Li Wangyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Chapter 401. Li Wangyu felt that there were a few pieces of crystals in the box. The medicine king, Sun Simiao, had entrusted these crystals to him to help make microscopes. Today, Li Wangyu had brought them with him to Chang'an. He planned to go to the eastern and western cities after leaving the palace to see if there were any shops that specialized in grinding crystals. When he felt the crystals, he thought of Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao didn't know how to perform appendicitis surgery, he knew that Sun Simiao had some surgical skills based on the fact that he had removed the rotten flesh from Niu Yang's wound and stitched it up. Since Sun Simiao knew how to debridement, suture, and bandage a broken intestine, he could try to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Qingqian. At least it was better than watching Li Qingqian die in pain in front of him. However, the risk of doing so was extremely high. If Sun Simiao's surgery failed, Pai Lupi would blame him. He couldn't afford to take the blame. Furthermore, cutting open someone's stomach to perform surgery was unheard of. Would Pai Lupi be willing? Would Sun Simiao agree? Li Wangyu hesitated and opened his mouth for a long time, but he didn't know how to tell Pai Lupi his thoughts. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Feng Yu from the medicine bureau whisper to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, we have already performed acupuncture on His Highness and given him medicine. However, His Highness's pulse is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid it will be difficult to save him. We are willing to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, please be prepared." Hearing this, Pai Lupi's body couldn't help but shake. A line of tears rolled down his face. When he heard Feng Yu and the doctor say that his eldest son had an intestinal abscess, he had already guessed the result. Pai Lupi sadly sat beside Li Qingqian's bed and reached out to hold Li Qingqian's burning hand. After a long time, he ordered in a hoarse voice, "If His Highness dies, don't tell the Empress for now. The Empress is pregnant and shouldn't be agitated. Do you understand?" "Yes." Inside the Xianda hall, the eunuchs and maids all knelt on the ground. From time to time, the sound of weeping could be heard. The hall was filled with a mournful atmosphere, as if Li Qingqian had already died. At this point, Li Wangyu did not have time to think too much. He suddenly said, "Uncle, Qingqian can still be saved." His words shocked Pai Lupi so much that he raised his head abruptly. He stared at him and asked word by word, "Zio, what did you say?" I said Qingqian can still be saved. Zio, you know medicine. How to treat it? Pai Lupi grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder and said anxiously. Li Wangyu shook his head. I don't know anything about medicine, but the old immortal Sun Simiao does. Uncle, have you forgotten that old immortal Sun is currently in Dingzhou village? Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. Zio, why didn't you remind me earlier? Come, quickly go to Dingzhou village in Hu County and summon Sun Simiao into the palace to save the crown prince. Uncle, I'm afraid others are not familiar with the way and will waste time. My troops are outside the palace. Let him go. Pai Lupi nodded. I will have the palace guards and eunuchs go with him. They have to be quick. Let the horses from the palace gallop along Vermilion Bird Avenue. Li Wangyu nodded. I still have some things that I need my troops to bring to save Qingqian. After he finished speaking, he pulled over an eunuch and asked for a brush and paper. He quickly wrote down some things he needed on the paper and handed it to the eunuch. Following Pai Lupi's order, the palace guards and eunuchs immediately rushed out of the palace gates. After meeting up with Niu Wu, a few strong horses galloped directly onto the wide Imperial Road in the middle of Vermilion Bird Avenue and galloped south. Uncle, don't worry. Old Immortal's son will definitely be able to save Qingqian, Li Wangyu comforted. I hope so, sigh. Pai Lupi sighed deeply. Even though Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he had no choice but to place his hopes on Sun Simiao. Inside Xianda Palace, Gung Fengyu's expression became a bit ugly after Li Wangyu mentioned Sun Simiao's name. As the highest-ranking official of the Shangyao Bureau and a lower fifth-rank official of the Tang dynasty, he did not have a good impression of Sun Simiao. On one hand, they were rivals in the same field, and Sun Simiao's reputation among the people was much higher than his. On the other hand, Sun Simiao had once threatened his position. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had once invited Sun Simiao into Chang'an. He wanted to give Sun Simiao the title of nobility and give Sun Simiao the responsibility of the Shangyao Bureau, but Sun Simiao refused. Since then, Sun Simiao had become the name that Gung Fengyu did not want to hear the most. Now that the crown prince was critically ill and the Shangyao Bureau was helpless, Hu Xianzi had actually recommended Sun Simiao to Pai Lupi at this time. Gung Fengyu could not help but feel even more stifled. He could not help but say, Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking so boldly, but even Sun Simiao might not be able to save His Highness the Crown Prince. This intestinal blockage is an incurable disease. Apart from the legendary Hua Tuo, who can cure intestinal blockages, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to save someone with intestinal blockages. The medical books have recorded Hua Tuo's divine prescription for intestinal blockages. We have already made medicine according to this prescription and fed it to His Highness the Crown Prince, but there was no effect. I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, Li Wangyu could not help but interrupt, Shut up. It's fine if you're useless, but what do you mean by saying that His Highness the Crown Prince is incurable? Gung Fengyu had always been like a crow, saying that Li Qingqian was incurable. He had even told Pai Lupi to prepare for the funeral in advance. Li Wangyu had long since been annoyed by his words. Now that he had sent someone to invite Sun Simiao, he was blabbering on and on about how Sun Simiao could not cure Li Qingqian. It really made people want to beat him up. When Pai Lupi kicked Gung Fengyu, Li Wangyu felt that the old man did not have it easy. Now, he felt that Pai Lupi's kick was too light. How can you humiliate this old man like this? Hu Xianzi, this old man is also a fifth-rank official. I have practiced medicine for more than 30 years and have saved countless people. How can I be incompetent? Gung Fengyu immediately exploded when he heard Li Wangyu's words. He then knelt before Pai Lupi and spoke in an aggrieved and tearful voice, Your Majesty, please see clearly. Ever since this subject took over the Shangyao Bureau, I have not dared to slack off in the slightest. This subject naturally hopes that His Highness the Crown Prince will be healthy. However, this intestinal abscess is difficult to cure with medicine. This subject is not incompetent. Please see clearly, Your Majesty. Pai Lupi's mood was irritable. Even though he knew that intestinal abscess was incurable, as Li Qingxian's father, how could he not have a glimmer of hope in his heart? He naturally hoped that Li Wangyou's words would be true and that Sun Simiao could save his eldest son. Alright, what's the point of saying all this now? Continue to treat the crown prince. Everything can be discussed after Sun Simiao arrives. Pai Lupi's words left Geng Fengyu speechless. He could only shut his mouth. However, his gaze towards Li Wangyu carried a bit of resentment. Li Wangyu naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to Geng Fengyu. He walked to the side and beckoned for an internal eunuch to come over. His words caused the internal eunuch's expression to become somewhat hesitant. However, when he saw the restless Pai Lupi, he did not dare to report. He could only comply and turn around to leave the hall. Chapter 402. While Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu waited anxiously, Sun Simiao finally arrived at Taiji Palace 3 hours later. Even though the old Daoist's body was quite good, he was still an old man in his 90s. By the time he reached Taiji Palace, Sun Simiao was so tired that he almost fainted. With Pai Lupi's orders, Taiji Palace's imperial guards didn't dare stop Sun Simiao's group. They directly rushed to the Eastern Palace's Xianda Hall. Hearing that Sun Simiao had arrived, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu immediately came out to welcome him. Thank you for your trouble, Minister Sunday. The crown prince is critically ill. Please treat him quickly. Sun Simiao didn't bother with pleasantries. He casually cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi and quickly walked into the hall. Lu Shenwei followed closely behind with his medicine chest. At Sun Simiao's age, even in front of Pai Lupi, he could do as he pleased without any misgivings. Niu Wu also jumped off his horse and took off a backpack from his back. He handed it to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, everything you wanted is inside. Good. Thank you for your trouble. You can return to the residence first. Tell Changqing that I will be staying in the palace for a few days. Li Wangyu checked the things Niu Wu brought. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he patted Niu Wu's shoulder. Yes. Li Wangyu didn't delay and turned to walk into the hall. The trouble hadn't started yet. The key was how to convince Sun Simiao and Pai Lupi to agree to operate on Li Qingxian. Inside the hall, Geng Hong saw Sun Simiao enter and couldn't help but snort coldly. He called for the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau to retreat to the side and watch coldly. The crown prince's illness was confirmed. He didn't believe that Sun Simiao could treat his intestinal abscess. Sun Simiao examined Li Qingxian's body and shook his head. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the crown prince's intestinal abscess is difficult to cure. Before he could finish, Geng Fengyu interrupted him. Your Majesty, I'm not speaking nonsense, am I? Sun Simiao was also at his wit's end. Shut up. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu shouted at the same time, scaring Geng Fengyu into taking a few steps back. Minister Sun, please continue. Pai Lupi glared at Geng Hong before looking at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said, this intestinal abscess is indeed difficult to cure. I can only delay it for a while, but it is unknown whether the crown prince can recover completely. When Pai Lupi heard Sun Simiao say the same thing, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Ah, this is all Qingxian's fate. Then I ask Minister Sun to treat him. If there's really no way to save him, we won't blame Minister Sunday. Nodding his head, Sun Simiao beckoned his disciple, Lu Shenwei, over. He took out the golden needles from his medicine box and began to treat Li Qingxian. Take the Yangming meridian of the hands and feet as the main point. Use the catharsis method when inserting the filiform needles. Leave the needles for 15 minutes. Sun Simiao whispered to Lu Shenwei as he applied the needles. Your disciple understands. After he finished with the golden needles, Li Wangyu invited Sun Simiao to a place where there was no one else around. Old immortal Sun, are you really unable to save the crown prince? I can only do my best. However, intestinal abscesses are indeed difficult to cure. How confident are you? How can I be confident? The crown prince is almost certain to die. Sun Simiao shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyou's eyes flashed. Old immortal son, if I have a way to save the crown prince, would you be willing to help? What? Hu Xianzi, are you serious? What method can cure intestinal abscesses? Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Sun Simiao immediately became spirited. May I ask old immortal son, what is intestinal abscesses? Ulcerative abscesses in the intestines. Ulcerative abscesses were acute suppurative diseases. They were a type of poisonous sore. That's right. Since medicine is ineffective, then the only way is to cut open the abdomen and remove the ulcerative abscesses. Wouldn't that cure him? How can that be done? If this person's abdomen is cut open, how can he survive? Even though Sun Simiao would be revered as the medicine king in the future, when he heard Li Wangyou's words, he couldn't help but jump in fright and shake his head. Why can't he survive? Old immortal son, didn't you once tell me that people with severed intestines can be stitched up and bandaged and survive? Why can't the person live after removing the ulcerative abscesses? Li Wangyou's words stunned Sun Simiao. He had never thought of such a thing. How can that be the same? People with severed intestines often have their abdomens cut open on the battlefield by lethal weapons. Sun Simiao was halfway through his words, but he couldn't continue. On the battlefield, there were many people who had their abdomens cut open and their intestines cut open. Many of the soldiers could survive if they received timely treatment. He had experienced the chaos of the world and saved countless wounded and disabled soldiers. If the soldiers who had their abdomens cut open could survive, then if he cut open the crown prince's abdomen and removed the ulcerative abscesses, he might be able to survive. Sun Simiao was silent for a moment before carefully saying, this method may work, but I have never tried it before. It may not be able to save the crown prince's life. Furthermore, the saint may not agree. This is cutting open the crown prince's abdomen. As long as old immortal son is willing to help, I will explain it to the saint. Sun Simiao calculated the gains and losses in his heart for a long time before finally nodding gently. As long as the saint agrees, I am willing to try. Seeing that he had convinced Sun Simiao, Li Wangyou didn't dare to delay. He walked in front of Pai Lupi and carefully asked, Uncle, I do have an idea that may be able to save Qingqian, but, hearing him say this, Pai Lupi was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. He immediately asked, but what? Zio, if you have an idea, just tell me. I will not blame you. Uncle, do you know what the pathology of intestinal abscess is? Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He only knew that intestinal abscess was an incurable disease, but he didn't know the pathology. Pai Lupi raised his eyes to look at Gung Hong, the Minister of Medicine at the side. Gung Hong immediately answered, Your Majesty, intestinal abscess is a carbuncle in the intestines. Li Wangyou glanced at Gung Hong and continued, So, Uncle, the intestines are spoiled, and the medicinal stone can't do anything about it. There is only one way to cure the disease. Seeing Li Wangyou suddenly stop talking halfway, Pai Lupi couldn't help but panic. He quickly asked, What is it? Zio, don't stutter. Tell me in detail. Yes, Uncle. The intestines are spoiled, so there is only by cutting it out, the person will be fine. Cut it out. Pai Lupi was surprised to hear this. He muttered to himself, the intestines are in the abdomen. How do you cut it out? Naturally, you cut open the abdomen first, nonsense. Hearing this, Pai Lupi jumped to his feet in fright. If you cut open the abdomen, wouldn't Qingqian die even more? Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Gung Fengyu couldn't help but sneer, Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi is simply spreading lies to confuse people. If you cut open the abdomen, how could he still be alive? Does he want to save the crown prince or harm the crown prince? Your Majesty, please punish Hu Xianzi for speaking nonsense. You shut up. If you dare to speak any more nonsense, do you believe that I won't slap you to death? Li Wangyou was also angry. He directly scolded Gung Hong right to his nose. Although Gung Hong was a lower fifth-rank official, he didn't dare to speak in front of the furious Li Wangyu. He awkwardly took a few steps back. Chapter 403. After ordering Gung Fengyu to retreat, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi with a serious expression. Uncle, it was recorded in the book of the later Han that the divine physician Hua Tuo made an anesthetic powder and caused the patient to lose consciousness. He then cut open the abdominal cavity, remove the ulcers, wash away the rot, suture them with mulberry thread, and apply divine ointment. After 4 or 5 days, the patient will recover in a month. Why doesn't Uncle believe that this can cure Qingqian's intestinal abscess? But the divine physician Hua Tuo's secret technique has long been lost. We have never heard of anyone who could perform the technique like Hua Tuo. I roughly know how to perform the surgery, and old immortal son is also willing to give it a try. I am willing to assist him in saving Qingqian. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Cutting open the stomach and cutting out the festering intestines, this was really too inconceivable. Li Er looked at the unconscious Li Qingqian on the bed and really couldn't make up his mind. Your Majesty, you must not do this. If His Highness the Crown Prince were to be cut open, what kind of scandal would that be? Wouldn't that be skinning the Crown Prince alive? County Magistrate Hu Xian is simply crazy. I have been a doctor for more than 30 years and have never heard of anyone saving people like this. The matter of Hua Tuo is only a legend. How could it be true? Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, Gung Hong jumped out and knelt in front of Pai Lupi. He looked like a loyal and devoted servant as he complained tearfully. Before he could finish, he felt a huge pain in his back. Li Wangyu could not hold back any longer and kicked him. After Li Wangyu kicked him to the ground, he did not give up and kicked him a few more times, causing Gung Hong to wail, "Your Majesty, save me, save me. County Magistrate Hu Xian has gone crazy. Save me." All right, Zio, stop making a fuss. After Pai Lupi spoke, Li Wangyu kicked Gung Hong again to stop beating this County Magistrate Hu Xian. However, his actions frightened the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau quite a bit. They didn't dare to look at this young county magistrate who had founded the country, for fear that they would also be beaten up. Their own superior, a lower fifth-rank official of the Medicine Bureau, had been humiliated by Hu Xianzi, but His Majesty had only reprimanded him. This allowed them to clearly see Hu Xianzi's position in the saint's heart. Uncle, please forgive your nephew for being rude. It's just that this dog official is too infuriating. Qingqian is my disciple. Why would I harm him? As matters stood, this was the only way to save Qingqian. Could it be that Uncle has the heart to watch Qingqian pass away like this? His words moved Pai Lupi. He turned to look at Li Qingqian on the bed. How confident are you? 50%. Li Wangyu was very determined. If something happens to Qingqian, Uncle, you only need to remove my title of nobility and demote me to a commoner. In reality, he didn't have much confidence. He didn't even have a 10% chance. He didn't even know where the appendix was or what it looked like. He didn't know how to operate or how to close the wound. All of this depended on Sun Simiao. However, if he didn't say this, why would Pai Lupi agree to operate on Li Qingqian? Li Wangyu's only weapons were alcohol and cephalosporin. Alcohol could disinfect, and cephalosporin could reduce inflammation. With these two things, his survival rate would increase by a lot. Otherwise, if he rashly operated on him, he really didn't know whether he was saving or hurting people. This was also what he had Niu Wu bring back from Dingzhou village. Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi silent for a long time. His heart was in a mess. Originally, the Medicine Bureau and Sun Simiao's diagnosis had both sentenced Li Qingqian to death. This had already made Pai Lupi heartbroken. When Li Wangyu said that he had a way to cure the Crown Prince, Pai Lupi was like a ray of light in the darkness. However, he didn't think that Li Wangyu's method would be to cut open his own son's stomach. How could he believe such a thing? Although Li Wangyu said that the history books recorded the matter of Hua Tuo, that was only a legend. Who had actually seen it? Pai Lupi hesitated for a long time before shaking his head. He slowly said, Ziyu, I can't take this risk. If the crown prince dies, that's his fate. I can't let Qingqian be buried with a broken body. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu about to go crazy. This was the only way to save Li Qingqian, and Pai Lupi actually rejected it. Uncle. You. Li Wangyu still wanted to continue persuading him. However, Pai Lupi waved his hand and interrupted him. Ziyu, don't mention this again. Your Majesty is wise. On the side, Gung Hong heard Pai Lupi's words and actually came over. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't allow him to carry out the operation, Li Wangyu was so angry that he turned and left. This bastard was too stubborn. Hiding a disease for fear of treatment. This was the classic case of hiding a disease for fear of treatment. Li Wangyu somewhat understood why the divine Dr. Hua Tuo had lost his life when he wanted to treat Cao Cao's head disease. Sad, it was too sad. Walking out of the Xianda Palace, Li Wangyu felt suffocated when he thought of the little brat who usually called him teacher and was about to be separated by life and death. Ah! Li Wangyu clenched his fists and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It startled the guards and eunuchs near the Xianda Palace. After venting, Li Wangyu slowly calmed down. In the eyes of the Tangs, disemboweling someone was indeed incomprehensible. It was no different from murder. Now that Pai Lupi didn't agree to carry out the operation, Li Qingqian would definitely die. This feeling of powerlessness when there was a chance to save someone was really terrible. Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't just let it go like this. He had to find a way to save Li Qingqian. Even if the chances were low, he had to try. Li Wangyu wanted to find Empress Zhangsun. If she agreed, perhaps the operation could be carried out. But now Empress Zhangsun was pregnant. According to the history books he knew, she would give birth in more than a month. At this time, he didn't dare to tell Empress Zhangsun that he could save her son, but he needed to disembowel him and cut something out. If something happened to Empress Zhangsun, he would really be finished. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi would probably push him to Shi City and behead him. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu made up his mind and thought of a method that wasn't really a method. Li Wangyu returned to the Xianda Palace again and found Sun Simiao. Old immortal son, tell me the truth. How much longer can the crown prince last? Sun Simiao hesitated, then replied, I've performed acupuncture on the crown prince, but there was no improvement. The crown prince's pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't make it through tonight. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky. It was about 3:00 in the afternoon. There should still be time to carry out his plan. He nodded and thanked Sun Simiao. Then he found Pai Lupi, who was sitting beside the bed. Uncle, I have something to do and need to return to Hu County. Please allow me to ride a horse on Vermilion Bird Avenue so that I can get back to the palace before the curfew. I'm Qingqian's master and disciple, and I want to see him off. Pai Lupi nodded and didn't object. He waved his hand to summon a palace guard and had him hand over a token to Li Wangyu, allowing him to ride a horse in Chang'an. After receiving the token, Li Wangyu immediately left the palace, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Chapter 404. Li Wangyu galloped the entire way and returned to Dingzhou village in less than 2 hours. Lang Jun, why are you back? Didn't Niu Wu say that you were going to stay in the palace for a few days? Li Heng asked in surprise when he saw Li Wangyu return. Li Heng, don't say such nonsense. Hurry up and pack the valuables in the house. Bring more gold and don't bring any copper coins. Get everything ready, we're leaving soon. Li Wangyu didn't bother to explain. His words stunned the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Lang Jun, why is that? Where are we going? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up and pack. Where's Changqing? Lady Su is in the backyard. Before Li Heng could finish, Li Wangyu had already run to the backyard. Li Heng was confused by Li Wangyu's actions, but he could only listen to him and hurry back to the residence to pack. In the backyard, Su Changqing was in her room listening to music on her phone when the door was suddenly burst open, giving her a fright. When she saw that it was Li Wangyu, she couldn't help but rebuke, "Wangyu, why are you so careless? You scared me to death," I thought. Li Wangyu didn't wait for her to finish and hastily interrupted, "Changqing, let's not talk about this for now and hurry up and pack. In a while, you take Li Heng, Perrin, Aphrodite, and the others with Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains for a while. Also, give me the jade pendant that Empress Zhangsun gave you." "What? Why are we going to the Qinling Mountains? What are we hiding from? Weren't you in Taiji Palace today?" Niu Wu came back and said that Li Qingqian was sick and asked me for the cephalosporin. "What exactly happened? Tell me clearly." Li Wangyu still wanted to talk about other things, but after hemming and hawing for a long time, he only said that he had nothing to do and asked them to stay in the Qinling Mountains for a while. How could his words deceive his beautiful boss? Su Changqing's pretty face stiffened. "Wangyu, speak clearly. What happened? If you don't make it clear, I'm not going anywhere." Li Wangyu said anxiously, "If we don't leave, are we going to wait for death? What if? What if what?" Seeing his beautiful superior being so stubborn, Li Wangyu knew that if he did not explain things clearly, she would definitely not leave. Thus, he could only helplessly tell her what had happened in the Taiji Palace today. When she heard that Li Qingqian had contracted acute appendicitis due to overeating and eating too many cold drinks, and that his life was in danger and he could die at any moment, the beautiful superior couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, how could something like this happen? Shouldn't Li Qingqian be alive and well? How could he die prematurely? He was only 9 years old. Wouldn't an appendicitis surgery do the trick? Why didn't he do the surgery immediately? Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. "Miss, this is the Tang dynasty. How could there be surgery? Appendicitis is an intestinal abscess. For the Tang people, it's an incurable disease." Hearing this, the beautiful superior was also stunned. She also liked Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie very much. These 3 smart little guys. Every time Li Qingqian and the others came to the residence to learn from Li Wangyu, she would make all kinds of delicious food for them to try, play games with them, and read books and stories to them. Thinking that the little guy Li Qingqian was in imminent danger, the beautiful superior's eyes immediately turned red. "Wangyu, Sun Simiao is a divine doctor. Didn't Niu Wu come back today and invite Sun Simiao to the palace? Is there nothing he can do?" Li Wangyu nodded sadly. "Right now, surgery is the only way." Sun Simiao also agreed to give it a try. "But Pai Lupi, that damn bastard, I tried my best to persuade him, but he still wouldn't agree to do the surgery." The beautiful superior suddenly guessed something and looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief. "Wangyu, then you want us to hide in the Qinling Mountains? Don't tell me you want to." "Yes, right now, this is the only way. I also have a certain amount of responsibility for Li Qingqian's appendicitis. I can't just watch a 9-year-old kid who called me his teacher die in front of me, especially when I clearly had the chance to save him." Li Wangyu paused and continued, "So, I plan to do the surgery for Li Qingqian privately. No matter what, I have to give it a try. But it's very risky to do the surgery in the Tang dynasty. If I can't save Li Qingqian, I'm afraid that Pai Lupi will do something irrational in his rage. So, I thought of asking Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains first." Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by his beautiful superior's flaming red lips, and he couldn't say anything else. After a long time, the lips and teeth parted. Su Changqing stared into his eyes and said slowly, "I'm not leaving. I'll go with you to the Taiji Palace to save Li Qingqian. If there's any danger, I'll bear it with you." "No, it's too dangerous." Li Wangyu didn't even think about it before rejecting. The beautiful superior shook her head firmly. "Wangyu, I'm not that strong. If you're not here, I won't be able to survive in the Tang dynasty alone." Tears flowed out of her eyes, but she forced a smile and wiped her tears. I'm not like those heroines in novels who can still show off their skills in ancient times after transmigrating. If you're not here, who will take care of me? Hee, if that's the case, then let's go to the Taiji Palace together. The beautiful superior's words made Li Wangyou's heart clench. He reached out and hugged the beautiful woman in front of him. Changqing, we're not going. We're not going to the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi, that bastard, son of a bitch, I'm not going to play with him anymore. It's his own son. If he wants to die, then let him die. It's none of my business. We're not going. We're not going. We're staying in Dingzhou village. We're not going anywhere. Li Wangyu was a little out of control by the beautiful superior's words. He only wanted to let the beautiful superior and the others hide far away. If he didn't save Li Qingqian, Pai Lupi wouldn't be able to retaliate against Su Changqing and the others. But the beautiful superior's words made him regret it. He wasn't a saint. Why should he risk his life to save Li Qingqian? If Pai Lupi didn't want to, then so be it. But if he put himself and his beautiful superior in danger to save his son, then he would be crazy. The beautiful superior held Li Wangyou's face with both hands and smiled like a flower. Wangyu, can you really bear to watch a 9-year-old child die in front of you like this? And under the circumstances that we have the ability to save him? Let's go. I'll go to Chang and with you to the Taiji Palace. We'll go save Qingqian. But. No buts. It's getting late. If we don't leave now, the city gates of Chang'an will close. No matter what, we know that we're doing the right thing. That's enough, isn't it? As for the outcome, let's leave it to the heavens. I think the heavens wouldn't be so blind to throw the two of us into the Tang dynasty. The beautiful superior's words finally convinced Li Wangyu. He nodded fiercely, grabbed the beautiful superior's hand, and ran out the door. Chapter 405. Before leaving, Li Wangyu still instructed Niu Yong and Niu Wu, the two brothers, to bring his wife and everyone in the residence to temporarily move to the village to live. If he really couldn't save Li Qingqian, everyone in the mansion wouldn't be implicated by him. Li Heng and the others were confused by Li Wangyou's arrangements. Li Wangyu didn't explain and just let them do as they were told. After settling everyone in the mansion, the sky gradually darkened. Li Wangyu didn't dare to waste time. He and his beautiful superior rode Zhao Yebai and Jade Flower Kong. They whipped their horses and rushed toward Chang'an City. As the two galloped, they discussed what to do in the Taiji Palace. With his beautiful superior giving Li Wangyu advice, Li Wangyou's rough plan was quickly perfected. Hurrying, the two of them finally rushed into Taiji Palace at the same time as the drum of dusk sounded. At this time, there was already a morning atmosphere outside the Xianda Palace. In the Eastern Palace, there were palace maids taking out white silk and wrapping it around the outside of the palace. From time to time, the sound of crying could be heard. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel upset. Could it be that he was too late? Li Qingqian had died. He quickly ran into the Xianda Palace. When he saw Sun Simiao, he quickly asked, "Old immortal son, how is the crown prince now?" Sun Simiao shook his head. The crown prince's breathing is getting weaker and his pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Just now, His Majesty has already arranged for everyone in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the crown prince's funeral under the advice of Feng Yu of the Shangyao Bureau. Hearing that Li Qingqian was still alive, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. Then, he flew into a rage. Damn it, the crown prince wasn't dead yet and he was already in a hurry to prepare for the funeral. This Gung Fengyu, even if he was beaten to death, it wouldn't be an injustice. Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He was so angry that he almost rushed in and beat that damned old man again. However, saving Li Qingqian was more important now. Li Wangyu didn't have the time to find trouble with Gung Fengyu. He stretched out his hand to summon a palace attendant and asked where Li Tai, the king of Yu, was. As Li Tai was still young, he lived in the Chongren Palace. Chongren Hall was adjacent to Lijin Hall where Empress Zhangsun lived. Today, Crown Prince Li Qingqian was critically ill. Li Tai obediently stayed in Lijin Hall to accompany his mother. After asking about Li Wangyu's whereabouts, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior hurried over to Li Main Hall. Most of the imperial guards and eunuchs in the Eastern Palace knew Li Wangyu and knew that he was the Crown Prince's imperial tutor. Naturally, they wouldn't stop him. As for his beautiful superior, she often went to the Li Main Hall, so the imperial guards in the palace were even more familiar with her. The two of them had a smooth journey and arrived at Lijin Hall to seek an audience with Empress Zhangsun. "Greetings, Auntie." "Greetings, Your Highness." At this time, Empress Zhangsun's face was full of worry, and her eyes had lost their usual vigor. She weakly nodded towards Li Wangyu and her beautiful superior. "Ziyu, Changqing, have you gone to see Qingqian? How is he now? Is there any improvement? I want to go see Qingqian, but Erlang won't agree no matter what." "Auntie, don't worry, nothing will happen to Qingqian." Li Wangyu could only comfort her like this. "Ah, thank you for your auspicious words. I hope the Taoist ancestor blesses Qingqian so that he can successfully survive this disaster." Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior comforted Empress Zhangsun for a bit and then used the excuse that Pai Lupi wanted to summon Li Tai to Xianda Hall. Empress Zhangsun didn't suspect anything and nodded for Li Tai to follow Li Wangyu. After leaving Lijin Hall, Li Wangyu stopped the little fatty Li Tai. "Qingke, right now, your brother is critically ill. Do you want to save him?" "Teacher, of course I want to save brother." "Is brother's illness very serious?" "Teacher, you can save brother, right?" The little fatty nodded and immediately asked. At this time, Li Tai and Li Qingqian naturally wouldn't turn against each other like they did when they became adults and fought for the throne. In addition to Li Wangyu's education of the two little ones, Li Qingqian and Li Tai could be said to be brothers who respected each other and were as close as real brothers. The little fatty didn't know what illness his brother had. He only knew that his mother had hugged him and cried the entire time today. The intelligent Li Tai also faintly had some bad guesses in his heart. Li Wangyu didn't immediately answer Li Tai's question. Instead, he waved his hand and had the eunuchs behind Li Tai move a bit further away. Only then did he whisper a few words into his ear. "Qingke, are you willing to help me with this matter that teacher has asked of you? If I do this, I can save brother." The little fatty asked suspiciously. "Qingke, you don't believe your master? When have I ever lied to you?" Li Wangyu said with a stern expression. Li Tai tilted his head and thought for a while. "Last time, teacher said that children who play with fire will wet the bed. Later, brother and I played with fire when we returned to the palace, but we didn't wet the bed. You lied to us. Also, you said that you would take us swimming after we memorized the incantation for mental abacus. You still haven't fulfilled that promise. Also." Li Wangyu's face darkened and he hurriedly stopped the little fatty, who was counting on his fingers and counting the number of times Li Wangyu had lied to them. "Those were just jokes. Cough cough. Today's matter concerns your brother's life and death. I won't lie to you." Li Tai's face was full of suspicion as he raised his eyes to look at his beautiful superior. Only when his beautiful superior nodded, indicating that Li Wangyu wasn't wrong, did little fatty Li Tai finally nod in agreement. His reaction almost angered Li Wangyu to death. What kind of disciple was this? He actually didn't believe his words. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a hurry to save Li Qingqian, he would definitely teach this little fatty what it meant to respect one's teacher. After dealing with little fatty Li Tai, the group continued their journey to Xianda Palace. By the time they arrived at Xianda Palace, the sky had already darkened and the lights in the Eastern Palace had already been lit. Li Wangyu gave Li Tai a look that said, "Good luck, I have faith in you." Then he pulled his beautiful superior to him and stood in the darkness outside the palace. Li Tai jogged towards Xianda Palace. Father, Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well. She asks you to go to Lijin Palace." Pai Lupi, who was sitting next to Li Qingxian's bed with a worried expression, jumped up in fright when he heard his son's words. "Qingke, what did you say? What's wrong with your mother? Where is she feeling unwell?" "Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well and wants you to go." Little Fatty blinked his eyes, lying as soon as he opened his mouth. This was what Li Wangyu had instructed him to say. His purpose was naturally to lure Pai Lupi away, using the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The reason why he had asked Li Tai to come forward was, of course, because other than him, no one else would dare to spread false information and make fun of Pai Lupi. In any case, Li Tai would at most be beaten up by Pai Lupi. It wasn't a big deal. But if it was someone else, not to mention whether or not they would dare to make fun of Pai Lupi, even if they dared, the consequences would most likely be losing their heads. With Pai Lupi guarding Li Qingxian, Li Wangyu didn't have the ability to perform surgery on Li Qingxian, no matter how great his abilities were. The distance between Xianda Palace, where the crown prince lived, and Lijian Palace was not close. As long as Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu would have enough time to move the crown prince away. Pai Lupi naturally didn't doubt Li Tai's words at all. He glanced at Li Qingxian, who was still unconscious, and ordered Geng Fengyu and Sun Simiao, "Geng Fengyu, minister's son, take good care of the crown prince. We will be back soon." "Yes." Pai Lupi held Li Tai's hand, left Xianda Palace, and hurried towards Lijian Palace. As little Fatty walked, he turned his head and winked at Li Wangyu, who was hiding in the dark. Chapter 406. As soon as Pai Lupi's figure disappeared from sight, Li Wangyu pulled his beautiful superior into the Xianda Palace. "Her Highness the Empress' imperial decree has arrived." Li Wangyu shouted as soon as he entered the palace, raising the jade pendant in his hand. In his hand was the jade pendant that Empress Zhangsun had given to his beautiful superior that day. The front of the jade pendant was carved with the phoenix that symbolized the Empress, while the back was carved with the words, "Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix." To some extent, this jade pendant represented Empress Zhangsun. Li Wangyu's words caused everyone in the Xianda Palace to immediately kneel and prepare to receive Her Highness the Empress' imperial decree. Although it was strange that the imperial decree had not been delivered by an eunuch, but rather by Hu Xianzi holding the Empress' jade pendant, no one thought too much about it. By Empress Zhangsuan's imperial decree, the Crown Prince Li Qingxian is suffering from intestinal obstruction and is beyond cure. Today, Hu Xianzi, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao are to immediately treat the Crown Prince without delay. However, those who obstruct will be severely punished. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, the eunuchs and palace maids in the Xianda Palace naturally did not react. However, Geng Hong, who was kneeling on the side of the Shangyao bureau, immediately jumped up. This is impossible. How could Her Highness the Empress issue such an imperial decree? You are falsifying the imperial decree. Hu Xianzi, what are your intentions? Must you cut open His Highness the Crown Prince's stomach and cripple his body? Shut up. I have Her Highness the Empress' jade pendant as proof. Do you dare to not accept the imperial decree? Li Wangyu demanded as he raised the jade pendant in his hand. I don't believe it. I will go and report to Her Highness the Empress. This official will not allow you to harm His Highness the Crown Prince. Geng Fengyu lifted his robe and turned to run out of the palace. How could Li Wangyu let him go out? If he ran out now and bumped into Pai Lupi, who had not gone far, everything would be exposed. He lifted his leg and kicked Geng Fengyu again. Geng Fengyu screamed and rolled a few times on the ground. Men, tie up this criminal official who doesn't obey Her Highness the Empress's decree. Li Wangyu shouted to the eunuchs in the hall. These eunuchs didn't care how much Geng Fengyu shouted. In any case, they recognized the Empress' jade token in Li Wangyu's hand. Since this was the case, they naturally listened to Master Hu Xian's orders. Moreover, Master Hu Xian was a relative of the saint. In the palace, he called Pai Lupi uncle, so these eunuchs were naturally willing to listen to him. After Geng Fengyu was tied up, the old man was still yelling. Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He simply pulled a rag and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. As for the doctors of the Shanyao Bureau, no matter how unwilling they were, no one dared to say anything when they saw that their superiors had been tied up. After dealing with Gung Hong, Li Wangyu bowed to Sun Simiao. Old immortal son, thank you for your trouble. Now that Her Highness the Empress has agreed, let's hurry up and prepare to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with deep meaning, as if he had already seen through the problem. However, Sun Simiao, who had lived for more than 90 years, wouldn't say anything. Since Li Wangyu had the Empress Jade token and faked a decree, he would pretend that he didn't know. This humble Daoist naturally has no problem. I will do my best to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Wangyu nodded. Time was of the essence. It was hard to say how much time little fatty Li Tai could buy. It was better to hurry up. He looked around the hall and found the eunuch he had ordered in the afternoon. He reached out and called him over. I asked you to find a clean and spacious palace room. Are you ready? County Head Hu Xian, this servant is ready. I have already followed your instructions and had someone sweep it clean. The eunuch quickly replied. Have you sent the bronze mirrors I asked you to collect in the Eastern Palace to that palace room? They are all ready. That's good. Lead the way and send His Highness the Crown Prince there. Li Wangyu waved his hand and called for a few strong eunuchs to carry over a palanquin. They carefully lifted Li Qingqian onto it. Li Wangyu stopped the other eunuchs and palace maids from following. He only led his beautiful superior, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei out of Xianda Palace while carrying Li Qingqian's palanquin. When Li Wangyu and the others disappeared, the doctors of the Shanyao Bureau hurried forward. They pulled out the rag stuffed in Gung Hong's mouth and untied the ropes binding him. Quick, go to Lijian Palace and find His Majesty. Hui Xianzi wants to murder His Highness the Crown Prince. This is treason and wild ambition. Go quickly. Go find His Majesty and have His Majesty issue an edict to arrest Hui Xianzi. Gung Hong didn't wait for the ropes to be untied before he began to howl at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing his words, the doctors of the Shanyao Bureau hurriedly ran out of the Hall of Illustrious Virtue to look for Li Er. On Li Wangyu's side, the eunuchs led him through many twists and turns in the Eastern Palace until they arrived at another palace. Hui Xianzi, this palace room is usually unoccupied. This servant has already cleaned it as you ordered. Li Wangyu nodded and had the eunuchs carry Li Qingqian inside. Together with his beautiful superior, he took out the alcohol that Niu Wu had delivered and sprayed it all over the room to disinfect it. Soon, the room was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. As for the knives in Sun Simiao's medicine box, Li Wangyu had him take them out and soak them in alcohol to disinfect them. The surgery required fine cotton cloth and catgut. They had all been prepared and could start the surgery at any time. At this time, the light in the room was dim. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Hui Xianzi, the candlelight isn't very bright. How are we going to treat His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Wangyu had naturally prepared for this. He had ordered the eunuchs to collect bronze mirrors in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the surgery. Edison used mirrors to gather light to provide light for the surgery. This was a story that everyone knew in the language books of later generations. Although the Tang dynasty didn't have glass mirrors, they could use bronze mirrors to refract light and gather light. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior busied themselves. They lit candles around Li Qingqian and placed bronze mirrors behind him. They constantly adjusted the angles of the mirror's refraction. Soon, Li Qingqian's body was abnormally bright under the candlelight. It had the effect of shadowless lights in the operating room. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu sent the eunuchs next door. His beautiful superior turned around and prepared to leave the room. Wangyu, just do what you need to do. If His Majesty comes, I will do my best to stop him. She paused for a moment before continuing, if there are any consequences, I will bear them with you. The beautiful superior spoke very casually. In fact, her whole body was trembling. She was just trying to calm her tone. Whether or not the surgery in the Tang dynasty could succeed depended purely on the person's character. Even Li Wangyu wasn't confident. Li Wangyu didn't care about shocking the world. He stepped forward and hugged Su Changqing tightly. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, they silently looked at each other and separated. Seeing his beautiful superior walk out of the room, Li Wangyu took a deep breath and turned to look at Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. Old immortal son, brother Lu, let's begin. Chapter 407. On the temporary operating table, Li Qingqian's clothes were removed. Li Wangyu picked up the alcohol and disinfected Li Qingqian's body. Sun Simiao had been observing Li Wangyu's actions from the side. At this moment, he couldn't help asking, Hu Xianzi, what did you pour in the room? Alcohol. What's alcohol? It's the essence of wine. What's its use? Sterilization. Sterilization? Is it like what Hu Xianzi told me, that bacteria can only be seen with a microscope? Sun Simiao asked curiously. Li Wangyu was speechless. Sir, this isn't the time to ask questions. If we don't hurry up and perform the surgery, Li Qingqian won't be able to live. If you have any questions, can you ask them later? Fortunately, Sun Simiao also reacted. Now wasn't the time to ask questions, so he no longer spoke and instructed his disciple, Lu Shenwei, to get the lancet. The lancet was similar to the scalpel in the modern world. It was used for surgery. Since Sun Simiao was too old and Lu Shenwei was in his prime, they decided to have Lu Shenwei as the chief surgeon for safety reasons. Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu would assist from the side. Although Lu Shenwei had been in the medical field for many years, he had never done such a thing before. Hence, his hand trembled as he held the lancet. Hu Xianzi, where do you start? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. You're asking me? How the hell would I know? Brother Lu, do as you see fit. How long should the incision be? Let's leave it to fate. Li Wangyu's words angered Lu Shenwei so much that he almost threw the lancet in his hand at Li Wangyu. Was this still something a human would say? What do you mean by let fate? Why don't you let fate take a look? Seeing Lu Shenwei glaring at him, Li Wangyu felt wronged. He wasn't a doctor, so why would he ask him? Fortunately, Sun Simiao was experienced. Although he had never performed surgery before, he still had a rough judgment. The intestinal abscess is in the lower right abdomen, so it should be there. My disciple, start from here. Don't cut it too long. Slide it 3 inches away and take a look. Lu Shenwei nodded. Taking a deep breath, he tightly gripped his lancet and lightly pressed it against Li Wangyu's lower right abdomen. Just as he was about to slice down, he suddenly heard Li Wangyu shout. Wait! Lu Shenwei's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his saber. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping past him. He and Sun Simiao both looked up at Li Wangyu, wondering what he was shouting about. Li Wangyu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was also nervous. Old immortal son, I forgot something. What is it? Anesthesia. We haven't given the crown prince any anesthetic yet. Li Wangyu's words made Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei look at each other in dismay. Sun Simiao couldn't help but let out a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. How embarrassing. Both the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. The main reason was that they were going to cut open someone's abdomen for the first time, and the patient was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. Even the old Taoist Sun Simiao was a bit nervous. In addition, Li Qingqian had been unconscious all this time. In a moment of panic, the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. Sun Simiao smiled embarrassedly. How can we decoct anesthetic now? But it's not a problem. This humble Taoist will still use the golden needles to pierce the acupoints to reduce the crown prince's pain. That day in Dingzhou village, Sun Simiao had cut off the rotten meat for Niu Yong. Li Wangyu knew how powerful Sun Simiao was, so he didn't say anything. Sun Simiao took out the golden needles and pierced them into the acupoints on Li Qingqian's abdomen. Only then did he let Lu Shenwei pick up the lancet and get ready to start the operation again. Lu Shenwei took a deep breath and gripped the lancet tightly. The muscles on his arm bulged. The incomparably sharp lancet instantly cut open Li Qingxian's skin on his abdomen. Blood immediately seeped out. At the side, Li Wangyou's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw this. After the incision was about 3 inches long, Lu Shenwei's forehead was already sweating. "Teacher, what should we do now?" Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with an inquiring gaze. "County Head Huxian, what do you think?" "What do I think? I'll King use my own eyes to see." Li Wangyu was also about to faint. How would he know what to do next? He didn't even know what the inside of the abdominal cavity looked like, let alone what the appendix looked like. "Old immortal son, can you see if there's any lesion? If there's any ulcerated intestines, it should be enough to just cut it out." Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei were like bad students going to an examination hall. At this moment, they could only rely on their intuition to perform the operation on the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Qingqian. At this time, before Pai Lupi and Li Tai arrived at Li Main Hall, someone hurried over from behind. The person was stopped by the palace guards and hurriedly shouted, "I'm a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I have something important to report to His Majesty. Let me pass." Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion behind him. He was in an extremely bad mood today. At this time, there were still people who didn't open their eyes and were making noise in the palace. This made him even more irritated. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" Replying to everyone, "It's a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. He said that he has something important to report," the eunuch quickly replied. "Let him come over." Pai Lupi's heart thumped. He was afraid that the news of the crown prince's death had come. The doctor from the Shangyao Bureau was brought to Pai Lupi and hurriedly knelt down. "Your Majesty, just now, County Head Huxian went to the Xianda Palace with Her Majesty the Empress's jade pendant. He said that Her Majesty the Empress ordered him and Sun Simiao to immediately treat His Majesty the Crown Prince. We feel that this matter is strange and have come to ask Your Majesty, is this true?" "What? Say that again." Li Wangyu said that he was following the Empress's imperial decree. Pai Lupi asked in disbelief. "Yes, Gung Fengyu wanted to stop him, but he was beaten by County Head Huxian. We were incompetent and couldn't stop County Head Huxian from acting recklessly." Pai Lupi suddenly turned his head and looked at the uneasy Li Tai. "Qingke, does this matter have anything to do with you? Tell us honestly, did your mother really tell you to go to the Xianda Palace to find us? Only now did he come to his senses. If Empress Zhangsun was truly unwell, she would have sent an eunuch to inform her. How could she have let a brat like Li Tai go to the Xianda Palace?" Li Tai was frightened by his father's glare. He hurriedly knelt down and honestly replied, "Father, it was my teacher who told me to say this. My teacher said that this was the only way to save elder brother." The little fatty was very happy to sell out his teacher. When Pai Lupi heard Li Tai's words, he naturally understood everything and couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Li Wangyu. What does he want to do? How daring of him! He actually dares to pass down a false imperial decree. Men, immediately go to the Xianda Palace and arrest that county head Huxian. Do not let him harm the crown prince." "Yes, father." At Pai Lupi's order, the group of palace guards following Pai Lupi immediately turned and rushed to the Xianda Palace. Pai Lupi also hurriedly followed. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai. Li Tai saw his father hurriedly leave and couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He turned and ran to Li Main Hall. If his father wanted to beat him, he would have to ask his mother for protection. However, when the guards arrived at the Xianda Palace, Li Wangyu was nowhere to be seen. Even Crown Prince Li Qingqian had disappeared. Chapter 408. As soon as Gung Hong saw Pai Lupi arrive, he immediately went forward to complain. "Your Majesty, that county's son is truly unscrupulous. I wanted to stop him from harming the crown prince, but he beat me up in public and tied me up. Pai Lupi's eyes were red as he angrily stared at Gung Hong. Where is the crown prince now? I don't know. After Li Wangyu tied me up, he found a few eunuchs to carry the crown prince away on a palanquin. He must be looking for a place to cut open the crown prince's stomach. Before Gung Hong could finish his sobbing words, another wave of pain came from his body. He was kicked to the ground by the furious Pai Lupi. If anything happens to the crown prince, I will have someone cut open your stomach. You bastard, what did I tell you before I left? Is this how you take care of the crown prince? Your Majesty, I am innocent. That Li Wangyu has the Empress Jade tablet, so I can't do anything to him. Gung Hong repeatedly kowtowed. Pai Lupi ignored him and angrily said, Scram. Men, search the area immediately. You must find the crown prince. Don't let that Li Wangyu hurt the crown prince. Following Pai Lupi's orders, the Eastern Palace was like a hornet's nest being poked. There were imperial guards and eunuchs carrying lanterns everywhere, searching for traces of Li Wangyu and the crown prince. There were only so many rooms in the Eastern Palace, and the room Li Wangyu was in wasn't a hidden place, so it was quickly discovered by the imperial guards. However, when the imperial guards wanted to rush into the room to rescue the kidnapped crown prince, they were stopped outside by their beautiful superior holding the Empress Jade tablet. Stop! The Empress Jade tablet is here. Whoever dares to take a step forward is disgraceful. The crown prince is currently being treated inside, so no one is allowed to enter. Do you want to kill the crown prince? His beautiful superior was like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She spread out her arms and blocked the entrance of the palace. This put the imperial guards in a difficult position and they did not dare to act rashly. They simply surrounded the palace and hurriedly sent someone to inform Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, who had received the news, was escorted by many palace guards and eunuchs to the outside of the palace where the surgery was taking place. Lady Su, get out of the way. You can't stop these guards. I don't want to hurt you. As long as my crown prince is not harmed, I can let bygones be bygones. Don't make a mistake. Pai Lupi's mood was unusually irritable, but he still showed some mercy to Su Chongqing, who was standing outside the hall with his bare hands. The beautiful boss bit her lower lip and shook her head with unusual firmness. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the only ones who can save the crown prince are Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. Your Majesty, you must believe in Wangyu. He is Qingqian's teacher, why would he harm him? He really does want to save Qingqian. The corner of Pai Lupi's mouth twitched. He had also thought that Li Wangyu would not harm his son. However, he did not believe Li Wangyu's words. Could cutting open someone's stomach save a life? Could it cure an intestinal abscess? Lady Su, get out of the way. No matter what Li Wangyu wants to do, let me go take a look at Qingqian first. No, Your Majesty. Right now, the crown prince is being treated inside. If you charge in, the crown prince will die without a doubt. The beautiful boss's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Naturally, he was not willing to risk his son's life. Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, the beautiful boss continued, Your Majesty, as far as I know, the doctor at the Shangyao Bureau said that the crown prince will not make it through tonight. An intestinal abscess is an incurable disease that cannot be cured. If Li Wangyu is not trying to save the crown prince, why would he do such a thing? What good would it do him to do such a thing? Your Majesty, do you really not want to save the crown prince's life? Would you rather see the crown prince die? He is only 9 years old. The beautiful boss's words finally moved Pai Lupi. Can Li Wangyu really save my crown prince? Yes. I guarantee it with my life. In reality, Su Chongqing did not have much confidence. With the medical conditions of the Tang dynasty, whether or not Li Qingqian could survive depended on whether or not his life was strong enough. However, she could only grit her teeth and insist that she could save Li Wangyu to buy time for Li Qingqian and the others, who were still in surgery. Pai Lupi could not help but be moved when he heard this. After a while, he slowly said, "Since that is the case, I will give him this time. Men, surround this palace. No one is allowed to leave." At this time, the group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau, as well as Fengyu Gunghong, received the news and hurried over. Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Gunghong could not help but panic. "Your Majesty, you cannot. Even if a Daluo Golden Immortal came, it would be difficult to save this intestinal abscess. How can we allow His Highness the Crown Prince to be wantonly insulted by Li Wangyu? Your Majesty, do not listen to this woman's nonsense. You cannot. Enough." Pai Lupi suddenly roared, scaring Gunghong, who was still incessantly trying to persuade Pai Lupi, into immediately shutting his mouth and keeping quiet out of fear. If anyone tries to stop Huxianzi from saving the Crown Prince again, they will be beaten to death. Pai Lupi coldly ordered, then glanced at Gunghong with disgust. He had also thought things through. His son had an incurable disease and was on the verge of death. The Shangyao Bureau's Fengyu and doctors were incompetent and could not save the Crown Prince. At this time, Li Wangyu dared to risk universal condemnation, which meant that he really wanted to save Li Qingqian. As a teacher, he could do what Li Wangyu did, even going as far as falsifying an edict to save his son. Even Lady Su in front of him dared to use her own head as a guarantee. What could Pai Lupi say? "Her Highness the Empress has arrived," another eunuch announced loudly. It was the pregnant Empress Xiangsun, who had also arrived with Li Tai. The matter in the Eastern Palace had become so big that Empress Xiangsun naturally also received the news. In addition, Li Tai was afraid of being punished by Pai Lupi, so he straightforwardly confessed everything to Empress Xiangsun. After learning that Li Wangyu had faked her imperial edict and kidnapped Li Qingqian from Xianda Hall, how could Empress Xiangsun sit still? She did not care whether Pai Lupi allowed it or not. She led a group of eunuchs and palace maids and hurried to the Eastern Palace. "Erlang, how is Qingqian? How could Zio cause trouble like this? I will definitely take care of him later." Pai Lupi hurriedly and carefully supported his wife. "Guanyin maid, didn't I tell you to properly rest in Lijian Hall? Qingqian's matter is with me, why are you doing this?" He then glared angrily at the group of eunuchs and palace maids behind Empress Xiangsun. "I ordered you to take good care of the Empress. Why did you let the Empress come here? Erlang, don't blame them. It was I who wanted to come. Quickly tell me, how is Qingqian right now?" Pai Lupi grimaced and pointed at his beautiful superior blocking the door to the palace. "I also don't know. This Lady Su is fighting with her life and will not allow me to enter the palace. She said Li Wangyu, that bastard, is currently treating Qingqian." Empress Xiangsun finally noticed Su Changqing and hurried forward. "Niece Changqing, is it possible for me to go in and take a look at Qingqian? I will go in alone and not bring anyone else." "Your Highness, it is not that I do not want you to enter. It is that Li Wangyu and the others are doing their best to treat the Crown Prince and cannot be distracted. Also, you have not disinfected it. If you rashly enter, it will be easy to cause the Crown Prince's wounds to fester and endanger his life." Pai Lupi and Empress Xiangsun did not fully understand Su Changqing's words. But now, it was too late to say anything. Li Wangyu acted first and reported later. No matter how nervous the husband and wife were, they could only wait patiently outside the palace and hope for the blessings of the heavens. Chapter 409. Inside the palace, Li Wangyu and the others naturally heard the commotion outside. However, Li Wangyu could only choose to trust his beautiful boss and hope that she could stop Pai Lupi. He had no time to be distracted. "Huxianzi, do you think we should remove this part? This section of intestine looks like it has ulcerated, so it should be the lesion." Old immortal son, do as you see fit." Li Wangyu looked at Li Qingqian's abdomen and almost vomited. He had never seen a living human organ before. He only felt that it was a mess of flesh and blood. How could he tell if there was a lesion in the intestine? Lu Shenwei's voice trembled. "Teacher, should we cut it?" "Cut? Sun Simiao was still calm and gave his disciple an encouraging look. Lu Shenwei calmed himself down and swung the lancet in his hand. The next moment, a section of intestine stained with blood was thrown in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, who was already feeling nauseous, could no longer hold it in. He covered his mouth and ran to the side hall. He grabbed a decorative porcelain bottle and vomited. He had overestimated his own mental endurance, but Li Wangyu couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the future, many new medical students would vomit during their first dissection class. This was a normal physiological reaction. As for Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei, although they had never performed surgery on anyone before, they had been doctors for many years and treated patients. They had seen bloody scenes before, so they were already used to it. Li Wangyu swore that he would never eat his beloved intestines again. Yes, he would not eat them for at least a week. After vomiting for a long time, Li Wangyu wiped his mouth clean and rinsed his mouth with water before returning to the operating table. Sun Simiao smiled. Huxianzi, what should we do next? Li Wangyu thought for a moment. We should suture the intestines, right? And then we should suture the cut abdomen. That should be it. Li Wangyu was not sure. Why didn't his beautiful boss bring a medical manual with her when she transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? When Sun Simiao saw that Li Wangyu could not say anything more, he could only follow medical common sense and discuss with his disciple to continue the surgery. An hour later, Li Qingxian's abdomen was finally stitched up. Sun Simiao applied some ointment on the wound on his abdomen and carefully wrapped it with a cotton cloth. That's it. Li Wangyu looked at Sun Simiao, then at Lu Shenwei. Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He just gently placed his finger on Li Qingxian's wrist to feel his pulse. After a while, Sun Simiao smiled and nodded at Li Wangyu. Although the Crown Prince's pulse is weak but strong, it has already improved. There should be no danger to his life for the time being. When Li Wangyu heard Sun Simiao's words, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this time, he felt that his legs were sore and weak, and he almost sat on the floor. Old immortal son, when will the Crown Prince wake up? Anytime. Okay, then let's wait. When he thought of the furious Pai Lupi outside the door, Li Wangyu decided to wait for Li Qingxian to wake up before opening the door. Otherwise, when the Pai Lupi came in and saw his son lying on the operating table with intestines in the porcelain basin next to him. Under this kind of stimulation, wouldn't the Pai Lupi have the imperial guards behead him on the spot? That would be too much of an injustice. Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei had the servants in the side hall bring in clean water to wash their hands. They also wiped away the blood that had seeped out during the surgery. The operating table finally didn't look so scary. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Li Wangyu acutely noticed that Li Qingxian's eyelids trembled a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Ugh, so painful. Commander, is that you? Where am I? I'm so scared. Li Qingxian blinked his small eyes and turned his neck left and right to look around. When he saw Li Wangyu, the rims of his eyes immediately turned red. Qingxian, be good. Don't be afraid. When you were sick before, I helped you with old immortal son and the others. Qingxian, listen to us and you'll get better soon. I promise to bring you and Qingke to swim. Li Wangyu used his hand to gently stroke Li Qingxian's small head and comforted him. Although he took such a big risk to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Qingxian, he still couldn't say that Li Qingxian was safe and sound. Removing the appendix was only the first step. The more important thing was to prevent the wound from getting infected. Forget about performing surgery in the Tang dynasty. Even in the future, before penicillin was invented, most of the wounded soldiers on the battlefield died from wound infections after surgery. In the TV dramas of the anti-Japanese war, there were often such scenes. The underground workers risked their lives and fought a battle of wits and courage to obtain the medicine penicillin and send it to the rear to save the wounded. Penicillin was penicillin. Although it couldn't be taken seriously in the TV dramas, it indirectly reflected how dangerous it was for the wound to fester. Li Wangyu was already very careful. Before the surgery, he disinfected all the instruments with alcohol. Because they didn't have rubber gloves, Li Wangyu not only let Lu Shenwei and Sun Simiao wash their hands several times, but also carefully wiped them with alcohol. In addition, he still had the remaining cephalosporin capsules. If Li Qingqian's wounds still got infected, then he really couldn't do anything. Now, he could only do his best and leave it to fate. He hoped that God would bless him. After Li Qingqian woke up, Li Wangyu called the anxious servants in the side hall and asked them to carefully serve Li Qingqian. Li Wangyu walked to the door of the palace and pushed it open with a creak. The scene outside the door gave Li Wangyu a fright. The palace guards, clad in armor and holding torches, tightly surrounded the palace. Li Wangyu almost cried. Wasn't it just a surgery? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? When Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun saw the door of the palace open, they hurried forward. Li Wangyu, you bastard, you still dare to come out. You really have guts. You actually dared to send a fake edict and even kidnap the crown prince. You really want to kill me. I ask you, how is Qingqian now? Pai Lupi was truly anxious. His words were incoherent. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. What do you mean I still dare to come out? Am I going to stay in this palace forever? Now that Li Qingqian had already woken up, Li Wangyu's courage had increased a bit. Uncle, why are you so angry? Nephew greets aunt. Aunt, you also came. Humph. Stop laughing and smiling here. How is Qingqian? Can I go in and see Qingqian now? Pai Lupi still remembered what his beautiful superior had said to scare him. Something about there being germs on his body and not being disinfected. Although he was anxious, he didn't dare to rush in rashly. Li Wangyu made a gesture of invitation. The crown prince is safe and sound. Uncle, aunt, please. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun looked at each other. The couple lifted their feet and walked into the palace. Gung Hong and a group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau also wanted to follow in, but they were stopped by Li Wangyu. Stop. His Highness the Crown Prince is recuperating inside. The Shangyao Bureau and dogs are not allowed to enter. When he said this, Gung Fengyu and the group of doctors' faces changed. Their old faces instantly flushed red. They glared angrily at Li Wangyu, so angry that their bodies trembled. Chapter 410. Li Wangyu doesn't care how Gung Fengyu and the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau glares at him. He doesn't allow them to enter. As a cynical man, Li Wangyu holds a grudge. He has already written down the names of Gung Fengyu and the others who spoke ill of him in the black notebook. Pai Lupi also heard Li Wangyu's words, but he ignored them and helped his wife into the hall. The little fatty Li Tai blinked and quickly followed. Pai Lupi naturally doesn't have a good impression of Gung Fengyu from the Shangyao Bureau. If Li Wangyu really saves Li Qingqian, it undoubtedly proves the incompetence of Gung Fengyu and the group of doctors in the Shangyao Bureau. What's more, Pai Lupi now understands. After all, Li Wangyu is his nephew. He dares to take such a big risk and insists on saving Li Qingqian. Naturally, he has his reasons. So when Li Wangyu insults the people of the Shangyao Bureau, Pai Lupi just pretends not to hear. Li Wangyu pulls his beautiful boss into the hall, turns around, and closes the door with a bang. Gung Fengyu and the others are so angry that they stomp their feet outside. Father, mother. Li Qingqian, who is still lying on the operating table, immediately cries when he sees Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun. Qingqian, don't cry, don't cry. How is it? Does your stomach still hurt? Empress Zhangsun is overjoyed to see her son wake up. She gently caresses Li Qingqian's pale little face with her hand. Tears of heartache fall like pearls from a broken necklace. It hurts, it still hurts. Li Qingqian's words scared Li Wangyu to the side. His face is almost white. F***ck, could it be that Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei cut the wrong place? But before, it was abdominal cramps. Now it doesn't hurt, but the stomach still hurts. Li Wangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This stinky boy, he speaks with a big pause. Since the abdominal cramps are no longer there, it means that the inflamed appendix has been removed. As for the stomachache, that was not strange. No matter who it was, they would feel pain when their stomach was cut open. Empress Zhangsun and Pai Lupi didn't understand the difference. Hearing Li Wangyu say that his stomach hurt, they couldn't help but turn to look at Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi was even more furious. Li Wangyu, you bastard, didn't you say you treated Qingqian? Why was his lower abdomen still hurting? Is this intestinal abscess cured or not? Li Wangyu hurriedly picked up the porcelain basin that contained the removed appendix. Uncle, aunt, this is Qingqian's ulcerated intestine. It has already been removed by old immortal Sun and his disciples' miraculous hands. The pain that Qingqian feels now is only from the wound on his abdomen. After a few days of rest, the wound will heal completely. When Empress Zhangsun saw the bloody appendix in the porcelain basin, she couldn't help but exclaim. She covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to look again. Pai Lupi didn't have much of a reaction. He even moved closer for a closer look. He was an emperor on horseback and had been on the battlefield for a long time. He had killed countless people with his own hands. How could he be afraid of this intestine? Yes, it really is ulcerated. Was this really removed from Qingqian's body? Of course. Uncle, look, the wound is still here. Li Wangyu pointed at the bandaged wound on Qingqian's abdomen. Then has Qingqian's intestinal abscess been cured? Empress Zhangsun didn't have time to cover her eyes and asked impatiently. Li Wangyu hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly, Aunt, we still have to see if Qingqian's wound will become infected or inflamed in the next few days. As long as it isn't inflamed, when the wound heals, Qingqian will be as good as new. Empress Zhangsun didn't understand medicine and could only look at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's meaning, but because of this, his expression was bitter. Ziyu, do you know that less than 1 in 10 of the wounded soldiers in the army survive because their wounds become infected? Qingqian is so young. Can he really make it through? Pai Lupi had seen the section of intestine that had been removed and no longer had any doubts about Li Wangyu's earlier words. The way he addressed Li Wangyu also returned to how it was before. However, when he thought of the fatal problem of the wound becoming infected, his heart, which had just been half at ease, couldn't help but tighten again. Uncle, this is the reason I didn't let you in earlier. Can you smell anything in this palace? Pai Lupi couldn't help but twitch his nose a few times at his reminder. It seems to be the smell of alcohol, but it's also different. Uncle is wise. This is the smell of alcohol. The alcohol is the essence that I extracted from the alcohol. It is specifically used to disinfect wounds to prevent infection. Li Wangyu simply used the words he had used to fool Sun Simiao and explained to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun what bacteria were and what disinfecting was. He also explained that Sun Simiao was trying to make the miraculous medicine, penicillin. As for the matter of the cephalosporin capsule, he concealed it and didn't mention it. After all, the cephalosporin had been used up after saving Li Qingqian. He also couldn't explain the origin of the cephalosporin capsule to Pai Lupi, so he simply concealed it and didn't mention it. Pai Lupi listened to everything half believing and half doubting. After learning that Sun Simiao was currently experimenting with penicillin, he became excited and grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder tightly. Does penicillin really have such miraculous effects? Can it really prevent wounds from becoming infected? If so, then wouldn't most of the wounded soldiers in the army be able to survive? Damn it, do you know how many of my comrades in the army died because their wounds became infected after they were injured? If you dare to deceive me, I won't forgive you. Li Wangyu was startled by Pai Lupi's excited appearance. What was he doing? How could he know that Pai Lupi's heart was in turmoil when he heard about the miraculous medicine, penicillin? In the era of cold weapons, there weren't many people who were directly hacked to death by weapons on the battlefield. Most of the wounded soldiers died because of the lack of effective first aid on the battlefield, as well as the lack of effective methods to prevent wounds from becoming infected. This led to the high mortality rate. Even a miraculous doctor like Sun Simiao couldn't prevent Niu Yong's wounds from becoming infected after he was injured. Needless to say, there was no need to talk about the lack of hygiene on the battlefield. Hearing that there was a way to prevent wounds from becoming infected, Pai Lupi didn't even care about his son who was lying on the operating table. Compared to a miraculous medicine like penicillin, the crown prince's safety wasn't worth mentioning. "Uncle, please be gentler. This nephew can't bear uncle's domineering aura." Li Wangyou's face was bitter as he begged for mercy. His shoulder was in pain from being grabbed. This damned Pai Lupi's strength wasn't any less than Qing Yaojin's. This bastard Pai Lupi didn't know how to control his strength. He actually dared to destroy the flower bud of his motherland. He really didn't deserve to be a son. "Don't talk nonsense. Quickly answer my question. If this penicillin can really be produced, then it can be used to prevent wounds from becoming infected. However, this nephew doesn't know if old immortal's son can succeed." Pai Lupi immediately looked at Sun Simiao. "Minister's son, are you confident in producing penicillin?" "This subject will do his best." "Good. Then I'll have to trouble Minister Sunday. I'll allocate another 100,000 strings of cash for Minister's son's expenses. Once the penicillin is produced, I'll reward you handsomely." Pai Lupi didn't hesitate to allocate a large sum of money. It could be seen how important this penicillin was to him. When Li Wangyu heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He rubbed his hands and smiled. "Uncle, this nephew also has a presumptuous request." Chapter 411. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together and smiled awkwardly. "Uncle, I also have a presumptuous request. Old immortal's son wants to experiment with penicillin, but he needs to make a microscope first." "Heh, I wonder if Uncle can order the supervising craftsman to help me make a microscope." Pai Lupi glared at him. "If you need the cooperation of the supervising craftsman, you can go find Yen Lide. Do you think that I don't know that in recent days, you had the supervising craftsman help you make that vending machine?" Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. He had the supervising craftsman do private work, and Pai Lupi had found out. He rubbed his nose. "Heh, Uncle, the main thing is to make a telescope. It needs a large amount of high-quality crystal," Pai Lupi replied unhappily. "All right, I know. I'll have the Shengsha Bureau send you some crystal later." During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was no imperial treasury in the palace. There were only 6 bureaus and 24 divisions responsible for managing palace affairs. The Shengsha Bureau was responsible for managing palace furnishings and tents. Most of the crystals were used as decorations, so they were naturally managed by the Shengsha Bureau. Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for crystals again. Naturally, it wasn't that Sun Simiao didn't give him enough crystals, but because of the microscope, he had thought of many other good things that could be made from crystals. Thus, he took this opportunity to ask for more. He could also use his position for personal gain and make some other novel things. After talking about penicillin, Pai Lupi turned his attention back to Li Qingxian. "Ziyu, can we send Qingxian back to Xianda Palace to rest now?" Li Wangyu shook his head. "Uncle, it's best to let Qingxian rest in this palace. After all, I've already used alcohol to disinfect this place, so the chances of Qingxian's wound getting infected are lower. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. However..." Pai Lupi paused and then looked at the people in the palace. "However, no one can say a word about what happened today. I don't want the matter of the crown prince's intestines being cut out to become the talk of the town." Everyone understood what Pai Lupi meant. After all, cutting open someone's stomach and removing their intestines was simply too absurd to the Tang. If this matter were to spread to the outside world, it would damage the crown prince's reputation. Naturally, everyone bowed to receive the order and promised not to spread it out. As for the eunuchs in the Eastern Palace, they were so scared that they all knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to show that they were tight-lipped and swore that they would not reveal anything. These eunuchs had seen this kind of thing many times in the palace. In the imperial palace, the best way to make them shut up and keep secrets was to turn them into dead people. The dead would never speak of secrets. Even if Pai Lupi was an enlightened ruler, he might not be merciful to the servants in the palace. At this moment, he looked at the eunuchs with an unfriendly gaze. It was as if he was contemplating whether or not he should summon the imperial guards to drag these eunuchs out and beat them to death. Li Wangyu saw the eunuchs kowtow like they were pounding garlic and couldn't help but feel pity. Uncle, Qingxian still needs to recuperate here for a few more days and needs people to serve him. These eunuchs have worked hard today. Why don't we let them continue to serve Qingxian here? Hearing this, Pai Lupi thought for a moment and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. When he said this, the eunuchs felt that they had escaped death and didn't dare to say more. They only kowtowed heavily in Li Wangyu's direction a few more times before standing up and silently retreating to the side. Uncle, that Dr. Fengyu and Dr. Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau probably know how I treated Qingxian. Can they keep it a secret? Li Wangyu didn't forget to give Gung Hong and the others a hard time. It doesn't matter. They haven't seen it with their own eyes and won't believe it. I will have the palace guards lock down this palace room. Other than you, no one is allowed to enter or leave until Qingxian fully recovers. Yes, sir. Empress Zhangsun and Li Tai chatted with Li Qingxian for a long time before they were persuaded to leave by Pai Lupi. As for Li Qingxian, he was naturally left to recuperate in this palace room. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei also temporarily stayed in this palace room and were responsible for looking after Li Qingxian. After the sun rose the next day, the beautiful superior returned to Dingzhou village and comforted the old butler, Li Heng, and the others. Pai Lupi had the palace guards lock down the palace room in the eastern palace and didn't mention a single word about Li Qingxian's illness. However, he didn't think that this would lead to a nota storm. In reality, there weren't any secrets to speak of in the eastern palace. Even in this Taiji palace, there were leaks everywhere. As long as there was any movement, the moment Pai Lupi found out, the outside world would be in an uproar. The news that the crown prince had an intestinal abscess that was beyond cure and was on the verge of death had already spread to the hundreds of officials in the imperial court the next day. Towards this, the officials had different reactions. Those who were worried about the crown prince's life were worried that if the crown prince died, the new crown prince would be able to inherit the throne. After Pai Lupi locked down the news of the eastern palace, all sorts of rumors spread. No one knew what was going on with Crown Prince Li Qingxian. There were even officials who guessed that the crown prince had already died, but Pai Lupi didn't want to announce it. As for the aristocratic families led by the 5 families and 7 hopes, they were suddenly energized and felt that they had grasped Pai Lupi's weakness. Within the Zheng family residence in Xinjiang, a banquet was held as usual and a large number of guests were invited. The family heads of the aristocratic families hid in a private room and whispered to each other. Lord Wang, is the news from the palace true? That Li Qingxian really has an intestinal abscess? That's right, there's no doubt about that. I've asked Fengyu of the Medicine Bureau and a few other doctors who have diagnosed Li Qingxian, and they all confirmed that he has an intestinal abscess. Tisk tsk, that means that Li Qingxian is definitely going to die. That should be the case. I've asked many famous doctors, but there's no medicine that can cure intestinal abscess. Needless to say, a brat like Li Qingxian definitely won't be able to survive. I heard Gung Fengyu say that the little bastard surnamed Li wants to cut open Li Qingxian's stomach to cure his intestinal abscess. That can't be true, right? Ha, Lord Wang, you actually believe such ridiculous words? If cutting open someone's stomach can cure an illness, isn't Li Wangyu a Daluo golden immortal that came down to earth? Ha, that's right, that's the case. However, if that's the case, once Li Qingxian dies, it'll be worth us doing something. Last time, we let that bastard Li Shimin use the so-called Dao ancestor to escape a calamity. This time, I'd like to see how he'll escape. Lord Lu, Lord Chui, Lord Wang, I won't hide it from you guys. I've already ordered people to get in touch with the retired emperor. In the private room, Zheng Yuanshou lowered his voice and whispered to the aristocratic family heads. The burning candles in the private room cast the figures of the people on the wall, making them appear especially sinister. Chapter 4:12. In recent days, the atmosphere in Chang'an had become strange. Whether it was the streets or the imperial court, it was filled with the atmosphere of a coming storm. The news that the crown prince was seriously ill and might even have passed away had inadvertently spread throughout the 108 streets of Chang'an. Regarding this, the people were all discussing it. As for the imperial court, the atmosphere was even more strange. Although the daily court sessions seemed to be no different from usual, even a general like Qing Yaojin could sense that something was wrong. In the past, when discussing local government affairs, the officials from aristocratic families would always argue endlessly with the officials who represented the interests of the imperial court. It was not rare for them to quarrel. However, ever since the news of the crown prince Li Qingqian's illness spread, the imperial court had suddenly quieted down. It seemed that when discussing government affairs in the daily court sessions, the officials were absent-minded and hastily finished their work. Qing Yaojin and the other high dukes naturally knew that it had something to do with the crown prince Li Qingqian's illness. Relying on his close relationship with Pai Lupi, he had also indirectly asked Pai Lupi about the crown prince's condition. However, no matter who came to inquire, Pai Lupi only pretended to be profound and smiled without saying anything. Even Qing Yaojin and the other high dukes could not make heads or tails of this. The news that spread from the Eastern Palace was that the eunuchs and palace maids had not seen the crown prince for some time. This news was naturally known by the 100 Horsemen department and reported to Pai Lupi. Li Er only laughed at this and did not care at all. There was no need to care about this kind of nonsense. Once his son fully recovered, he would naturally be able to slap the faces of these gossiping officials. He would visit Li Qingqian in the Eastern Palace every day. Li Qingqian's condition was getting better and better. Pai Lupi, who was originally stubborn, had no choice but to believe that disemboweling someone could really cure the illness. With Li Wangyou's alcohol disinfection and the lethal cephalosporin capsule, as well as the meticulous treatment by Sun Simiao and Lu Xinwei, Li Qingqian's wounds were healed. Not only was Li Qingqian's wound not infected after the surgery, but he could also get off the bed and walk slowly. He would recover in a few days. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't take the 100 Cavalry Department's report to heart. However, Pai Lupi had not expected that by hiding Li Qingqian's illness, he would detonate a huge bomb in the imperial court. On the 7th day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, it was the day of the imperial examination. The 1st and 15th of every month was the time for the imperial court assembly. All civil and military officials above the 9th rank would enter Taiji Palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. The imperial censor Wei Zheng led his subordinates to the Taiji Palace Hall, urging the hundreds of officials to go to work. In the main hall, the officials and civil servants were on the left and the generals on the right. Pai Lupi ascended to the throne, and all the officials kowtowed. After a series of complicated formalities, Pai Lupi had yet to open his mouth when an attendant in the hall suddenly announced loudly, "The retired emperor has arrived." These words caused an uproar among the officials, and Pai Lupi's expression greatly changed. The retired emperor of the Tang dynasty was naturally his father, Li Yuan. Ever since the Xuanwu Gate incident in the 9th year of Wuda, Li Yuan had been forced to abdicate and live in seclusion in Taiji Palace. Although it was called living in seclusion, it was actually more like being imprisoned. But today, Li Yuan had appeared in Taiji Palace without his knowledge. Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Who was so bold? Without Pai Lupi's permission, Li Yuan had actually swaggered out of the palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. This was truly inconceivable. Pai Lupi turned his head and angrily glared at the eunuch serving in the 100 Cavalry Department. "Go and find out who it is that dares to act so recklessly." This eunuch's name was Mitua. He was unknown in history, but he was close to Pai Lupi. He was responsible for conveying news from the 100 Cavalry Department and the palace, and was most trusted by Pai Lupi. Yes. Mituo's face was pale with fear, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and then slowly retreated, disappearing into the back of the hall. When Li Yuan's figure appeared in Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi had no choice but to leave his seat and respectfully kneel in front of all the officials to salute Li Yuan. Greetings to the retired emperor. Although Pai Lupi had obtained his position through the Xuanwu Gate incident, the Tang dynasty promoted filial piety, so Pai Lupi was very respectful in front of Li Yuan, and acted like a good son. Erlang, rise. I haven't left the palace for a long time, and today I want to attend the court meeting. Erlang, you won't object, right? Why would the retired emperor say such a thing? I'm very happy that the retired emperor can attend the court meeting. Pai Lupi immediately stepped forward and carefully helped his father, Li Yuan, to sit on the throne. Although Li Yuan was respectfully called the retired emperor, it was only in name. Many later generations had confused the two concepts of retired emperor and retired emperor. The retired emperor was only a title the current emperor gave to his father out of respect. It had no real political power, and was more of a symbol. As for the retired emperor, he was the emperor above the emperor. The emperor had real power, and he would call himself emperor. He would report all the important matters of the country to the emperor, and he would call himself emperor. However, as the retired emperor, Li Yuan naturally didn't have any power. Pai Lupi forced Li Yuan to abdicate during the Xuanwu Gate incident, so why would he give him any power? Pai Lupi was even more of an actor. In addition to acting as a filial son, in history, after the Black Tortoise Gate, in order to obtain Li Yuan's forgiveness, Li Er actually imitated that milk baby, burrowing into Li Yuan's bosom to suck on his breast, mourning for a long time. It was really hard for people to understand. After Li Yuan sat down, the officials once again bowed and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Pai Lupi sat next to Li Yuan and lightly coughed. Just as he was about to ask the officials what they wanted to discuss, he saw an imperial censor suddenly stand up. Your Majesty, I, Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong of the Imperial Censorate, have something to report. The Imperial Censorate of the Tang dynasty consisted of the Tai Yuan, the Imperial Censorate, and the Censorate. The Tai Yuan was responsible for censoring officials and impeaching those who violated the law. The Imperial Censorate was responsible for censoring officials and the 6 departments of the Minister of State. The Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censorate was not a very high rank, at the 7th rank or higher. Pai Lupi thought to himself, which civil official or general was it that had been caught by this imperial censor? Wang Qing has reported. Your Majesty, this subject has heard that County Magistrate Li Wangyu entered the Eastern Palace 10 days ago with the token Your Majesty bestowed upon him. But for some reason, County Magistrate Hu Xian has not left the palace. Today, County Magistrate Hu Xian is attending court, so why is County Magistrate Hu Xian not attending? This subject wishes to impeach County Magistrate Hu Xian for disrespecting the law and acting recklessly. This is a great disrespect. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. What did Wang Yuanzhong mean by this? Was it really just to impeach Li Wangyu? Or did it have to do with Li Yuan's sudden appearance at the court? Pai Lupi was just about to find an excuse for Li Wangyu when Li Yuan suddenly spoke. Nonsense. That County Magistrate Hu Xian is County Magistrate Li Wangyu? We have heard of this person. He is only 16 years old and is highly regarded by the emperor. At such a young age, he was granted a noble title. Since this is the case, he should be even more loyal to the emperor. Why is he so preposterous as to not even attend the court? Quickly summon that County Magistrate Hu Xian to the hall. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shiver at Li Yuan's words. It seemed that something was about to happen today. Chapter 413. After all, Li Yuan was the Emperor Emeritus in name. Now that he had spoken, Pai Lupi could not refute him in front of all the officials. The eunuch looked inquisitively at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi lightly nodded, indicating that someone should go to the Eastern Palace and summon Li Wangyu to Taiji Palace. Within the main hall, an eunuch immediately ran to the Eastern Palace to summon Li Wangyu. Logically speaking, Li Wangyu should have attended the Lunar Court Assembly on the 1st and 15th of each month. But this fellow was too lazy. He had no interest in getting out of bed before dawn and riding a horse for several dozen kilometers to attend some stupid court assembly. Moreover, the lunar court assembly was only for the announcement of an imperial edict. Under normal circumstances, it was not for discussion and was considered a ceremonial court assembly. Although Pai Lupi would always ask if there was anything to report, this was just part of the procedure. Li Wangyu was a noble, but he had no official position. Thus, every time the lunar court assembly was held, he would find all sorts of excuses to ask for leave. In the end, Pai Lupi just let him do as he pleased. Today was the same. Li Wangyu would rather sit in the Eastern Palace and chat with that devilish brat Li Qingqian than attend the court assembly in Taiji Palace. But it was clear that someone wanted to use today's court assembly as an opportunity to make trouble for him. Just like a few months ago, during the plague of locusts, they wanted to force Pai Lupi to issue an imperial edict. Pai Lupi was well aware that this imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong's sudden mention of Li Wangyu's disrespect for the law was probably just a pretext to make a fuss. Although he was furious, he did not show it on his face. He wanted to see what his father wanted. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu, still dressed in white, to be summoned to Taiji Palace by an eunuch. This subject, Li Wangyu, the founding son of this county, pays respects to the Emperor Emeritus and Your Majesty. Li Wangyu was also confused. Why had he been summoned to the Taiji Palace for no reason? As for Li Yuan, who was sitting on the throne, it was the first time he had seen him, so he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. However, Li Yuan was not polite at all. He opened his mouth and reprimanded, "County head Huxian, why didn't you come to Taiji Palace to pay your respects today? Who gave you the guts to be so impudent?" Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Pai Lupi. What was going on? Pai Lupi rolled his eyes and couldn't help but speak up for Li Wangyu. Replying to the retired emperor, Master Huxian has been treating the crown prince's illness in the Eastern Palace. Today's court meeting was specially permitted by this emperor to not attend. Treat the crown prince? What qualifications does he have to treat my imperial grandson? Zhen heard from the chamberlain that Zhen's imperial grandson is suffering from intestinal obstruction. Erlang, is this true? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Pai Lupi as he asked. That's right. Qingqian is suffering from intestinal obstruction. Li Yuan suddenly slapped the armrest of the throne. His tone was unyielding. Then how is Zhen's imperial grandson now? Why is Li Qingqian nowhere to be seen in the Eastern Palace? What illness is this county head Huxian treating? Li Wangyu couldn't help but say, replying to the retired emperor, His Highness the Crown Prince is already out of danger and is currently recovering. He had yet to finish speaking when Li Yuan shouted explosively, "Shut up! You're full of nonsense. Who has ever heard of intestinal obstruction being treatable? Where is the imperial physician of the medicine bureau?" Among the officials, Gung Hong of the medicine bureau hurriedly stood up. Imperial physician of the medicine bureau, Gung Hong, greets the retired emperor. Zhen asks you, is there a way to treat intestinal obstruction in your medical knowledge? Replying to the retired emperor, intestinal obstruction is incurable. It is a terminal illness. I have practiced medicine for more than 30 years and have never heard of this illness being treatable. Gung Hong continued, however, I have heard that county head Huxian is preparing to cut open His Highness the Crown Prince's abdomen and cut out the ulcerated intestines. He says that this can treat intestinal obstruction. I do not dare to speak nonsense. Perhaps it is because my medical skills are not good enough that I cannot understand county head Huxian's thoughts. Scoundrel, cutting open someone's abdomen. Can that person still live? Is this a treatment or a plot to kill Zhen's imperial grandson? Li Yuan's tone became increasingly agitated. He slapped the armrest of the throne loudly. Pai Lupi watched Gung Fengyu and his father echo each other in the great hall and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He gave Li Wangyu a reassuring look and then said nothing, allowing Li Yuan to do as he pleased. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, the imperial censor of the imperial censorate, Wang Yuanzhong, who had previously threatened to impeach him, stood up again. County head Huxian, tell me the truth. How is His Highness the Crown Prince? Is he still deceased? Nanny? Li Wangyu was taken aback by this fellow's words. What did he mean by the Crown Prince was deceased? Li Qingqian was alive and kicking right now. If it weren't for Pai Lupi forbidding him from showing himself before he recovered, this little brat would have already run wild in the Eastern Palace. When Wang Yuanzhong saw Li Wangyu's dumbfounded expression, he thought that he had grasped Li Wangyu's weakness and left Li Wangyu speechless. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression and bowed to Li Yuan on the throne. Reporting to the retired emperor, if this subject's guess is correct, it seems that the Crown Prince has already passed away. I ask the retired emperor to restrain your grief. This subject wishes to impeach county head Huxian, Li Wangyu, for his treachery and deliberate concealment of the Crown Prince's death. He truly harbors ill intentions. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this fellow. Which eye of his saw that Li Qingqian was dead? He actually dared to speak with such certainty. Was he really not afraid of losing his head? Li Yuan glanced at the stone-faced and silent Pai Lupi and asked, "How can you be so sure that my imperial grandson has already passed away? This matter is of great importance. You cannot speak irresponsibly." Wang Yuanzhong quickly replied, "The retired emperor can ask the Shangyao Bureau's Geng Fengyu about this matter." Geng Hong quickly replied, reporting to the retired emperor, "The Crown Prince fell ill 11 days ago in the Eastern Palace's Xianda Hall. At the time, this subject and 9 doctors under the Shangyao Bureau made a joint diagnosis and confirmed that His Highness the Crown Prince was suffering from intestinal obstruction. This subject can vouch for this with my head. This subject has practiced medicine for many years and rarely has anyone with intestinal obstruction lasted more than 3 days." He then pointed at Li Wangyu. Moreover, that night, County head Huxian falsely issued an imperial edict to Her Highness the Empress, beating this subject and kidnapping the Crown Prince. Later, he falsely claimed that he had cured the Crown Prince. However, other than His Majesty and Her Highness the Empress, no one has seen the Crown Prince's face. Even this subject has never seen the Crown Prince, much less been able to treat him. As for why there has been no news of His Highness the Crown Prince, this subject does not dare to make wild guesses. Li Yuan turned his head to look at Pai Lupi. "Erlang, is this Geng Fengyu speaking the truth?" Pai Lupi was expressionless as he lightly nodded. "Erlang, do you mean that my imperial grandson, the Crown Prince of the Tang dynasty, has already passed away?" Pai Lupi shook his head. "That is definitely not the case. County head Huxian has already said that Qingqian is recovering." "Humph. Since that is the case, why not have the county head Huxian and the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau treat the Crown Prince? Their medical skills are lacking. My medical skills aren't good enough. Erlang, at this point, are you still going to lie to us?" Li Yuan roared as he slapped the armrest of the throne. Pai Lupi naturally did not even bat an eyelid at his father's rebuke. He remained silent and pretended not to hear. Wang Yuanzhong spoke again, reporting to the retired emperor, "The Crown Prince has passed away. This is a warning from the heavens. If one's virtue does not match their position, disaster is certain. If one's virtue is meager, one's position will be honored." The moment these words were spoken, the officials in the hall were in an uproar. Chapter 4:14. Wang Yuanzhong's words caused Noda's Taiji Palace to boil like a pot of boiling oil. Many civil and military officials were dumbfounded by his words. Was this imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong crazy? What was he trying to do? How could he dare to say such words? A warning from the heavens. If one's virtue is not worthy of the throne, there will be disaster. These words were like a sharp sword, stabbing Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Wang Yuanzhong's words were said by Confucius. Weak virtue and high status meant that one's morals and character were not worthy of a revered status. Without a doubt, Wang Yuanzhong's words were reprimanding Pai Lupi for his lack of virtue, which led to the Crown Prince's premature death. This was a warning from the heavens. Wang Yuanzhong was the first person who dared to say that Pai Lupi did not deserve to sit on the throne in this hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the reactions of the officials in Taiji Palace were divided into two factions. The dukes and bigwigs who were loyal to Pai Lupi all rebuked. Qing Yaojin even rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. As for the ministers who came from aristocratic families, they were laughing coldly at the side, not saying a word as they looked at Li Er and Li Yuan who were on the royal stairs. Pai Lupi's face instantly became very ugly. When Wang Yuanzhong said these words, he already knew what was going on today. He never thought that this group of people would be so bold. Pai Lupi gripped the armrest with both hands so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Wang Yuanzhong raised his head and continued to speak in a loud voice. This official believes that the crown prince's death is the fault of your majesty. In the 9th year of Wuda, your majesty raised an army and killed his highness Jiansheng, who was the crown prince at that time. This is the crime of regicide, which is disloyalty. You also forced the retired emperor to abdicate, which is unfilial. His Majesty did such a disloyal and unfilial thing, resulting in the crown prince's premature death today. He didn't care about Pai Lupi's gaze at all. He looked around at the officials in the hall and raised his voice. Your Majesty is not the eldest son of the retired emperor and has no right to inherit the throne. His Majesty had obtained the throne unjustly. Now, retribution had fallen upon the eldest son of His Majesty. That was why the crown prince had died at such a young age. Your Majesty, haven't you learned your lesson? I beseech your Majesty, for the sake of the common people, issue an imperial edict and return the title of retired emperor. After Wang Yuanzhong finished speaking, the Taiji Palace that had been in chaos just a moment ago fell completely silent. He looked straight at Pai Lupi, who was on the royal staircase, with a proud expression on his face. At this point, Wang Yuanzhong felt that he was a moralist today. Even if Pai Lupi immediately ordered people to drag him out and beat him to death, he was not afraid at all. If he, Wang Yuanzhong, was killed by Pai Lupi because of this, he would be a martyr and would be revered by the world. He would be recorded in the history books. 100 years later, 1,000 years later, he would still be a loyal official like Bai Gan. He, Wang Yuanzhong, was not afraid of death. He even wished that right now, Pai Lupi would order him to be executed in Shi City to fulfill his reputation as a martyr. After Wang Yuanzhong finished speaking, nearly half of the officials in the hall suddenly knelt down. They didn't say anything. They just quietly knelt like this, but their gazes were fixed on Pai Lupi. The meaning was self-evident. Forcing the abdication. This was the aristocratic family's overt plot. During the court conference, they used the crown prince's death to mobilize the officials to force Pai Lupi to abdicate, welcome back the retired emperor, and support Li Yuan to ascend the throne again. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Li Yuan returning to the throne was more beneficial to them than Pai Lupi continuing to be the emperor. Pai Lupi was too forceful. Even these 1,000-year-old aristocratic families felt great pressure when facing Pai Lupi. And Pai Lupi was constantly working to weaken the aristocratic family's power. This made the 5 clans and 7 aristocratic families feel even more threatened. Thus, these aristocratic families that wanted to suppress Pai Lupi used the crown prince's death to contact retired Emperor Li Yuan, who had been placed in the depths of the palace. They tried in vain to force Li Yuan to abdicate and return him to the throne. Perhaps in the eyes of later generations, using the crown prince's death to attack Pai Lupi was truly absurd and laughable. Li Wangyu was stupefied as he listened. The civil officials of the Tang dynasty could play like this. They could even say such deceptive words. But in the eyes of the Tang, the crown prince's death was no small matter. Earthquakes, plague of locusts, floods, and other natural and man-made disasters could all be attributed to the emperor's mistakes. Attributing the crown prince's death to Pai Lupi's lack of virtue truly could obtain the approval of the masses. After all, the rulers of China had always proclaimed that they received orders from the heavens, that the emperor was the father of the heavens and the mother of the earth, and that they were the sons of the heavens. Confucius also said that the Son of Heaven received orders from the heavens. Thus, if the Son of Heaven's chosen successor died, the responsibility naturally rested with the Son of Heaven himself. It was the Son of Heaven's lack of virtue that had killed the retired emperor's eldest son, causing the heavens to punish the Son of Heaven and take away his eldest son's life. Wang Yuanzhong's words caused many of the non-aristocratic officials in Taiji Palace to fall silent. For a moment, they didn't know how to retort. The aristocratic families were simply not afraid that Pai Lupi would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Even if Pai Lupi was furious, so what? Could it be that he, Li Er, could order people to kill half of the officials in this hall? If that really happened, not to mention whether or not the Confucian scholars of the world would spit on him, the aristocratic families would definitely sever ties with Pai Lupi. At that time, it would be just like the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. The Tang dynasty would probably fall apart and collapse. Both Shen Yuanshou and Wang Renyu were certain that Pai Lupi wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Pai Lupi's eyes were tightly shut. Li Yuan sat on the throne next to him. He didn't say anything, only smiled and looked at his son. After a long time, Pai Lupi suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Qing, are you done? Wang Yuanzhong was not afraid of Pai Lupi at all. Your Majesty, this subject asks Your Majesty to execute the founder of Hu County, Li Wangyu. This person has misled the public with his lies and falsified imperial edicts. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes and should be executed as a warning to others. Your Majesty, this subject is doing this for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please execute this treacherous subject and return the title of Emperor Taishang. Return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. This subject knows that this subject's words today have offended the dignity of the imperial family. This subject must die 10,000 times. As long as Your Majesty is still the Emperor Taishang, this subject will immediately commit suicide as an apology to Your Majesty. When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. What the hell does this have to do with me? You actually want to execute me? You're really a pig or dog? Pai Lupi indifferently glanced at the kneeling officials in the hall. Then, do you all think the same? In the Taiji Palace, the kneeling officials were silent at first, then they all kowtowed. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong's words are reasonable. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Your Majesty, please put the country first. Some of the officials began to kneel and cry bitterly. Among the hundreds of officials, the heads of the aristocratic families couldn't help but smile. The matter was settled. Sitting on the throne, Li Yuan didn't say anything, but the hint of a smile on his face couldn't be concealed. Now that things had come to this, he was the victor. This was the human heart. In the Taiji Palace, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Suddenly, there was a sneer that attracted everyone's attention. The one who laughed was the treacherous subject that Wang Yuanzhong spoke of, the one who should be executed, Li Wangyu. When he saw the hundreds of officials turn their heads to look at him, he was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and smiled. That. I say, you've made such a scene, but what if His Highness the Crown Prince is still alive? How will you deal with this? Chapter 4:15. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the officials in the hall fell completely silent. Soon after, they began to clamor again. Everyone was shocked by his words. If the Crown Prince didn't die, then today's matter would become a joke. Qing Yaojin couldn't care less about etiquette. He rushed to Li Wangyu and slapped him on the shoulder. Brat, hurry up and tell me what's going on with His Highness the Crown Prince. Is he dead or alive? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Uncle Cheng, didn't I just say it? The Crown Prince has just recovered from a serious illness and is currently recovering. You can't joke about this. Is that true? Li Wangyu shrugged. Why didn't anyone believe the truth these days? Uncle Cheng, why would I lie to you? Even if you don't believe me, didn't His Majesty say it just now? You don't even believe His Majesty's words. Wahaha, that's good. I want to see how these bastards are going to deal with this. Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed. Wang Yuanzhong sneered. How could the crown prince live? Li Qingqian was suffering from intestinal abscess. This was a fact. Unless this county magistrate was a golden immortal, how could he save Li Qingqian? He ignored Li Wangyou's words and treated Li Wangyu as heir. Wang Yuanzhong was just a minor 7th-rank imperial censor. Originally, he was the most insignificant existence in the imperial court. He was like an ant. But so what? Today was the highlight of Wang Yuanzhong's life. He stood straight in the main hall with a smile on his face. So what if Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Their aristocratic families controlled the truth of the world. The truth of the world was in the hands of these aristocratic families. During the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Pai Lupi was able to kill the crown prince Li Jiancheng and force Li Yuan to abdicate. Today, their aristocratic families could also force Pai Lupi to abdicate in the main hall. Gung Hong from the Shangyao Bureau scoffed at Li Wangyou's words. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that Li Qingqian could survive. He also didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Li Qingqian really did survive. Ever since the Wang clan of Taiyuan found him a few days ago and gave him 1,000 taels of gold and 2 beautiful singers, there was no turning back. Of course, the most important reason why Gung Hong dared to accept the gold and beauties from the Wang clan of Taiyuan was because he was certain that Li Qingqian had already passed away. Putting aside the fact that he was confident in his medical skills, if the crown prince was truly fine, why would Pai Lupi need to seal off the news in the Eastern Palace? Since the crown prince's illness had flared up 11 days ago, 10 days had passed. No one in the Eastern Palace had seen the crown prince. Even Gung Hong, the imperial concubine of the Shangyao Bureau, had not seen the crown prince, much less treated him. The meaning of this was self-evident. Besides Gung Hong's words, Wang Renyu and the others also knew that Pai Lupi had ordered people to seal off a secluded palace room in the Eastern Palace. It was surrounded by the imperial guards loyal to Pai Lupi, and not even a fly could get in. Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the other clan heads guessed that this palace was where Li Qingqian's body was being kept. The reason Pai Lupi had kept the funeral a secret was presumably because he was afraid of the unrest in the imperial court. It was precisely because they were certain that the crown prince had passed away that the aristocratic families dared to contact Grand Emperor Li Yuan and choose today's court session to force him to abdicate. How could Pai Lupi have thought of any of this? He only felt that his son's stomach had been cut open, and Li Wangyu had cut out his ulcerated intestines. He felt that this matter would affect the crown prince's reputation, so he sealed off the news and kept it a secret. He originally wanted to wait for the crown prince to recover, and then everything would be calm. No one would know that his son's intestines were missing. He did not expect that the aristocratic families and his own father would give him such a big surprise today. Pai Lupi stared at Wang Yuanzhong, imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong. Wang Yuanzhong was not afraid at all. He smiled and said gently, "Your subject is here." Pai Lupi sneered, "You slandered the crown prince and spoke nonsense about the emperor's father. Do you know your crime?" Wang Yuanzhong's expression did not change. He bowed, "Your subject will die 10,000 times. Your subject will die 10,000 times for the Tang dynasty and for the people of the world. Your Majesty thinks that your subject deserves to die, so your subject is naturally willing to bow my head and stretch my neck for your Majesty to punish. Your subject will die without regrets." Wang Yuanzhong no longer cared about life and death. What joy was there in life? What was there to fear about death? He, Wang Yuanzhong, had already put life and death out of his mind. There was no ripple in his heart. Being able to leave his name in history was his goal. Today, his words would definitely spread throughout the world along with the aristocratic family's mouths. Today, his blood would illuminate the history books. Wang Yuanzhong elegantly tidied up his clothes and smiled at the furious Pai Lupi. On the imperial steps, the originally angry Pai Lupi suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha, Wang Qing, you must think that after today, your name will definitely go down in history? But in my eyes, you are just a jumping clown." Wang Yuanzhong also smiled elegantly, "Your subject's name will be judged by future generations." Pai Lupi sneered, I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Li Wangyu, go to the Eastern Palace and invite the Crown Prince. I want to let these blind people see if my Crown Prince has really died. Li Wangyu immediately accepted the order. He bowed and turned to leave Taiji Palace. As soon as he left, Li Yuan, Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others couldn't help but panic. Could it be that their information was wrong? Crown Prince Li Qingqian was really still alive. If Li Qingqian was still alive and well, then everything that had happened today would really be a farce. A haze flashed through Wang Yuanzhong's heart. He turned to look at Gung Hong and saw that Gung Hong's legs were beginning to tremble. He kept muttering, "Impossible, this is impossible. The Crown Prince has intestinal obstruction. There is no medicine that can cure it. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." The aristocratic family officials who were still kneeling in the main hall were even more at a loss. Silence. In the main hall, no one was interested in talking. Everyone was silent, quietly waiting for the moment when the truth would be revealed. Noda's Taiji Palace fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to have condensed. The distance between the Eastern Palace and Taiji Palace was not close. Everyone in the main hall waited in this anxious and uneasy atmosphere for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Finally, footsteps came from outside Taiji Palace. Everyone turned to look. When they saw who it was, many people in the main hall collapsed to the floor as if their spines had been pulled out. Wang Yuanzhong was even worse. He seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. His calm and relaxed appearance was no longer there. His knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. The person who had come was Li Wangyu. He was holding the hand of the bouncing Crown Prince Li Qingqian. Behind him were Sun Simiao, Lu Shenwei, and a large group of eunuchs and palace guards. Your subject Li Qingqian greets your Majesty and Grand Emperor. Chapter 4:16. After Li Qingqian entered the palace, he respectfully knelt down and paid his respects to his father and grandfather. In formal situations, the Crown Prince still needed to refer to himself as a subject. Although his face was slightly pale, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Qingqian's body was fine. The so-called passing away was even more of a joke. Li Yuan's face was as dark as water, but he had to squeeze out an extremely ugly smile. Our good imperial grandson, you've recovered. In response to Grand Emperor, this subject's illness has recovered. Many thanks for Grand Emperor's concern. We heard that Qingqian had an intestinal abscess. How was it cured? Li Yuan asked again. Grand Emperor, it was this subject's teacher, Li Wangyu, the founder of Hu County, who cured this subject's illness. Li Qingqian very cleverly pointed at Li Wangyu and said with great grievance, this subject heard that some people have cursed this subject to pass away. Grand Emperor, please uphold justice for this subject and punish these bad people. Although Li Qingqian was only 9 years old, being born in a royal family, he matured much earlier than normal children. On the way to Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu had already explained to him what had happened in court today in a few words. Hearing that the aristocratic family officials had actually cursed him to be dead, Li Qingqian, this little brat, was extremely angry. Li Qingqian's words caused Li Yuan's face to redden involuntarily. He had already been embarrassed by Li Qingqian's appearance. Now that his imperial grandson had said this, he felt his old face burn with pain. Wasn't he, Li Yuan, the bad person that Li Qingqian spoke of? Li Yuan coughed lightly and stood up. We are a bit tired and will return to the inner palace to rest. We will leave the matters of court to Erlang. You can handle Qingqian's matters as you see fit. Don't let Qingqian suffer any grievances. Today's so-called abdication had already become a farce. Continuing to stay in the palace would only increase the number of jokes. Li Yuan saw that things were not going well and prepared to slip away. As for those aristocratic families, why would Li Yuan care about their lives? Moreover, Li Yuan also felt resentment towards the aristocratic families. If it weren't for these bastards swearing that Li Qingqian had already passed away, how would he have lost so much face in front of the officials today? Farewell, retired emperor. Pai Lupi smiled and bowed, but he almost laughed out loud in his heart. Hundreds of officials also knelt down one after another to respectfully send off the retired emperor. However, the expressions of those aristocratic family officials were as ugly as they could be. Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong, the two people who stood out, could no longer speak. Their faces were even paler than Li Qingqian, who had just recovered from a serious illness. There was no trace of blood in them at all, and their bodies were trembling. Li Yuan had just walked down the royal stairs and hadn't even gotten into the carriage when he saw Pai Lupi's personal attendant, Mito, hurriedly walk in from outside the hall. Li Yuan had also been on the battlefield for a long time. He immediately noticed the strong smell of blood on Mituo's body. The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty wore the same clothes as the officials, according to their rank. As Pai Lupi's most trusted eunuch, Mituo was pardoned from his position as a lower third-rank official and wore a purple robe. Li Yuan's eyesight was also very good. He was already 60 years old, but he could still keenly notice that there were some fresh bloodstains on Mituo's purple robe. Mituo respectfully bowed to Li Yuan, reporting to retired emperor, "This servant just received a notice that there were a few eunuchs in the Crane Feather Palace who were not clean and had stolen from the palace. This servant acted on my own initiative and beat those eunuchs to death. This servant, as the eunuch of the eunuch, is not strict enough. Please forgive this servant, retired emperor." The Crane Feather Palace was the palace where Li Yuan lived after he abdicated his position. As for the eunuchs that Mituo mentioned, if there was no accident, they must be Li Yuan's remaining trusted eunuchs. This time, the internal and external contact with the aristocratic families was also carried out through these eunuchs. Li Yuan wanted to get angry, but he couldn't say anything. He knew very well that this was a warning from his son. The eunuch of the emperor was an organization that managed the internal affairs of the palace. Mituo was the eunuch of the eunuch, a lower third-rank official. If he wanted to beat a few eunuchs with dirty hands to death, what could Li Yuan do about it? Could it be that he had to shed all pretense of cordiality with his son? After living in the palace for 3 years, Li Yuan was like a tiger without fangs. He had long lost his courage. Mituo's actions were naturally ordered by Pai Lupi. As the eunuch of Pai Lupi, he was the most trusted eunuch. During the 23rd year of Taizong Zhengguan, he was the only eunuch who was given a lower third-rank official position. Pai Lupi had made a rule that the eunuch of the eunuch would not have a third-rank official. Fourth-rank eunuchs were the highest. For Mituo to be given a lower third-rank official position, it could be seen how much Pai Lupi trusted him. He went to Li Yuan's palace to investigate who was colluding with the aristocratic families. Without much effort, he found a few eunuchs in Li Yuan's palace. After getting their confessions, Mituo didn't care about Li Yuan's face and beat the eunuchs to death. Li Yuan could only grit his teeth and bear with Mituo's impudent actions. I know, Li Yuan's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything else. He sat on the carriage and planned to return to the Crane Feather Palace. Mituo stopped in front of the carriage and continued to report. Retired Emperor, I also found that in the Crane Feather Palace, there were concubines in the harem who were disorderly and promiscuous. I also beat them to death. I didn't ask for retired Emperor's permission and acted on my own. I ask for retired Emperor's forgiveness. He said it casually, but in Li Yuan's ears, his body couldn't help but shake. Li Yuan's old face instantly flushed red. His hand trembled as he pointed at Mituo. You have big guts. Mituo didn't say anything. He just smiled and bowed. After a long time, Li Yuan put down his arm. He didn't say anything. He waved his hand and indicated that the eunuchs who were carrying the carriage could leave. In Li Yuan's harem, there were beauties from aristocratic families who were very much favored by him. After he abdicated, there was nothing else to do in the harem. Doting on beauties became his only hobby. From abdication to death, in a few years, Li Yuan, who was 60 years old, gave birth to 17 younger brothers and 18 daughters for Pai Lupi in the harem. He could be called a stallion among stallions. Now, Mituo actually told him so casually that some of his concubines were also beaten to death. This was simply a naked humiliation. But the situation was pressing. Even if Mi Tuo was so presumptuous, Li Yuan could only grit his teeth and endure. Beating his father's eunuchs and concubines to death was just a warning to Pai Lupi. After all, Li Yuan was his father. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only do this. He even had to pretend to be a filial son in front of the officials and the world. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only ridicule in his heart. Hypocritical, really King hypocritical. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Li Yuan, in Li Wangyu's eyes, they were both actors. The Oscars owed them a trophy. After respectfully sending off Li Yuan, Pai Lupi sat back on the throne and smiled at the officials in the hall. These damn aristocratic families. Pai Lupi did not plan to let them off so easily. Today, if he did not peel off a layer of skin, this matter would not be over. Pai Lupi was still thinking about how to deal with these aristocratic families when suddenly, from the crowd of officials, a few people rushed out. They rushed in front of Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong, grabbed their collars and fiercely slapped them. Slandering the crown prince and speaking nonsense about the emperor's father. Who do you think you are? You are worse than pigs and dogs. This old man will beat you to death, you traitor. After a few slaps, Wang Yuanzhong saw stars and was stunned silly. Gung Hong was hit until his face burned with pain. He howled miserably and fell to the ground like mud. Li Wangyu and the others, at this time, felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping in their hearts. Too damn shameless. Chapter 4:17. The ones who rushed out to beat up Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong were none other than Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and other family heads. Bah! Wang Renyu spat on Wang Yuanzhong's face, his face full of indignation. Your Majesty, these two are heartless and unscrupulous. They slandered the crown prince's death and even insulted your Majesty. They are truly wicked beyond redemption. Your Majesty, please kill these two as a warning to others and return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. That's right, Your Majesty. These two beasts are harboring evil intentions. We were careless and were deceived by these treacherous officials. It is our fault for being disrespectful to Your Majesty. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. As soon as Wang Renyu and the others spoke, including the officials from the aristocratic families, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Shameless, truly too shameless. Obviously, in the eyes of Wang Renyu and the others, Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong no longer had any value. They didn't mind pushing these two out for Pai Lupi to vent his anger. In the main hall, the officials from the aristocratic families didn't react any slower than their family heads. They all kowtowed. We were deceived by these treacherous officials. We deserve to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, these two beasts are deceiving the public and slandering the emperor's father. They deserve to be killed. We should die 10,000 times for being deceived by these treacherous officials. Such an unruly and fatherless dog, his death is not worth pitying. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to kill these two beasts. In the main hall, countless officials began to shout and shout. Gung Hong was so scared that he wet his pants. A puddle of stinky yellow liquid flowed out from his crotch. He couldn't care less about this. He desperately kowtowed and banged his head so hard that his forehead was soon covered in blood. Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. I deserve to die. I was blinded by lard, that's why I said those nonsense. Your Majesty, please spare me. As for Wang Yuanzhong, he didn't beg for mercy like a kowtowing bug. He just lay on the ground and shivered. Wang Yuanzhong wasn't afraid of death. He even wanted Pai Lupi to give the order to kill him. But now, he felt a deep sense of fear. He originally thought that he could become a loyal minister like Bygone and leave his name in history. But he didn't expect that Crown Prince Li Qingqian would be completely fine. His bold and visionary words just now had become a big joke. The reprimanding voices from his colleagues in the hall made him shudder even more. Wang Renyu, who was pointing at his nose and scolding him, was his uncle. The reason why he stood out today to take the lead in forcing Wang Rinyu to abdicate was naturally because he was following Wang Rinyu's arrangement. In the Great Hall, Wang Yuanzhong looked around. Many of the people who were pointing at him and cursing him were from the Taiyuan Wang clan. Most of them were related to him by blood, and his uncles were usually very close to him. Ha ha ha! Wang Yuanzhong suddenly became crazy, pointing at Wang Rinyu and laughing. Wang Yuanzhong, you disloyal and unfilial dog, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at my own stupidity. Ha 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 ha, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. I'm laughing at you all for making animals into dogs, using them for sacrifice, and abandoning them after the deed is done. Wang Yuanzhong's words came from Zhuangzi Tianyun, which meant that the straw dogs used for sacrifice were highly valued before the sacrifice. But after the sacrifice was done, they were abandoned and trampled on at will. A straw dog was a fake straw dog. Wang Yuanzhong felt that he was that straw dog, pushed to the front of the stage by the aristocratic families, and now abandoned and trampled on. His maniacal laughter caused Wang Rinyu and the other aristocratic families and ministers' expressions to change. After Wang Yuanzhong finished laughing, he only felt a sweetness in his throat. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood in the Great Hall, and then collapsed on the floor. In fact, Wang Yuanzhong didn't care that Wang Rinyu and the other members of the Wang clan beat him up and insulted him. Even if he was abandoned and trampled on as a straw dog, he wouldn't be surprised. The reason why he spat out blood was mainly because his illusion was shattered. Wang Yuanzhong cared more about his reputation, but now, it was all for naught. Half an hour ago, he thought that he would be able to leave his name in history. But now, it seemed that he, Wang Yuanzhong, was just like Pai Lupi said, a jumping clown. His heart was dead, and there was no greater sorrow than the death of his heart. Qing Yaojin and the others, previously, couldn't wait to skin Wang Yuanzhong, a mere 7th-grade imperial censor. But now, seeing him being beaten up by this group of shameless aristocratic family heads, and being despised by everyone, they even felt some sympathy for this person. Hateful. Lamentable. Pitiful. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the actions of Wang Rinyu and the others. Who were they trying to trick? Did they really think that he, Pai Lupi, was blind? Couldn't see who was behind all this? However, Pai Lupi really couldn't do anything to Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads. Not to mention that he couldn't do anything to Wang Rinyu and the others, he could only reprimand these aristocratic family officials who were still kneeling on the floor and let them go. What else could he do? Should he let the imperial guards arrest all of these officials and send them to the imperial censor's prison? Then the empire of the Great Tang would be finished. Pai Lupi slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, Wang Yuanzhong, now that things have come to this, do you have anything else to say? Wang Yuanzhong crouched on the floor, I only ask for death. If you want to die, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Men, drag Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong away and beat them to death. Beating them to death meant that in front of everyone, they would be beaten to death. Gung Hong cried until his tears and snot flowed. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, but it was no use. He was dragged out of the Taiji Palace by the imperial guards who were like tigers and wolves. They raised the planks and began to beat him. Wang Yuanzhong didn't howl. When he was dragged out, he just stared at Wang Rinyu and the others and kept muttering, Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Heaven and earth are heartless. Outside the palace, the sound of the planks hitting flesh and Gung Hong's howls made all the aristocratic family officials in the palace shudder. Gung Hong's howls became softer and softer, and soon there was no more movement. Not long after, the sound of the planks hitting disappeared and the imperial guards entered the palace to hand in the order. Imperial physician Gung Hong and imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong of the imperial censor were both beaten to death outside the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi smiled and looked at the officials in the palace, Everyone, how should I deal with you now? In the palace, the aristocratic family officials bowed again. We will die 10,000 times, Your Majesty, please punish us." Although these words were pleasant to the ears, everyone knew that this matter was over. The bird that stuck out had been beaten to death, and the aristocratic families had lost face because of Pai Lupi. At most, Pai Lupi would reprimand them a little. Both sides would find a way out and return to their respective homes. Pai Lupi smiled and said nothing. After a while, he suddenly turned to Li Wangyu and asked, "County Magistrate Huxian, how do you think we should deal with them?" Li Wangyu looked at the officials and suddenly smiled. "Your Majesty, since they all say that they will die 10,000 times, why don't we just kill them all?" The palace was in an uproar when he said this. "Li Wangyu, you're worse than a pig or a dog, but you're actually so ambitious." In their hearts, the officials had already developed a relationship beyond friendship with Li Wangyu's 18 generations of ancestors, and they were cursing him endlessly. Chapter 418. Li Wangyu's words not only stunned the officials in the hall, but even Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Wangyu had naturally said this on purpose to disgust these shameless aristocratic clans. In any case, even if he was an idiot in politics, he knew that Pai Lupi couldn't kill these officials. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also a drama queen. He actually played along with Li Wangyu's words. County Magistrate Huxian's words are reasonable. Slandering the emperor's father should be executed. Since that's the case. Before he could finish speaking, the aristocratic clan's officials were already so frightened that their faces turned pale. Li Er must have gone crazy from the shock today, right? Why wasn't he following the script? Could it be that he really dared to kill the more than 300 officials in the hall who were trying to force the emperor to abdicate? Wang Renyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic clan's big shots all paled. If Pai Lupi really did go crazy and killed them all, the Tang dynasty would inevitably fall into chaos. But what was the use of that? Could it save them? Wang Renyu and the others didn't have the resolve to sacrifice themselves for righteousness and leave their names in history. Just as they were feeling awkward, Li Qingxian suddenly stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this subject read from Mencius. If the Son of Heaven is heartless, he cannot protect the four seas. If the feudal lords are heartless, they cannot protect the country. If the ministers and doctors are heartless, they cannot protect the ancestral temple. If the scholars and commoners are heartless, they cannot protect the four bodies. Today, this subject made a mistake, but they have already repented. This subject believes that your Majesty can forgive them. Presumably, they will be grateful for your Majesty's mercy." His words immediately received the approval of the other officials. "His Highness the Crown Prince is wise. Your Majesty, our Tang dynasty is fortunate to have the Crown Prince so intelligent. This is the fortune of our Tang dynasty and our people. Your Majesty, this subject knows his mistake. Today, we were deceived by others and almost made a big mistake. This subject has now completely repented. Please forgive us, Your Majesty." Because of these words, Li Qingxian gained a wave of popularity among the officials. Pai Lupi sat on the throne and looked at the officials with a smile. When no one was paying attention, he turned his head and glared at Li Wangyu. "Don't think that we didn't see that you pushed Li Qingxian out just now." Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and grinned at Pai Lupi, revealing 8 white teeth. Pai Lupi stood up, and the hall suddenly quieted down. "Everyone, although you all have ulterior motives today, we do not intend to let you all be punished for your words. Am I such a narrow-minded person? Since the Crown Prince is pleading on your behalf, then today's matter will end here. I will not pursue this matter any further. But all of you, please remember that you should be loyal to the monarch if you want to eat his salary. Don't make a mistake." Pai Lupi's words caused the officials in the hall to fall to their knees. "Your Majesty is wise." Li Wangyu couldn't help but curl his lips. "Bluff, keep bluffing. If you aren't punished for your words, then what's going on with those 2 bloody corpses outside Taiji Palace? Pai Lupi, why don't you explain this?" Of course, he only dared to criticize in his heart. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and cursing Pai Lupi, he heard Pai Lupi say in a loud voice, "Where is son of Huxian, Li Wangyu?" Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward. "This official is here. Son of Huxian, Li Wangyu, is brimming with talent and erudite. Today, Li Wangyu saved the crown prince and should be rewarded for his service. He is granted the title of County Count, and the title of County Count. 700 households. He will be rewarded with 200,000 taels of gold for his service. Nanny? Another title? County Count?" Li Wangyu felt his mind go blank. He had been conferred the title of Count by Pai Lupi. Being conferred the title of County Count by Pai Lupi didn't make Li Wangyu happy. On the contrary, he wanted to cry. He really couldn't live like this. He had originally thought that it would be difficult to get Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun to agree to him marrying a beautiful superior. Now that his title had been increased, wouldn't he be forced to elope with his beautiful superior? "Pai Lupi, King did this on purpose, didn't you? Biting the hand that feeds you. Not a son. Return 200,000 taels of gold, not fess. Do you dare to directly say 200,000 copper coins?" Li Wangyu really wanted to ask Pai Lupi, "Why was your family's gold not gold, but copper coins?" This official, Li Wangyu, accepts the decree and thanks for your kindness. Li Wangyu really wanted to refuse, but in front of all the civil and military officials, he couldn't not give Pai Lupi face. He could only squeeze out an ugly smile and accept the decree. Inside the Taiji Palace, all the officials were speechless. It had only been a few months, and Li Wangyu had turned from a commoner to a county official who had founded the country. All the officials were secretly muttering in their hearts. In the past few months, they had already sent people to Dingzhou village to deliver congratulatory gifts twice. Now, after the court, they had to do it again. Giving gifts was also stressful, okay? This was too frequent. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were laughing so hard that their eyes almost couldn't be seen. Their teacher had been conferred the title of Count again, this was worthy of celebration. The Tang dynasty had always been very cautious when it came to conferring titles. Many old officials would only be conferred the title of Count when they passed away. But Li Wangyu's title was like it didn't cost money. In just a few months, he had been conferred the title 3 times. Even Yu Shinan, an old member of the Duke of Qin's household and a great scholar of the era, had yet to be conferred the title of Count. In history, Yu Shinan was only conferred the title of Count of Yongxing by Pai Lupi in the 7th year of Zhenguan era. From this, it could be seen that titles were definitely not cabbages in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was the county count of the founding of the country. He was at least a 4th-rank official and was already 1 foot into the ranks of the top nobles. Of course, the title of Count of the Tang dynasty was only an honor. Other than not having to pay taxes and being able to live in a village, which allowed them to enjoy the same treatment as officials, there weren't many other benefits. It was different from the title of Count of the West. Although later generations used the title of Count of the West to translate the title of Count of the West, the rights of the two sides were completely different. The title of Count of the West was a hereditary fief, and the fief had a high degree of autonomy. The title of nobility in Huaxia was basically a symbol. If one did not enter the imperial court and hold an official position, they would not have any rights to speak of. Even so, the hundreds of officials in the hall, except for Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Chen Yaojin, and Qin Xiong, were all envious of Li Wangyu. Congratulations, County Earl Hu. Congratulations to the Count of Huxian for being rewarded by His Majesty. Although they had just been disgusted by Li Wangyu, the officials from the aristocratic families still had to force smiles and congratulate Li Wangyu. Only the people from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, including Wang Renyu, did not come to congratulate Li Wangyu. The higher Li Wangyu's title rose, the more the Taiyuan Wang clan's face was slapped. The Taiyuan Wang clan's annulment of the marriage with County Earl Hu, County Earl Hu, had long become an unavoidable topic in Chang'an. It was widely used and spread widely. Perhaps only the tea eggs and pickled mustard stalks of the future could compare. After Li Er increased Li Wangyou's nobility in front of everyone, he looked at Sun Simiao and his disciple Lu Shenwei. "Where is Lu Shenwei?" "I am here." Lu Shenwei's medical skills are superb, and he is young and promising. He helped County Earl who treat Crown Prince Li Qingqian and has contributed to the country. I hereby confer Lu Shenwei the title of Minister of Medicine. I accept the decree and thank you for your kindness. In truth, Pai Lupi wanted to confer Sun Simiao a title, but the old Taoist still refused. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only take a step back and confer Lu Shenwei the title of Minister of Medicine. Originally, Lu Shenwei was invited to the Imperial Hospital by Li Ji in the 4th year of Xianqing. But because of Li Wangyou's interference, Lu Shenwei entered the Minister of Medicine 31 years earlier. Moreover, he was promoted to rank 5 Minister of Medicine, which surprised Li Wangyou. No matter what, a promotion was a good thing. Chapter 419. After awarding Li Wangyou and Lu Shenwei, Pai Lupi announced the end of the court session. The curtains were drawn to the lunar court examination on the 7th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan. The so-called attempt to force the emperor to abdicate was more like a joke. But in truth, Pai Lupi only felt joy and even fear. If Li Wangyou had not risked everything and sent a fake edict to kidnap Li Qingqian would probably have already died. At that time, if the aristocratic families used this opportunity to force the emperor to abdicate, he might really be in trouble today. At that time, no matter what Pai Lupi chose, the consequences would not be good. After all, it was only the 2nd year of Zhengguan, and Pai Lupi had only been on the throne for 3 years after the Xuanwu Gate incident. His status and reputation had not yet reached its peak. Li Yuan still had tremendous prestige in the royal court at this time. If he had used the crown prince's death and the hundreds of officials forcing the emperor to abdicate, Li Yuan might have had a chance to return to the throne. After understanding all this, Pai Lupi could only rejoice that he had such a capable nephew like Li Wangyou. He also rejoiced that he had forced Li Wangyou to take Li Qingqian as his disciple. Pai Lupi was very proud of this. What he did not know was that if Li Wangyou had not taught Li Qingqian how to make ice cream, his son would not have gotten this intestinal blockage. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. The various events of the court session were quickly spread by the hundreds of officials to all of Chang'an's 108 markets. The common people were not interested in discussing the matter of forcing the emperor to abdicate. To the common people, it made no difference who sat on the throne in Taiji Palace. But they were rather interested in the matter of the crown prince, who was rumored to have died, being brought back to life by County Count Hu's miraculous hands. Even the crown prince with intestinal blockage could be saved. This was truly inconceivable. All the doctors and medical workers in Chang'an had said in unison that there was no cure for intestinal obstruction, which made Li Wangyou even more mysterious. Li Wangyou, who was worshipped by many people as the god of wealth, was now rumored to be a Daluo golden immortal who had descended to the mortal world. He could regrow flesh and blood and had the ability to bring people back from the dead. Li Wangyou's name was so popular in Chang'an that he could be said to be an internet celebrity of the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, cameras had not been invented in the Tang dynasty. In Noda's Chang'an, only a few people knew Li Wangyou. Otherwise, he really didn't need to go out. Walking on the streets, he would definitely be surrounded by people like a rare animal. The rumors about County Count Li Wangyou's medical skills became more and more exaggerated, and many nobles and officials even believed them. After all, this was what Pai Lupi had said in front of everyone in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyou had even been promoted to county count because he had saved the crown prince. Therefore, many officials and generals who were ill really went to Dingzhou village in Huxian to ask Li Wangyou for medical treatment. Li Wangyou felt extremely annoyed about this. How could he know any medical skills? He had only saved Li Qingqian by chance. Moreover, the ones who had actually operated on Li Qingqian were Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. He had only been talking from the side. Facing the officials who were asking for medical treatment, Li Wangyou could only patiently explain over and over again that he didn't know how to treat illnesses and didn't know any medical skills. The one who had saved Crown Prince Li Qingqian was the divine doctor Sun Simiao. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Li Wangyu could only introduce Sun Simiao to them. Fortunately, Sun Simiao was now in the Xianwei outside Dingzhou village, so these nobles and officials who had specially come to see him wouldn't have made a wasted trip. Sun Simiao's reputation was big enough. After all, even Pai Lupi knew about him. With an old immortal like Sun Simiao treating them, these officials who had specially come to Dingzhou village weren't disappointed. Even so, many officials expressed their doubts about Li Wangyu's claim that he didn't know any medical skills. In private, they felt that county count who was too arrogant. The fact that his master was a divine doctor naturally couldn't be hidden from the villagers of Dingzhou village. After all, the villagers of Dingzhou village had to travel to Chang'an City every day. Most of them were well-informed merchants. They were like taxi drivers in the future when it came to all kinds of news in Chang'an. They belonged to the profession that was the most well-informed. However, the villagers of Dingzhou village, from the old village chief to the naughty children in the village, had long been accustomed to Li Wangyu's shocking abilities. Even when their master was given a title and became the county count of the founding county, most of the villagers' reactions were, "Oh, Lang Jun has been given a title again. Amazing, amazing." After that, there was no more after that. They each went about what they were supposed to do and were quite calm. After all, to be given a title 3 times in a few months was too frequent. It really wasn't exciting. Even the old housekeeper Li Heng's first reaction when he learned that his Lang Jun had been given a title by the saint was, the plaque that was hung on the door of the manor with the words, "Founding County Count," written not long ago was a waste, a waste. The villagers of Dingzhou village mostly had the same thought. However, none of the villagers came to seek medical treatment like those nobles and officials. It wasn't that they didn't trust Li Wangyu's medical skills, but they felt that they had minor illnesses such as headache and fever. They felt embarrassed to trouble Li Wangyu, the great magic doctor. Moreover, since the Xianwei temple on the hillside outside the village was completed, the villagers of Dingzhou village immediately jumped to the top of the Tang dynasty's medical conditions. It could be said that they were full of happiness. Sun Simiao didn't come to Dingzhou village alone. He was fooled by Li Wangyu's penicillin and wanted to develop a new drug here. Of course, he had to bring his disciples along. Sun Simiao was 90 years old. Naturally, Lu Shenwei wasn't the only disciple Sun Simiao had. Now, in the Xianwei temple, there were 27 disciples of Sun Simiao, all of whom were proficient in the art of ointment. Sun Simiao's pursuit was to enter Taoism through medicine. He didn't refuse anyone who came to seek medical treatment. Regardless of their status, nobles, officials, or villagers, they were all treated equally. Therefore, whenever the villagers had headaches, fevers, or bumps, they would go to the Xianwei temple to ask the Taoist priests for help. No one dared to disturb their master because of these minor illnesses. Li Wangyu was naturally happy to see this happen. He felt that it was a wise decision to trick Sun Simiao into coming to Dingzhou village. However, there were always exceptions to everything. On this day, Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking tea with his legs crossed. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the Li family's old residence. "Lang Jun, help! Someone is going to die. Lang Jun, please save my wife." The old butler, Li Heng, hurriedly ran to open the door. A person stumbled in from outside. It was Carpenter Lu's eldest son. "Lu Dalong, why are you in such a panic?" "Don't worry, speak slowly." Li Wangyu quickly stood up and asked. Lu Dalong's forehead was covered in sweat. He said in a panicked tone, "Lang Jun, my wife is going to give birth today." Li Wangyu was baffled. "Damn, what does your wife giving birth have to do with me? Go find the midwife." However, Lu Dalong quickly said, "The midwife said that my wife's fetus is not in the right position. She's afraid that she'll have a difficult labor. I'm afraid that she won't be able to save the child. Lang Jun, please save them." As Lu Dalong spoke, he knelt down in front of Li Wangyu and kowtowed repeatedly. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Difficult labor? What's the use of looking for me? Chapter 420. As an ordinary person in the future, if someone suddenly came to you and told you that your wife was having a difficult labor and asked you to save her, your first reaction would be to be very confused. Li Wangyu was the same. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Dalang's wife was having a difficult labor. Why was she looking for him? Lu Dalang, you idiot. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask old immortal's son for help. Why are you looking for me? Lu Dalang said with a crying face, my father has already asked old immortal's son for help. He said the same thing. He said that my wife's child is in a wrong position and the umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck. He can't do anything. Lang Jun, please save my wife and child. Li Wangyu was even more dumbfounded when he heard that Sun Simiao couldn't do anything. If even the king of medicine couldn't do anything, what could he do? While he was in a daze, he heard a commotion outside. His beautiful superior, who had come out to see what was going on, heard that Lu Dalang's wife was having a difficult labor. She subconsciously blurted out, hurry up and do a cesarean section. Why are you still in a daze? What? Cesarean section? Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful superior in a daze. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Who knows how to do a cesarean section? Is it you or me? Or Sun Simiao? Wangyu, you and Sun Simiao can perform an appendectomy for Li Qingqian. You should be able to do a cesarean section, right? Li Wangyu was speechless. How could they be the same thing? Besides, if they cut open Lu Dalang's wife's stomach, how could they prevent her wound from getting infected? They didn't have any cephalosporin capsules. As for the penicillin that Sun Simiao wanted, they couldn't even find it. If they really cut open Lu Dalang's wife's stomach, whether she could survive or not would depend on her luck. Wangyu, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up, it's more important to save people. The beautiful boss was also anxious and pushed Li Wangyu out. I. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he started sweating. He said incoherently, ask Niu Wu to bring the alcohol from home. Sai, what's going on? Got it. Hurry up and go. I'll have Niu Wu send the things over later. The beautiful boss said anxiously. Li Wangyu was at his wit's end. He could only wait and see. He could only follow Lu Dalang out of the manor and jog towards Carpenter Lu's house. Lu Dalang thought that Li Wangyu was running too slowly, so he bent down and carried Li Wangyu on his back before running home. This fellow was worried about his wife, so he ran as fast as he could. However, Li Wangyu, who was lying on his back, was jolted so much that he almost vomited. When Lu Dalang ran back to his house and put Li Wangyu down, Li Wangyu's little face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He glared at Lu Dalang angrily, but he didn't have the time to find trouble with this idiot. He hurried into the house. Since ancient times in Huaxia, giving birth to a child was akin to a woman breaking through the gates of hell. Not to mention these ordinary peasant women, even in the imperial palace, there were countless concubines who had died because of difficult childbirth. Lu Dalang's wife had a difficult birth. That was basically a step into the bridge of helplessness. Li Wangyu didn't care about the taboo between men and women. He pushed the door open and entered the house. Lu Dalang wanted to follow him in, but he was stopped by his father, Carpenter Lu. You idiot, the woman inside is giving birth. Why are you going in? Then why did Lang Jun and old immortal son go in? Lu Dalang wasn't convinced and said with a stiff neck. He was worried about his wife, so he didn't care about these things. Nonsense, who is Lang Jun? He and old immortal son are miracle doctors, do you understand? Are miracle doctors human? Li Wangyu, who had just stepped into the house, almost tripped when he heard Carpenter Lu's words. What is this old man talking about? How am I not human? He didn't care about the topic of whether he was human or not. He looked at Sun Simiao and asked, Old immortal son, how is Lu Dalang's wife? Is she in danger? Sun Simiao shook his head. I'm at my wit's end. The umbilical cord is wrapped around the fetus neck, and it's not in the right position. I'm afraid it's difficult to save the child. Hey, County Count Hu, do you have any ideas? Ever since Li Wangyu suggested a cesarean section to cut out Li Wangyu's ulcerated intestines and really save the crown prince, Sun Simiao had an inexplicable expectation for Li Wangyu. He felt that this young county count might have some strange ideas. As expected, Li Wangyu did not disappoint him. However, the words that came out of his mouth stunned Sun Simiao. Yes, we can only do a cesarean section now. A cesarean section? How? Cut open the stomach, take out the fetus, and then suture the wound. Li Wangyu said it very simply. It wasn't that he was a man of few words, but that he only knew so much about a cesarean section. Who the hell knew how to perform a cesarean section? Li Wangyu also felt wronged. He was a student at a second-tier university who majored in e-commerce. How did he fall to the point where he had to perform surgery to save someone's life? It was a shame for the education he had received over the years. It's that simple. Why don't we give it a try? Sun Simiao was a little tempted. It seemed to be the same when he treated Li Qingqian. Cut open the stomach, cut out the intestines, and suture the wound. This woman couldn't give birth, so it seemed like it could be done. Let's give it a try. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and sighed. He could only give it a shot. Whether Lu Dalong's wife could survive or not was up to fate. Anyway, Lu Dalong's wife would definitely die without the surgery, so he might as well take a gamble. Then quickly send this young lady to the visualization room. After I came back from Chang'an, I imitated the Eastern Palace's surgery room and set up the operating room you mentioned. It's just right for today, Sun Simiao said without hesitation. Medical fanatic Sun Simiao had tried surgery once, so he was naturally very interested in it. When he was taking care of Li Qingqian in the Eastern Palace, he asked Li Wangyu about surgery every day. What was surgery, how to set up the operating room, what surgical instruments were needed, why did they have to use alcohol to disinfect, and so on. Li Wangyu was often speechless. He could only rely on the common sense and imagination he had learned from watching television dramas to deal with the curious baby, Sun Simiao. After returning from Chang'an, Sun Simiao immediately ordered someone to set up an operating room, intending to study surgery in depth. It came in handy today. Li Wangyu nodded and walked out of the room. He said to the anxious father and son of the Lu family, Lu Dalong, old immortal son, and I can try to save your wife, but we might not be able to save her. The risk is great. Are you willing to give it a try? Lu Dalong and his father looked at each other and knelt down without hesitation. Yes, I'm willing. Lang Jun, please save my aunt. If anything happens, I won't complain. That's my wife's life. Lang Jun, old immortal son, please treat her. In this era, there were no such things as medical disputes in the future. Not to mention, Lu Dalong knew that his wife's life was in danger. She could die at any time. If they really couldn't save her, the father and son of the Lu family couldn't blame Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. They still had to thank them for saving her. Li Wangyu didn't argue and ordered, if that's the case, immediately carry your wife to the visualization room and prepare for surgery. Lu Dalong naturally didn't understand what surgery was, nor did he dare to ask. He hurriedly removed the door planks and asked the midwife and his mother to dress his wife. Together with his father and two brothers, they carried the groaning auntie to the manifestation realm. Chapter 421. After the father and son of the Lu family carried Lu Dalong's wife to the temple, they could only wait anxiously in the temple and pray silently for the Tao ancestors' protection. In the operating theater of the Taoist temple, Li Wangyu was in a dilemma. There was no other reason. In order to perform the surgery, he had to first disinfect and take off Lu Dalong's wife's clothes. There were no such things as surgical gowns these days. Neither Li Wangyu nor Sun Simiao had thought of preparing such things. With the sanitary conditions of the Tang dynasty, the clothes on Lu Dalong's wife's body were not hygienic at all. There might be a lot of bacteria. What made Li Wangyu feel troubled was not only the problem of taking off her clothes. He seemed to remember that before performing a cesarean section, he had to prepare the pregnant woman's hair. That meant, cough, 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 that was to shave off the body hair to prevent bacterial infection. At this moment, only Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were in the operating theater. After all, he was delivering a woman's child. Sun Simiao was too embarrassed to ask his disciples to help. The old Taoist priest was prepared to perform a cesarean section on Lu Dalang's wife himself. Anyway, he was a doctor and was 90 years old. He no longer had to care about these things between men and women. As for Li Wangyu, in Sun Simiao's opinion, he was just a young man. His hair was not fully grown yet, so there was no need to avoid him. Besides, Sun Simiao did not even know what a cesarean section was. Without Li Wangyu's help, the old Taoist priest was not confident. This was a living human life. If something went wrong, 2 lives would be lost. He could not be careless. Li Wangyu wanted to hide, but he was stopped by the old Taoist priest. He had no choice but to stay. Old immortal son, that, cough, cough, we have to take off her clothes first. Li Wangyu's face was red as he pointed at Lu Dalang's wife who was moaning on the operating table. Lu Dalang's wife was in so much pain that her forehead was covered in sweat. However, when she heard this, she could not help but widen her eyes in fear and shake her head repeatedly. No, how can this be? I'm a woman. Lu Dalang's wife protested in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. She would rather die than be naked in front of Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu. Although the people of the Tang dynasty were civilized, unlike the Ming and Qing dynasties where people were confined by feudalism, it was still difficult for Lu Dalang's wife to bring up this matter. If Li Wangyu had accidentally transmigrated to the Ming and Qing dynasties, then there was no need to think about a cesarean section at all. The patient's family members would rather watch the patient die of pain than let them save the patient. The Ming dynasty's medical practice specifications stated, even if you are separated by curtains, you must cover your hands with gauze. Needless to say, a male doctor delivering a baby to a woman. In the book, there was a woman named Ma who would rather die than see a male doctor because of an indescribable disease. Madame Ma said, I would rather die than let a man see this illness. In the end, Madame Ma died, but she was praised by the people of her time for being a woman of virtue, which was lamentable. Lu Dalang's mother-in-law was now mostly shy like a woman and not bound by etiquette and morals. Sun Simiao frowned slightly. Madame Lu, if you don't do this, I'm afraid that today will be the day you die. That's a corpse and 2 lives. Have you thought it through? I and the county magistrate are both doctors. As the saying goes, doctors have the heart of parents. Do you need to avoid your parents like this? Sun Simiao's words made Lu Dalang's mother-in-law fall silent. In the end, she suppressed her shyness and closed her eyes. She nodded slightly to show that she agreed. Sun Simiao picked up the scissors and handed it to Li Wangyu, indicating that he should cut open Lu Dalang's mother-in-law's clothes. Old immortal son, why don't you go? Li Wangyu swallowed and asked anxiously. Sun Simiao's face turned red, but he pretended to be calm. I have to prepare for the surgery. I don't have time. Although he had persuaded Lu Dalang's wife, Sun Simiao had never had the experience of making a female patient take off her clothes completely. He was embarrassed. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao stared at each other. Neither of them knew what to do. Just as they were struggling, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Their beautiful boss rushed in with alcohol. Seeing their beautiful boss come in, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were secretly relieved. Changqing, you came at the right time. Help Lu Dalang's wife cut open her clothes. Oh, right, you also need to prepare the hair. Hee, you do it. Li Wangyu quickly handed over the scissors and signaled for his beautiful boss to help. Su Changqing also knew that Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were inconvenienced, so he hurried over to help. Without saying anything, he took the scissors and started working. Li Wangyu quickly took the alcohol and sprayed it everywhere in the operating room. He also disinfected Sun Simiao's surgical instruments one by one and prepared for the surgery. At this time, Lu Dalong's wife on the operating table was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Her screams were getting louder and louder. Lu Dalong, his father, and brother, who were outside the door, were all worried. Fortunately, there was no lack of all kinds of herbs in the microscopic world. Sun Simiao gave Lu Dalong's wife anesthetic powder and pierced the acupuncture points on her abdomen to stop the pain. After drinking the anesthetic powder, Lu Dalong's wife quickly fell asleep. However, when he heard that his wife's voice was no longer in the operating room, Lu Dalong's heart tightened again. He grabbed his father's arm and asked, "Father, what's wrong? Why is there no sound? My wife, she couldn't have." Bah, what are you talking about? With old Immortal and Lang Jun helping your mother-in-law deliver the baby, there's no need to worry about that laborious surgery. Carpenter Lu comforted his son, as well as himself. However, they didn't know that there was an academic debate going on in the operating room. "Madam Su, are you sure you should cut from here? When I was performing the surgery on the Crown Prince, I cut from here." Sun Simiao held the shining scalpel and kept gesturing on Lu Dalong's wife's big belly. It was very scary. The beautiful boss used her hand to gesture on Lu Dalong's wife's belly. "It must be cut here, there's no mistake. My best friend had a cesarean section, and the scar on her belly was in this position. I remember very clearly that she complained that she didn't look good in a bikini." Before Su Changqing could finish speaking, Li Wangyu covered her mouth with his hand. She then realized that she seemed to have let it slip. "Madam Su, what do you mean by best friend? Is it the meaning of best friend? Has someone done a cesarean section? Who is so amazing? Why haven't I heard of it? Then what is a bikini?" Sun Simiao frowned and asked. Li Wangyu quickly changed the topic. Cough, old immortal son, now is not the time to ask about this. Saving the baby is more important. Lu Dalong's wife can't hold on for long. Sun Simiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He raised the lancet again. "Then I'll cut it." "Cut it. However, old immortal son, you must be careful. Don't hurt the baby inside." "I know." After all, Sun Simiao was an expert who could live for more than 140 years. Although he was already 90 years old, his hands didn't tremble and his eyes didn't blur. He firmly held the lancet in his hand and gently cut open Lu Dalong's wife's belly. Chapter 422. Lu Dalong, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the operating room, heard a woman's scream from inside the room. He couldn't help but tremble in fear and almost fell to the ground. Father, what's going on?" Carpenter Lu was also frightened. I don't know. Dalong, don't be afraid. The voice just now didn't sound like your wife's. It sounded like Mrs. Su's voice." "That's right. It's Mrs. Su's voice," Carpenter Lu's other two sons quickly replied. Only then did Lu Dalong feel a little relieved. Then, he realized something. "What's Mrs. Su's name? Could it be?" "Don't think too much. It's nothing. Old immortal son and Lang Jun are here." Carpenter Lu comforted himself. The four of them were confused. They couldn't understand what was going on in the operating room. As for Lu Dalong's mother, she was at a loss. She could only murmur, Dao ancestor bless, Dao ancestor bless." The one who screamed was their beautiful superior. When Sun Simiao used the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, blood immediately seeped out. Su Changqing, who had never seen such a scene, was shocked and couldn't help but scream. Her scream scared Sun Simiao so much that his hand trembled and the incision was almost crooked. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao both raised their heads and glared at their beautiful superior with dissatisfaction. She also realized that her performance just now was too embarrassing. She quickly covered her face with her hands and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't react in time and was scared. Chongqing, go prepare some hot water so that we can wash the child later. Also, ask the Lu family to prepare some loose clothes so that we can change into them after the operation. The embarrassing preparations before the operation had already been completed by their beautiful superior. Li Wangyu saw that she was so afraid of seeing blood, so he simply sent her away. Li Wangyu was forced to go through 2 surgeries for no reason. He realized that he had also trained himself. At least when he saw Sun Simiao use the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, he didn't feel nauseous to the point of vomiting. Li Wangyu didn't even feel that the Lu family's daughter-in-law was beautiful when he saw her lying naked on the operating table. After all, a woman with a big belly and a big bloody wound was not something a normal person would think of as erotic. The beautiful boss did not refuse. She obediently left the operating theater. As soon as she came out, she was immediately surrounded by Carpenter Lu's family. Lady Su, how's my mother-in-law? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Where's Eva? Has the baby been born yet? The beautiful boss couldn't help but feel a little nauseous when she thought of the bloody wound just now. She frowned and covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing her disgust as she replied, she hasn't given birth yet. Old immortal son just cut open your wife's abdomen. What? Cut open the abdomen? Lady Su, what do you mean by that? Oh my god, this person's stomach has been cut open. Can he still live? My poor son. The beautiful boss didn't know how to explain it to Carpenter Lu's family. She could only comfort them with Li Qingqian's matter. Have you forgotten how old immortal's son and the others saved the crown prince? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Although she said that, Carpenter Lu's family was still scared to death. No one would be able to remain calm after hearing such a thing. The whole family began to cry silently, thinking that their daughter-in-law would not be able to live. In the operating theater, Sun Simiao was still discussing with Li Wangyu how to proceed with the operation. County Count Hu, this is the uterine palace. The fetus is inside. Where should we cut open the uterine palace? How long should we make the incision? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How would he know? It was better to leave it to fate. Sun Simiao was also skilled and daring. Although he had never done surgery before, he still dared to do it. Seeing that Li Wangyu couldn't give any suggestions, he decided to cut open the uterine palace based on his own feelings. When Sun Simiao took out a wet and wrinkled baby from the womb of the Lu family's daughter-in-law, Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. This old Taoist was really a god. As expected of the king of medicine. He could even succeed like this. He didn't care about the filth and quickly reached out to take the baby. He held the baby clumsily and carefully. Seeing that the baby didn't move, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a plot he had seen in a TV series. He reached out and slapped the baby's butt heavily. Suddenly, the baby in his arms cried loudly. The sound was so loud that Li Wangyu felt his ears ring. Outside the operating theater, Carpenter Lu's family, who were already in tears, was stunned when they heard the baby's cry. The next moment, expressions of wild joy appeared on the faces of Carpenter Lu's family. Lu Dalong grabbed his 2 brothers. My baby, it's my baby. Second brother, third brother, did you hear that? It's my baby crying. Ha ha ha, Lu Dalong, have a baby. He was ecstatic when Carpenter Lu slapped his head. What are you laughing about? We don't even know if your wife is dead or alive. When he heard his father's words, Lu Dalong's face fell again. However, when he heard the baby crying in the room, he couldn't help but smile. At this time, the beautiful boss also brought hot water. She was also surprised when she heard the baby crying. Wangyu, the baby is born. Is it a boy or a girl? Li Wangyu looked down at the baby in his arms and replied with disdain, a boy, a money-losing product. Construction bank. The beautiful boss couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. If Lu Dalong heard what you said, he would definitely fight you to the death. This is the Tang dynasty. They want to have a boy. Li Wangyu curled his lips. I like girls. It's so good to have a sweet little jacket. Hee, Changqing, let's have a daughter in the future, okay? The beautiful boss blushed a little when she heard what he said. She glared at him and carefully reached out to wash the baby in the warm water. Neither of them had any experience in taking care of a baby. After a while, they finally cleaned the baby and wrapped it in the cloth they prepared. Li Wangyu couldn't help with the rest. He simply carried the baby out of the operating room with the beautiful boss. Sun Simiao was left to clean up the mess and suture the wound. Now that the unprecedented cesarean section was done, the baby was born safely. However, whether the Lu family's daughter-in-law could survive or not depended on whether she was lucky enough. Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about it. When the beautiful boss came out of the operating room with the baby in her arms, Carpenter Lu and his family all knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, you are my reborn parent. I won't forget you saving my life. I'll repay you with everything I have. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Ha, congratulations, Dalong. You gave birth to a boy. Carpenter Lu, congratulations on having a grandson. You don't have to worry that no one will inherit your family's good craftsmanship. When he heard that it was a boy, Carpenter Lu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. This baby was the eldest grandson of the Lu family. Lu Dalong's mother hurriedly took the baby and carefully held it in her arms. She even chased Lu Dalong away when he wanted to look at the baby. When the midwife said that the mother and child were in danger, Carpenter Lu and his family felt that the sky was falling. However, they didn't expect Li Wangyu to pull them out of the abyss. Carpenter Lu looked at the crying baby. Just as he got up from the ground, he knelt down again. Lang Jun, please give this baby a name. Without Lang Jun's help, this little thing wouldn't have had the chance to be born. Lang Jun, please give this baby a name. A name? Li Wangyu was a little confused. He was the least talented when it came to naming. Surname Lu. What name should he give a boy? Urgent, waiting online. Chapter 423. Hearing Carpenter Lu's words, his beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu's bad naming skills were also well known in his original company. Many of his colleagues in the company had become parents, and they happily asked them how to name their children. It was fine if other people came up with names, but Li Wangyu's names were all difficult to pronounce and difficult to remember. Moreover, they were all rare words that were difficult to write. Everyone suspected that this guy's name was a random combination of words from a dictionary. Of course, Li Wangyu would never admit to this, even though he had indeed done so. In short, after experiencing this a few times, no one in the company asked Li Wangyu how to name his children. Now that Carpenter Lu actually asked Li Wangyu to name his grandson, his beautiful superior naturally thought of Li Wangyu's glorious achievements. How could she not laugh? Li Wangyu was also very depressed. He glanced at his beautiful superior who was laughing and replied awkwardly, well, the child's name can't be Sloppy. Let me think about this for a while before I give an answer. He didn't plan to scratch his own head. If the master had something to do, the disciple would naturally do it for him. He would leave the matter of naming Carpenter Lu's grandson to Ma Zhou and Yan Liben. Seeing that Li Wangyu agreed to name his grandson, Carpenter Lu quickly thanked him and got up with a smile. He went to his wife's side to tease his grandson. The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's plan and whispered in his ear, "You want Ma Zhou and the others to name your grandson, right?" Am I that kind of person? Li Wangyu felt a little guilty and quickly changed the topic. Have you brought the clothes of Lu family's wife? Quickly go in and see if old immortal Sun has finished suturing her wound. Help her change her clothes later. The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's thoughts, but she didn't expose him. She just winked at him and turned to walk into the operating room. After the operation, Lu Dalong's wife was left by Sun Simiao to recuperate. After all, the Lu family's old house was a thatched hut made of yellow mud. It was not hygienic at all. After experiencing Li Wangyu's surgery, Sun Simiao began to realize the danger of the bacteria that Li Wangyu mentioned. Naturally, he would not agree to Carpenter Lu's request to bring his daughter-in-law home. As Carpenter Lu's family carried the baby home, the news that Li Wangyu and the old immortal son had saved Lu Dalong's wife spread like wildfire throughout Dingzhou village. Lu Dalong's mother carried her grandson in her arms and walked around the village as if she was advertising. She then vividly described how Count Huxian and old immortal son had used a knife to cut open her daughter-in-law's belly and carried her grandson out. This naturally caused the surrounding aunts to cry out in surprise. Auntie Lu enjoyed these exclamations very much. She naturally wouldn't tell everyone that she didn't see it with her own eyes and only said these words based on her imagination. She also wouldn't tell these aunties that she was so frightened that she almost fainted from crying. Auntie Lu, is your eldest son's wife still alive? This person's belly was cut open with a knife. I'm afraid she's dead, right? Why don't you take a look at who did the knife? That's Count Huxian and old immortal Sunday. How could they harm my daughter-in-law's life? My daughter-in-law is currently recuperating in the Xianwei temple. Auntie Lu, your eldest son's wife is really lucky to have Lord Zhu and old immortal son save her. I heard from the midwife that she has never seen your daughter-in-law like this before. She can still be saved, let alone give birth to a child. It's really a blessing from the heavens. Auntie Lu spat at the woman. Bah, what blessing from the heavens? It's Lord Zhu's blessing. Yes, Auntie Lu is right. It's our Lord Zhu's blessing. TSK, our Lord Zhu is indeed a heavenly immortal. Like old immortal son, he's not immortal. When did our Dingzhou village burn incense? To be able to become Lord Zhu's fief is really a great blessing. The surrounding aunts nodded in agreement. That's right. Nowadays, which village in this area doesn't want to marry their daughter into our village? Back then, my eldest son wanted to find a wife. How many private matchmakers did he hire and how much copper coins did he spend? If it wasn't for his father's craftsmanship, other young ladies wouldn't be willing to marry into our village. Now, the private matchmakers who want to matchmake my second son and third son are almost stepping on our doorstep. Auntie Lu's face was full of pride when she spoke of this matter. I heard that the people who want to marry your second son are from the wealthy families in Huxian County. The topic of the aunts quickly deviated. It was just as the two elements gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. A group of gossipy aunts began to discuss family matters with relish. Lu Dalong's wife was indeed in good health. Without antibiotics, not only was Lu Dalong's wife's wound not infected, but it also healed very well. In just 3 to 4 days, she could get off the ground and walk normally. Sun Simiao couldn't stand Lu Dalong's wife's pleas and could only agree to let her return home to recuperate. Lu Dalong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth when his wife returned home alive and kicking. On the same day, he ran to Xianwei Temple and offered a large amount of money for incense to express his gratitude. When the villagers of Dingzhou village saw that Lu Dalong's wife had really returned home, they were even more in awe of Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. They didn't think that this was the art of Qi Huang. Instead, they all saw it as Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao's supernatural powers and the work of extraordinary people. Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly at this, but he couldn't be bothered to correct the villagers' thoughts and just let them be. The news that Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao had performed a caesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia quickly spread to Chang'an City through the mouths of the crowd. However, any matter would always lose its original meaning after being spread by the crowd. Just like the mouthpiece game that was the favorite in the variety shows of the future, the meaning of the original words that the few of them were transmitting had completely changed. When the news of Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao performing a caesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia reached Chang'an City, it became that the pregnant woman had died from dystocia. Count Huxian had arrived in time and performed a ritual. After a series of changes, the pregnant woman came back from the dead and successfully gave birth to a Qilin child. At that time, there were even fresh flowers falling from the sky, heavenly music playing, and colorful clouds blooming. Everyone was shocked, but they firmly believed in this absurd rumor. Pai Lupi lived deep in Taiji Palace, but he was also well informed. After the 100 Horsemen department reported this matter, Pai Lupi immediately summoned Li Wangyu to Taiji Palace. "Zio, have we treated you unfairly?" The moment Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he didn't even have time to bow to Pai Lupi before Pai Lupi began to make things difficult for him in an unfriendly tone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. What was Pai Lupi up to this time? Chapter 424. Li Wangyu didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant, so he quickly flattered him. "Uncle, why do you say that?" "Uncle, of course, you care about and love me. It's because of Uncle's teaching and encouragement that I didn't become a useless playboy. If Uncle has any orders, I'll do it without hesitation." Pai Lupi's expression eased a lot when he heard that. He nodded proudly and said, "In that case, why don't you perform the ritual for your aunt when you have the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman?" "What?" Li Wangyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Why did he understand every word Pai Lupi said, but he didn't understand what the guy was talking about? What did he mean by having the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman? Why did he have to perform the ritual for Empress Zhangsun? Did he look like Yuan Tiangang, Sun Simiao, and other old Taoists? Li Wangyu really didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant. He could only brace himself and ask carefully, "Uncle, what do you mean?" "Nephew, hee, why can't I understand?" "Uncle, do you need to pray for my aunt?" "I'll go to Taoist Yuan immediately and ask him to prepare the Luo Tian grand ritual to pray for my aunt." Pai Lupi glanced at him and said, "What's the use of me looking for Yuan Tiangang? I heard that you saved a dead pregnant woman in Dingzhou village and gave birth to a child. Is that true? Now your aunt is pregnant for 10 months and is about to give birth. As a nephew, don't you plan to do something for your aunt?" Li Wangyu was completely confused. It took him a long time to figure out that he and Sun Simiao had performed a caesarean section and saved Lu Dalong's wife. It was actually rumored to be like this. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, believed it. It was really nonsense. He quickly explained to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, who is talking nonsense? If I had the ability to bring the dead back to life, would I have been bullied by the Li clan of Huxian? I did save a pregnant woman, but I didn't perform any ritual. Instead, I performed a caesarean section for the pregnant woman with old immortal Sunday. Just like saving Qingqian, we cut open the pregnant woman's abdomen and took out the fetus. That's all." Pai Lupi was skeptical. "Really? If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning." Seeing that Li Er didn't believe him, Li Wangyu even swore an oath. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi also knew that he made a blunder. He couldn't help but blush as he coughed lightly. "Since that's the case, you and Minister's son can stay in the palace for the time being. So's, your and wife's, you've SSS right." Li Wangyu instinctively wanted to refuse Pai Lupi's words. Living in Dingzhou village was so comfortable, and he could whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful boss every day. Living in Taiji Palace was too stifling. How could it compare to living in his own manor? Moreover, Empress Zhangsun was pregnant with the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. Li Wangyu knew that Li Ji had given birth smoothly without any hiccups. Asking him to come live in the palace to prevent Empress Zhangsun from giving birth was like taking off his pants to fart. Wasn't that superfluous? However, Li Wangyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew the history, but Pai Lupi didn't. He couldn't tell Pai Lupi that his wife would give birth smoothly on the 21st day of the 7th lunar month in the 2nd year of Xinguan. She would give birth to a boy, and he would be named Li Ji. His nickname was Ji Nu, and he would inherit his throne in the future. It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't think he was crazy. Li Wangyu counted the days. It was already the 16th day of the 7th lunar month. Li Ji would be born in 5 days. Since that was the case, he didn't want to talk nonsense. He would just come to Taiji Palace and stay for a few days. Understanding this point, Li Wangyu nodded happily and agreed. "Uncle, don't worry. I won't be careless about Aunt's matter. I'll go back to Dingzhou village first and get ready. Tomorrow, I'll go to the palace with old immortal Sunday. Pai Lupi nodded. Okay. Li Wangyu chatted with Pai Lupi for a while and then left the palace. He didn't rush back to Dingzhou village. Instead, he planned to go to the Chou Manor first. Now that the Chou Manor had taken over the business of the beverage vending machine, it was doing well. In Chang'an City, the beverage vending machine could be seen everywhere. The ice-making workshop in Dingzhou village was also built. Every day, large amounts of ice were transported by four-wheeled carriages to the boiled water shops in Chang'an City. Naturally, the machine, which could automatically produce iced boiled water with copper coins, attracted the curiosity of everyone in Chang'an City. The sales kept increasing. Now, the copper coins that were transported back to Dingzhou village every day gave the old housekeeper Li Heng a headache. He didn't know where to store so many copper coins. Li Wangyu passed by a boiled water shop. He also took out his copper coins and bought 2 bamboo tubes of iced drinks. He drank with Niu Wu as they walked. It was very pleasant. He went to the Chou Manor not only to discuss the vending machine, but also to discuss the transportation of sorghum from the Chou Manor. The sorghum used by the brewery in the Qinling Mountains was provided by the Chou Manor. Now, the sorghum wine produced by the brewery was in short supply. If he wanted to increase the production, he needed more sorghum. The Chou Manor was located in Xianyang Lane. This was also where the county magistrate of Wanyan County was located. He and Niu Wu rode to the Chou Manor. Naturally, they had to pass by Wanyan County. When they passed by the county magistrate of Wanyan County, a few yamen runners on duty saw him from afar. They all showed a flattering smile and bowed. Greetings to the county magistrate. Some of the flatterers even immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Greetings to the county magistrate. Li Wangyu had just been granted the title of county magistrate when Wang Ziqiao colluded with the head of Wanyan County to frame him. He was almost taken to jail. Later, a group of wastrels caused a ruckus in the county magistrate's office. Only then did Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Deheng find out that the person who was arrested was the county magistrate. After that, the head of Wanyan County Magistrate was sentenced to 3,000 miles. Not long after, Wang Ziqiao and the others were forced to leave Chang'an City. Li Wangyu's title became higher and higher, and his reputation became more and more prominent. The yamen runners of Wanyan County naturally had a deep impression of Li Wangyu. Now that they saw him riding a horse, how could they not hurry to greet him? Li Wangyu smiled and cupped his hands at the yamen runners. It could be considered a greeting. Just as he was about to urge his horse forward, he saw a group of people not far away. They were extremely noisy as they headed towards the county magistrate of Wanyan County. In a moment of curiosity, Li Wangyu pulled on the reins and stopped to watch. He saw the group of people escorting a man over. They shouted, "Bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. This damned gambler. Disobedient son, he deserves to be killed. He will die a horrible death. Auntie Fang, don't worry. We will testify for you. The Ming house will definitely punish this disobedient son." In the crowd, there was a white-haired old woman. She was wiping her tears and crying. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu was in no hurry to leave. He wanted to see what was going on. The group of people quickly arrived in front of Wanyan County. Naturally, a yamen runner came forward to inquire. "Stop. Why is it so noisy? What's going on?" "Greetings, Duke. We are here to bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. Not only is this Fang Dalang a gambler, he is also disobedient and unfilial. Not only did he lose all his copper coins, he also wanted to steal his mother's coffin money to continue gambling. Auntie Fang didn't want to give it to him. This disobedient son actually dared to hit his mother. He is truly abominable. We are all Auntie Fang's neighbors. We can't stand this disobedient son, so we brought him to see the Ming house. We asked the Ming house to seek justice for Auntie Fang. When the Yamen runners heard the purpose of their visit, they were also furious. Filial piety was the most important thing in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, everyone would want to beat this disobedient son. Alright, wait a moment. I will go and inform the Ming house. This disobedient son, even if he is beaten to death, it won't be wrong. A Yamen runner immediately walked quickly into the county magistrate's office. Seeing this, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to go to the Chiu residence. He stayed behind to watch the show. Chapter 425. After Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang heard the report, he did not delay and immediately ordered the 3 groups of bailiffs to begin the trial. Pai Lupi himself had lost his filial piety due to the Xuanwu Gate incident, so he paid more attention to it. In the laws of the Tang dynasty, one of the 10 unpardonable crimes was disobedience, which had the same status as rebellion. Those who beat their parents were beheaded. In the Song dynasty, the punishment for disobedience was even harsher. Those who insulted their parents were beheaded and their bodies thrown out on the streets. The Ming and Qing dynasties were even worse. The reason why the ancient Chinese laws were so strict on disobedience was not only to respect filial piety, but also to protect the ruling position of the emperor. Even one's own father could not disobey, so it was naturally the same for the emperor's father. Therefore, in ancient China, disobedience was no different from suicide. If what these people said was true, then the man called Fang Dalong would be dead without a doubt. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a disobedient son in the Tang dynasty, so he was naturally curious. He and Niu Wu dismounted from their horses and followed the commoners who reported to the officials. They entered the main hall of the county yamen to watch and listen to the trial. Lu Dehang sat in the hall and saw Li Wangyu in the crowd. He hurriedly sat down and bowed. Greetings, County Magistrate Lu. Li Wangyu returned the bow. Lu Ming house, I was passing by and saw someone reporting, so I came to watch out of curiosity. Sorry for disturbing you. County Magistrate Lu, what are you saying? Please take a seat. Although Lu Dehang knew that Li Wangyu had a worrisome relationship with the aristocratic families, he was only a branch of the Fanyang Lu family. How could he offend Li Wangyu because of this? Furthermore, after Li Wangyu was given the title of county magistrate, his official rank was higher than Lu Dehang's, so he naturally would not be rude. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he would just watch from the side. Lu Dehang could only bow again and return to the court to prepare for the trial. The case was very simple. Just as the people who had escorted Fang Dalong to see the officials had said, this unfilial son's father had died early, and it was his mother, Madame Fang, who had raised him. However, after Fang Dalong grew up, he hung around with the gangsters in Chang'an and got a bad habit. Usually, the neighbors did not like him. Fang Dalong was a gambling addict and often visited gambling dens. The Tang people loved gambling, so this was not a big deal. However, ordinary people only gambled a little for pleasure, while Fang Dalong gambled a lot. The copper coins that his mother had painstakingly saved were all sent to the gambling house by him. Not only that, but he also owed a lot of bad debts. Today, he lost another copper coin in the gambling house. In a fit of anger, he was eager to recoup his losses, so he ran home and rummaged through the cabinets in search of copper coins. After being stopped by his mother, he actually flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked his mother. When the neighbors found out about what had happened to the Fang family, they were furious. They clustered around Aunt Fang and escorted her unfilial son to the magistrate. Aunt Fang's heart ached for her son, but when she reached the main hall, she suddenly regretted it. This old woman kept saying that her son did not hit her, but that she accidentally fell down and was misunderstood by the neighbors. With Aunt Fang protecting her son, the crime of disobedience naturally could not be judged. Although Lu Dehang was angry, he understood Aunt Fang's feelings as a parent. In the end, he could only find an excuse to have the yamen runners beat Fang Dalong 20 times and chase him out of the county yamen. Li Wangyu also shook his head. He did not believe that this kind of gambling addict would repent after being beaten. However, Fang Dalong's mother did not want to watch her son be beheaded, and the bystanders could do nothing about it. The people in the main hall dispersed, and Li Wangyu and Lu Dehang greeted each other again. Ming House Lu, these gambling houses are abominable. The saints should ban these harmful gambling houses, Li Wangyu said angrily. Lu Dehang shook his head. You may not know, but these gambling houses are indeed filthy and often cause trouble. In the imperial court, there has long been debate on whether to ban gambling, but... He lowered his voice and continued, however, do you know who owns those gambling houses? Li Wangyu naturally did not know the secret, so he could only shake his head. In Chang'an, there are 72 gambling houses, big and small. They are all controlled by the various dukes, nobles, and wealthy families, Lu Dehang explained in a low voice. This was not a secret. Even the yamen runners of Wanyan County in Chang'an knew about it. Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was also well aware. The Tangs loved gambling, so gambling houses naturally opened up everywhere in Chang'an. Even dukes like Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda also owned gambling houses in Chang'an. Therefore, it was very difficult to ban gambling in Chang'an. Even if someone proposed it in the imperial court, it would be difficult to pass. This was the first time Li Wangyu had heard of such a thing, and he could not help but be speechless. These gambling houses were the source of income for the various families. It was easier said than done to ban gambling. If Li Wangyu dared to propose a ban on gambling, Qing Yaojin, that old man, would probably immediately come knocking on his door. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only bitterly smile and shake his head. In fact, he and Pai Lupi were openly gambling by selling lottery tickets. Even the large-scale polo field and polo league that Li Wangyu was planning would not be able to get rid of gambling. He really did not have the right to propose a ban on gambling. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only awkwardly say goodbye to Lu Dehang. He left the Wanyan County Yamen, mounted his horse, and continued to the Chou mansion. He had not gone far when he saw a familiar figure enter a courtyard in Xianyang Lane. There was a sign hanging at the entrance of the courtyard with the words, Yongyi Gambling House, written on it. Li Wangyu was stunned. Wasn't this the Fang Dalong who had been punished 20 times in the imperial court? He had just left the county yamen and was already limping to gamble. What **king talent? Li Wangyu was too lazy to care about this kind of nonsense. This kind of gambler would sooner or later lose his life. He was not worthy of sympathy. Just as he was about to leave, he was stunned to notice that there was a sign in front of the gambling house. The content written on it made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He was really crazy. How could he gamble on such a thing? The owner of this Yongyi gambling house was so daring. Were they not afraid that Pai Lupi would fly into a rage out of humiliation and exterminate their 9 generations? Li Wangyu thought for a moment, turned his horse around, and headed back to the Wanyan County Yamen. Seeing Li Wangyu return, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Greetings, County Earl. Do you still have something to discuss with the Ming House? Li Wangyu shook his head. No, I have something to ask you. Do you know the origin of this Yongyi gambling house? Which family is the owner behind it? The yamen runners looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. County Earl, it is the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. Indeed, only people with 5 surnames and 7 hopes would do such a thing. They had forced Pai Lupi to abdicate in Taiji Palace and asked him to return Li Yuan. Pai Lupi could not do anything to them. After figuring out the owner behind Yongyi gambling house, Li Wangyu did not go to the Chou mansion. He called Niu Wu and went straight back to Dingzhou village. Chapter 426. As soon as Li Wangyu returned to the residence, he summoned the old steward, Li Heng. Li Heng, how much money do we have in the residence? Do you need money, Lang Jun? The gold used to build the baseball field has already been handed over to the Ministry of Works. Now we have more than 8,000 taels of gold and 10,000 strings of copper coins. You and Lady Su have instructed us to exchange as much copper coins as possible for gold, so we don't have much copper coins. Li Heng was full of pride when he talked about the wealth in the residence. A few months ago, he thought that the sky had fallen. Especially when the little master's name was removed from the clan, and all the family assets were taken away. Moreover, he was burdened with a huge debt of 2 million gold coins, and all the servants in the family were released. All these blows caused Li Heng to even have the thought of committing suicide. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't bear to part with his Lang Jun, he would have followed the old master in the underworld. But he didn't expect that in just a few months, the young master seemed to have changed into a different person. Li Heng, who had watched Li Wangyu grow up, had a misconception that his Lang Jun had changed into a different person. Now, not only had the family's debt been paid off, but they also had so much wealth that even the old master had never seen before. Not to mention, not only had his Lang Jun been conferred a noble title, but he had also been promoted twice in a few months. He was now the county's founding county count. One had to know that although Li Zhou was trusted by Li Yuan, he had never been conferred a noble title. Li Wangyou's achievements today, in Li Heng's eyes, could be said to bring glory to his ancestors. For this, he had already gone to Li Zhou's grave several times to cry. Li Wangyu didn't know that Li Heng was so emotional. He only calculated that together with the copper coins, he could gather 10,000 taels of gold. For his plan, this amount of money was still too little. He had to think of other ways. Li Heng, have Niu Wu go to the Shun Feng Carriage Company in the Eastern Market and bring me 40 carriages. Lang Jun, why are you bringing back so many carriages? Are you transporting something? Li Heng didn't understand. Li Wangyu nodded. Yes, transport copper coins. I want to transport all the copper coins and gold to Chang'an. The 10,000 strings of copper coins in the Li family's old residence weighed 50 tons. Without 44-wheeled carriages, it would be impossible to transport so much gold and copper coins. Li Heng couldn't help but jump in fright. Lang Jun, are you going to take away all the gold and copper coins in the residence? Don't blame the old slave for being nosy. May I ask what Lang Jun intends to do? Place your bets. Hee, someone insisted on giving me money. I really can't stop my luck. Li Wangyu said it casually, but Li Heng was dumbfounded. He even wanted to touch his Lang Jun's forehead to see if he had a fever. Using 10,000 taels of gold to bet with someone else, was he crazy? Even if he was a prodigal, he shouldn't be like this. Li Heng wanted to dissuade him, but Li Wangyu didn't give him a chance to speak. All right, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. Even if I lose, it's not a big deal. There are so many properties in the residence that make a lot of money every day. You old thing, are you afraid that your Lang Jun will starve to death? Go quickly and tell Niu Wu to hurry up. It's getting late. Li Wangyu added, oh right, old immortal son and I will be staying in the palace for a few days tomorrow. If there's anything in the residence, let Niu Wu pass on the message to the palace. Li Heng was a bit confused by Li Wangyou's words. He didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh and inform Niu Wu. After Niu Wu left for Chang'an, Li Wangyu went to the Xianwei temple and told Sun Simiao that Empress Zhangsun was about to give birth and that Pai Lupi had asked them to stay in the palace for a while to protect Empress Zhangsun. Although Sun Simiao was an outsider, it involved Empress Zhangsun after all. He couldn't refuse, so he nodded and agreed. He pulled Li Wangyu and discussed the matter of caesarean section for a long time. Those awkward medical terms made Li Wangyou's head hurt. With great difficulty, Sun Simiao finally let him go. Li Wangyu returned to the manor in a daze. Niu Wu had already returned with 44-wheeled carriages. He was currently transporting copper coins from the manor's treasury to the carriages. His beautiful superior also came back from the East Market. After seeing Li Wangyu, she curiously asked him the reason why he had transported all the money to Chang'an. Li Wangyu laughed, pulled his beautiful superior aside, and whispered a few words in her ear. Hearing this, the beautiful superior's eyes began to shine and she nodded repeatedly. Wangyu, are you sure that the gambling house will obediently honor the bet if you win? This is not a small amount. Be careful that they will do something desperate. The beautiful superior didn't stop Li Wangyu, but she was not sure that he could really get the gold back. Hee, unless the Taiyuan Wang clan doesn't want their face, they won't go back on their words. It's not like they can't afford 10,000 taels of gold. Besides, I don't intend to eat it alone. I'm going to go to the gambling house to place my bet, and then I'll go to the mansions of Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi. Hee, I don't believe that the Taiyuan Wang clan dares to go back on their words. The beautiful superior tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, we'll do as you say. By the way, I heard from Li Heng that you're going to live in the palace for a few days tomorrow. Well, Empress Zhangsun is going to give birth on July 21st, Li Shimin is worried and insists that old immortal son and I live in the palace. It's really troublesome. Well, if there's anything, you can ask someone to send a message back. Be careful and don't cause so much trouble like last time. The beautiful superior instructed. The two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other for a while until all 40 carriages were loaded. Only then did Li Wangyu lead Niu Wu and escort the carriages to Chang'an City. After the carriages entered Chang'an City, Li Wangyu led them straight to Xianyang Lane. When the mighty carriages stopped in front of Yongyi Gambling House, the people in the gambling house were shocked. In Yongyi Gambling House, a shopkeeper immediately rushed out and bowed to Li Wangyu. Greetings, County Count Hu. May I ask, what are you doing? Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you know me. Are you the shopkeeper of this gambling house? What's your surname? The shopkeeper smiled and explained, I am the shopkeeper of Yongyi Gambling House. My surname is Wang. Very good. Shopkeeper Wang, I'm here to place my bet today. I wonder if your Yongyi Gambling House will accept my bet. Shopkeeper Wang of the gambling house smiled indifferently. County Count Who must be joking. Since our gambling house is open for business, how can we not accept your bet? I wonder what County Count Who wants to bet. Li Wangyu pointed to the stakes in front of the gambling house. I'll bet on this. Didn't your Yongyi Gambling House open a bet on whether Empress Zhangsuan's property is a prince or a princess? I'll bet on this. Shopkeeper Wang thought that Li Wangyu was angry that the gambling house opened a bet on Empress Zhangsun and came to cause trouble. His tone was somewhat unfriendly. Yes, that's right. The saints also know about this, but they didn't stop my Yongyi Gambling House from opening a bet. Does County Count Who have any objections? Chapter 427. Manager Wang of Yongyi Gambling House was not lying. After the incident on the first day of the 7th month, the Wang clan of Taiyuan felt that they had lost face that day. Even their own imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong was beaten to death in front of the Taiji Palace by Pai Lupi. They had lost all face. These aristocratic families were very forgetful. They seemed to have forgotten who was the one who knelt in front of Pai Lupi and bowed his head to admit his mistake. They also forgot who was the one who insulted and beat up Wang Yuanzhong in the main hall. The aristocratic families who had forgotten the pain felt indignant. They were hot-headed and let their own gambling house open a bet on whether Empress Zhangsun would give birth to a boy or a girl. Not only Yongyi Gambling House, but also more than 40 gambling houses controlled by the aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Only Qing Yaojin and the other dukes' gambling houses did not participate in this matter. When Pai Lupi learned of this matter, he was naturally very angry. However, it was not appropriate for him to fall out with the aristocratic families. After throwing a tantrum, he could only let them be. Pai Lupi's reaction was naturally clear to the aristocratic families through the news from the palace. That was why Manager Wang was so fearless. He was not afraid of Li Wangyu messing around. No, I have no objections. I am here to place a bet. The odds are 1 to 2. However, if I bet 1 tael of gold, your gambling house will pay me 2 taels of gold. Li Wangyu shook his head. He was not here to be angry. It was because he had noticed the gambling house by chance that he was surprised to find that the gambling house dared to bet with Empress Zhangsun. After asking the county bailiff for 10,000 years, he learned that Yongyi Gambling House was the property of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He naturally understood that the aristocratic families were deliberately embarrassing Pai Lupi. However, for Li Wangyu, the aristocratic families doing this was simply setting up a target for him to hit. Empress Zhang Sun would give birth to the future crown Prince Li Ji in 5 days. This was a matter of certainty. Since the aristocratic families wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Pai Lupi, then they shouldn't blame him, Li Wangyu, for being impolite. He had to use this opportunity to cut a piece of meat from the aristocratic families and make them feel distressed. Even for the Wang clan of Taiyuan, tens of thousands of taels of gold was not a small sum. Of course. In response to Li Wangyu's inquiry, shopkeeper Wang nodded slightly. At the same time, he was very surprised. Could it be that this county earl was really here to place a bet? Wasn't he the nephew of the sage? How could he dare to bet on Her Highness giving birth? However, this matter had nothing to do with the gambling house. As long as Li Wangyu dared to place a bet, the gambling house would dare to accept the bet. If I want to bet with your casino on when Her Highness the Empress will give birth, whether it's a boy or a girl, do you dare to bet with me? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and then asked. The gambling houses of the Tang dynasty were not simple casinos. They were more similar to the gambling companies in Europe and America. Not only did they dare to open gambling bets on all kinds of things to attract gamblers to bet, but they also accepted special bets proposed by gamblers. As long as they thought it was profitable, the gambling house dared to bet with gamblers. Li Wangyu's words made shopkeeper Wang hesitate. Although he was the shopkeeper of Yongyi Gambling House, in fact, he was only a collateral member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He was only responsible for maintaining the operation of the gambling house. However, he was not qualified to agree to the bet proposed by Li Wangyu. While he was hesitating, he saw another person dressed as a steward run out of the gambling house and whisper a few words in his ear. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and turned his head to look inside the gambling house. Then, he looked back at Li Wangyu. If County Count who wants to bet on the exact date and time of Her Highness the Empress' birth, that is naturally possible. If you can guess the exact time and gender of Her Highness the Empress' child, you can bet 1 to 5. Is County Count who interested? Li Wangyu also smiled and looked at the entrance of the gambling house. He nodded at shopkeeper Wang and said, if that's the case, then write down the bet. I will bet with your gambling house. How many copper coins is County Count who going to bet? Li Wangyu jumped off the horse and walked to the side of a four-wheeled carriage. With a swish, he pulled open the cloth covering the carriage. Hee, not much, just this. 40 carriages of gold and copper coins, a total of 10,000 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Wang, let someone count it. Shopkeeper Wang of Yongyi Gambling House was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he could not speak for a long time. Looking at the carriage full of copper coins and gold that were shining under the sun, he could not help but swallow his saliva. He hesitantly looked at the entrance of the gambling house. After seeing that there was no movement in the gambling house for a long time, shopkeeper Wang calmed down and called the staff of the gambling house to count the copper coins. Fortunately, when the Tang dynasty dealt with so many copper coins, they did not count them one by one. Instead, they directly weighed them. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to count more than 10,000 copper coins? Even so, the staff of the gambling house counted for almost 2 hours before the 40 carriages of copper coins and gold were counted and moved into the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang called the bookkeeper of the gambling house and asked him to write down the bet for Li Wangyu. County Count who, what are you going to bet with your 10,000 taels of gold? I will bet that Her Highness the Empress will give birth to a prince on July 21st, the second year of Zhengguan dynasty. Li Wangyu did not hesitate to say his bet. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and asked the bookkeeper to write down the bet, indicating the contents of the bet and the odds. After using the gambling house's special anti-counterfeiting seal, the bet between the two sides was officially established. Li Wangyu took the bet and carefully looked it over. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully put it in his pocket. He bet 10,000 taels of gold. According to the gambling house, the odds were 1 to 5. That was 50,000 taels of gold. Even though Li Wangyu was not short on money, such a large sum of gold was still worth treating with caution. He, shopkeeper Wang, prepare the gold in 5 days. If I win the bet, I will come to collect the money. Shopkeeper Wang sneered in his heart, but the smile on his face remained. Of course. As long as County Count who wins the bet, our gambling house will pay the full amount without any objections. Our Yongyi gambling house is a golden signboard in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu did not say much and turned to leave. He still had to rush to Qing Yaojin's residence. Seeing Li Wangyu leave, shopkeeper Wang, who had been polite just a moment ago, coldly snorted and turned to enter the gambling house. Clan head, the matter has been taken care of. The 10,000 taels of gold have been put into the treasury and the bet has been issued to him. I think that Li guy is crazy. He actually used 10,000 taels of gold to bet with us. He really has too much money to spend. Shopkeeper Wang said as he handed over a copy of the bet. A middle-aged man stood behind the gates of Yongyi gambling house. He was the clan head of Taiyuan Wang clan, Wang Rinyu. Today, he had come to the gambling house to check the accounts. He had heard a servant report that County Count Hu Li Wangyu had come to the gambling house and wanted to make a bet with the gambling house. Wang Rinyu was curious and hid behind the gambling house's gates to eavesdrop. He wanted to see what Li Wangyu wanted to do. When Li Wangyu proposed that he not only wanted to bet on the gender of Empress Jiangxuan's child, but also the date of birth, Wang Rinyu could not help but sneer in his heart. This kind of thing was difficult for even an immortal to decide. If someone dared to bet, then Wang Rinyu dared to agree. Since Li Wangyu wanted to give him gold, there was no reason to refuse. While shopkeeper Wang was hesitating, Wang Rinyu immediately asked someone to pass a message to him, asking him to accept Li Wangyu's bet and personally set the odds to 1 to 5. Wang Rinyu took the copy of the bet. After reading it, he ordered, send someone to Chang'an City to spread the news of that little bastard surnamed Li's bet with the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang did not understand. Clan head, why? It's not in line with the rules of our gambling house. As a gambling house, it was natural to keep secrets for their customers. This was also the reputation of the gambling house. Wang Rinyu sneered. I just want the saint to see how his good nephew used the empress to make a bet. Let the people of Chang'an City see how this little bastard surnamed Li is a wastrel. Shopkeeper Wang laughed sinisterly, as if they already had victory in their hands. At this time, outside Duke Lu's mansion, Li Wangyu was struggling. Chapter 428. Li Wangyu couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by the old hooligan when he saw the glittering words, Duke Lu's estate. To him, Duke Lu's estate was no less terrifying than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. And he was actually walking right into the trap. It was truly infuriating. After some hesitation, Li Wangyu finally mustered up the courage to walk into the estate under the astonished gazes of Duke Lu's subordinates. Naturally, Chu Tongbing had informed Qing Yaojin that County Count Li Wangyu was pacing back and forth in front of the estate. As a result, Li Wangyu had only just stepped through the threshold of Duke Lu's estate when he heard the familiar wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Wahahaha, Li family's brat, what wind blew you here today? You actually know to come see your Uncle Cheng. Not bad, not bad. Servants, prepare the wine and the banquet. Upon hearing this, Li Wangyu subconsciously turned his head and wanted to run. But before he could turn around, that huge palm had already landed on his shoulder. Li family's brat, where are you going? Li Wangyu turned his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Uncle Cheng, this nephew remembered that I still have a gift that I haven't brought yet, so I'm going to get it. Don't talk nonsense. What gift? Come, accompany me for a few drinks. Qing Yaojin didn't waste any more words with Li Wangyu. He grabbed him and strode into the estate. Qing Chumo, Qing Chuliang, and Qing Chubi also rushed out at this time. When they saw Li Wangyu, they were all astonished. Qing Chumo inwardly gave Li Wangyu a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for his courage. Needless to say, this thumbs-up gesture was something that the wastrels had learned from Li Wangyu. Cheng Chuyang's face was full of arrogance. He flung open the fan in his hand and shook his head. Friends from afar, isn't it a pleasure? Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked by Qing Yaojin. Bastard, get the hell out of here, you my ass. Stop pretending to be a pedantic scholar here. Hurry up and get someone to send wine and food over. Li Wangyu almost burst out laughing. Qing Yaojin scolded his son for being straight. Why did he feel that it was so funny? Translated into modern Chinese, the word direct was beep, beep, beep. It was a curse word that needed to be beeped in TV programs. Qing Yaojin was scolding Qing Chuyang. Was he scolding himself or his wife? Li Wangyu felt that this was a philosophical question. After Qing Yaojin scolded his son and released him, Li Wangyu finally found a chance to speak. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed to Qing Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, I came to your residence today not only to visit Uncle Cheng, but also to discuss something with Uncle Cheng. If there's anything, we can talk about it later at the table. Qing Yaojin did not give Li Wangyu a chance to continue speaking. He dragged him to the main hall of the House of High Duke. When Li Wangyu thought of being forced to drink the high concentration of sorghum wine by this old hooligan, he felt his scalp tingle. Out of a strong desire to survive, he quickly raised his voice and shouted, Uncle Cheng, what this nephew wants to talk about is something that can earn tens of thousands of taels of gold. His words made Qing Yaojin stop in his tracks. He turned to look at Li Wangyu in amazement. Li family's boy, what good news do you have? Let's hear it. Although the House of High Duke Lu had a lot of property, Qing Yaojin had also benefited from Li Wangyu's fame and won a lot of gold from gambling with the officials. But in such a big Duke Lu's mansion, the extravagance of people and horses was not low. Hearing Li Wangyu say that he could earn tens of thousands of taels of gold, the old hooligan was naturally interested. Even Qing Chumo and his two brothers gathered around, intending to listen to Li Wangyu's ideas. Li Wangyu did not say much. He directly took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Casino and handed it to Qing Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, this is your nephew's opportunity to make money. What is this? Huh? A promissory note from the casino? Qing Yaojin took the promissory note and carefully looked at the contents. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hey, boy, you have big guts. You actually dare to bet on Her Royal Highness giving birth. Are you not afraid that the saints will beat you? TSK, you actually bet 10,000 taels of gold. Are you crazy? Not only was Qing Yaojin surprised, even Qing Chumo and his two brothers were also shocked by this promissory note. 10,000 taels of gold. Ziyu, what kind of stimulation did you receive? You actually dare to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the casino? Qing Chumo bitterly lamented, if you really want to die, why don't you take the gold and gamble with my family's casino? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and directly raised his middle finger at Qing Chumo. It seems that before today, he did not know that Duke Lu's mansion also ran a casino. Bah, this was not the point. The point was that he wanted to make money through this matter, not give the casino gold for free. Li Wangyu took back the promissory note from Qing Yaojin and folded it back into the bai-en. Hey, Uncle Cheng, a few days ago, this nephew and son Simiao, old immortal son, saved a pregnant woman in Dingzhou village. Has Uncle Cheng heard about this? Qing Yaojin nodded, I know about this matter. It is said that it was you who opened the altar and saved the pregnant woman who was already buried? It is said that the pregnant woman's grave cracked open, and the pregnant woman walked out by herself and smoothly gave birth to a child? I was just about to ask you, what kind of immortal method is this? Regarding their father's words, Qing Chumo and his brothers also nodded repeatedly and looked at Li Wangyu with curious expressions. The old hooligan's words made Li Wangyu speechless. He even wanted to look up and see if there would be a crow flying over his head at this time. Why is this rumor getting more and more exaggerated? When it came to Qing Yaojin, it had become the burial of Lu Dalong's wife after her death. Li Wangyu deeply admired the people of Chang'an's ability to gossip. It was comparable to the media of the future. He could only explain to Qing Yaojin and his brothers what a caesarean section was and how he and Sun Simiao saved the pregnant woman. Qing Yaojin's eyes widened. Damn it, this woman can cut open her belly and take out the fetus? TSK, this is indeed the magic of immortals. Li Wangyu was speechless. It was obviously a surgery, how did it become magic? However, magic was magic. He didn't want to correct Qing Yaojin's words, so he just continued with the old hooligan's words. Uncle Cheng, old immortal son, can not only perform a caesarean section on a pregnant woman, he can also predict when the pregnant woman will give birth and give birth to a child. It is very magical. Her Highness the Empress is pregnant and has also asked old immortal son to diagnose her. The reason why I dared to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the Wang clan of Taiyuan is because I am sure that I can predict when the Empress will give birth and give birth to a child. Otherwise, I am not crazy. How could I bet all the gold in the residence with the Wang clan of Taiyuan's gambling house? Using Sun Simiao's name to persuade Qing Yaojin was also a helpless move by Li Wangyu. After all, he couldn't tell Qing Yaojin that he could see 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future and that he could predict the future. If he really said that, it would be strange if Qing Yaojin didn't beat him up. Therefore, using Sun Simiao's reputation as a miracle doctor was the best choice. Hearing this, Qing Yaojin was stunned and also jumped up. Chapter 429. Qing Yaojin stared at Li Wangyu. Kid, you can't joke about this. Are you sure? Of course. Uncle Cheng, as you can see, I have already sent all the gold to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. I only have so much gold in my residence. Otherwise, I would have placed more bets. Actually, I came to Uncle Cheng's residence today to borrow some gold. I can use the four-wheeled carriage company and winery as collateral to borrow 10,000 taels of gold. I will return it in 5 days, and I will give Uncle Cheng interest according to the interest. Is that possible? Qing Yaojin laughed loudly, and his large palm landed on his shoulder again. Wahahaha, kid, you are dreaming. I can win tens of thousands of taels of gold, and you want to give me 1,000 taels of gold. Since you dare to make this bet, I have nothing to be afraid of. Li Wangyu pretended to be regretful. Uncle Cheng, this is risky. Why don't you lend the gold to me, and I will bear the risk. I will give you 2,000 taels of gold as interest. Get lost. If you say one more word, I will throw you out. Qing Yaojin scolded with a smile. You scoundrel, you are talking so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to persuade me to place a bet? Don't try to fool me. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through by Qing Yaojin, Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with an embarrassed smile, Hee, Uncle Cheng, isn't it because your nephew has a chance to get rich, and I'm thinking that you're old? Let's go and drink. Let's chat. Uncle Cheng, do you want to invite Uncle Yuqi and Uncle Qin to the residence? Hee, it is better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. What Li Wangyu wanted was not only to earn some gold from the aristocratic families, but also to let the aristocratic families bleed. This way, it would not be just him and Qing Yaojin who would appear and pull the dukes together to place a bet. At that time, he would not be afraid that the aristocratic families would lose and turn against him. Qing Yaojin's eyes flashed. He immediately understood what Li Wangyu was thinking. Ha, you bad boy, you really suit my taste. After he finished speaking, he slapped Qing Chumo's head again. You 3 brothers should learn from your mother. Look at how bad this Li family brat is. You 3 idiots, even after being sold, you still have to help others count the money. His words made Li Wangyu and the 3 Qing brothers' faces darken. F***ck, if it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, Li Wangyu would have fought him to the death. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear Qing Yaojin's words. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over this old hooligan. Men, send invitations to second brother, old thief Yuqi, Duke Bao, Duke Qiao, invite them to drink at our residence. I'm holding a banquet today because I have something to discuss with them. Qing Yaojin directly waved his hand to summon the steward of the residence and ordered him to immediately invite those duke bigwigs. With Qing Yaojin's invitation, although they didn't know what was going on, Qin Xiong, Chai Lingguo, Yuqi Jingde, Lu Hongji, Duan Zhishuan, these duke bigwigs still gladly attended the banquet and gathered at Duke Lu's residence. Qing Jijie, you old killer, why did you think of inviting us to drink today? What's the matter? You're still being so mysterious and not explaining clearly. As soon as Yuqi Jingde entered the main hall, he started shouting in a hoarse voice. Qing Yaojin wasn't polite. He first threw a jug of wine at Yuqi Jingde, then laughed and scolded, "Scram, I'm kindly bringing you guys to get rich. You old man, if you don't want to earn gold, then take care and don't send me off." His words attracted the interest of these bigwigs. If they could earn gold, who would refuse? The last 2 times Qing Yaojin made a bet with the officials, he won several tens of thousands of taels of gold. These duke bigwigs were so envious that their eyes turned red. Qing Jijie, tell me clearly, what's so good about it, and how much can we earn? Yuqi Jingde raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with his hand before asking. How much we can earn depends on how much you guys invest. 5 times the profit, are you interested? Oh. 5 times is pretty good. How much time would it take to earn it back? If it takes too long, it won't be worth it. You're not freaking saying that you're organizing a caravan to sell goods to various countries in the western regions, right? That's 10 times the profit, but the time is too long, and the risk is also high. Moreover, in our residences, there are also people doing this business, so there's nothing strange about it. When Chai Lingguo heard that there was 5 times the profit, he was rather moved. Qing Yaojin raised his head and laughed heartily. It doesn't need that long, 5 days is enough. It just depends on whether or not you guys dare to gamble. His words naturally aroused the interest of Qin Xiong and the others, who promptly asked what kind of business it was that could earn 5 times the profit in 5 days. Qing Yaojin chuckled and had someone call Li Wangyu out. This matter was caused by this brat, you guys can ask him directly. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted the group of duke bigwigs, then took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Gambling House from the bayan at his waist and handed it over to the various duke bigwigs for them to see. After everyone saw the promissory note, there was naturally an uproar. County Count Hu, you're quite generous. TSK, you're betting 10,000 taels of gold. When I was your age, I wasn't this generous. Duan Zhishuan raised his head and downed a bowl of wine, making fun of Li Wangyu. Yuqi Jingde glared at him, scram to the side, when you were freaking 16 years old, did you see 10,000 taels of gold? Old man Yuqi, do you freaking want to compete with me? Come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The group of old killers, who hadn't even drunk 2 mouthfuls of wine, almost started fighting in the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. However, in the face of this scene, the maidservants of Duke Lu's residence didn't even bat an eyelid. They were very calm, which made Li Wangyu admire them. It could be assumed that the servants of Duke Lu's residence had long been accustomed to this kind of situation. When this group of old killers got together to drink, there was no time when they didn't make a ruckus. Li Wangyu suddenly reacted. No wonder he had been to Duke Lu's residence several times, but he always felt that the layout of the Qing residence's main hall was too crude and simple. It didn't match Qing Yaojin's status as a duke bigwig. Moreover, it wasn't just Qing Yaojin's residence that was like this. He had also been to the other dukes' residences, and the main halls were also so simple and crude. Originally, he was very naive to think that this group of military bigwigs was diligent and thrifty. Now he finally understood that every time a banquet was held in the duke's residence, the main halls would inevitably be smashed to pieces by this group of old hooligans. Just like this group of old men, when they were drunk in the main hall of his old residence in Dingzhou village. After being smashed so many times, the furnishings of the duke's residence's main hall were naturally replaced with worthless but sturdy and durable utensils. After all, the duke's money didn't grow on trees. Being smashed clean like this all the time, even Qing Yaojin and the others couldn't stand it. Li Wangyu secretly despised this group of no-quality old killers in his heart, but he had to speak up to interrupt Yuqi Jingde and Duan Zhishuan's performance of fighting. Uncles, please listen to this nephew. Chapter 430. Li Wangyu bowed to the group of Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes. He repeated the words that he had used to fool Qing Yaojin. The group of Duke bigwigs was somewhat skeptical of his words. After all, what Li Wangyu said was too risky. Who could guarantee that Sun Simiao's medical skills could really determine when a pregnant woman would give birth, not to mention whether it would be a boy or a girl? This kind of thing was unheard of. For a moment, everyone in the hall was making their own plans, and no one spoke. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, "Uncles, if you trust this nephew, you can lend me your gold. I will use the Shun Feng four-wheeled carriage company and the winery of Xiaodao wine as collateral to borrow your gold for 5 days. I will give you 10% of the interest. Uncles, are you willing to lend this nephew the money?" "Nonsense. You dare to bet, do you think I don't dare to bet? No need to say more, I will also bet 10,000 taels of gold. At most, my whole family will eat chaff and eat vegetables if I lose, what's there to be afraid of?" Yuqi Jingde had a proud personality, so how could he hear Li Wangyu's words? He immediately decided to bet. For this group of Duke bigwigs, even if they lost 10,000 taels of gold, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would just be a heartache. Yuqi Jingde saying that they would eat chaff and eat vegetables was too exaggerated. Li Wangyu knew that even if these bigwigs couldn't compare to the 1,000 years of accumulation of aristocratic families, it wouldn't be a problem for them to casually take out a few 100,000 strings of copper coins. Not to mention that their families also had businesses like gambling houses, so they wouldn't lack money at all. With Yuqi Jingde's words, the other Duke bigwigs no longer hesitated and expressed their willingness to bet as well. After all, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao's previous performance was too shocking. No one had heard of being able to determine when a pregnant woman would give birth and whether it would be a boy or a girl. But who had heard of being able to cut open a pregnant woman's belly to give birth? In comparison, wasn't the latter more inconceivable? Since Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao could have the woman give birth by caesarean section, then knowing when the empress would give birth was not something unacceptable. In the eyes of the Tang people, a caesarean section was more like a witchcraft or a spell than a traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, after confirming that Li Wangyu had really bet 10,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince in 5 days, the group of Grand Dukes chose to believe him. They all nodded and decided to bet together. Li Wangyu calculated in his heart that if these big shots all went to the gambling house to place their bets, according to Yongyi gambling house's odds of 1-5. 5 days later, these aristocratic families would have to pay at least 500,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 3 million strings of copper. That would be an astronomical figure. It should be noted that in today's Tang dynasty, the amount of copper coins collected in a year's rent transfer was no more than 1 million strings of cash. This was equivalent to the aristocratic families taking out 2 years' copper income in the Tang dynasty to pay. Even if they had thousands of years of accumulation, they would not be able to bear the consequences at that time. After all the people present decided to place their bets with the aristocratic families, the atmosphere in the hall of Duke Lu's mansion became more and more enthusiastic. Everyone began to discuss which gambling houses to place their bets. With so much gold, it was naturally impossible to take all of it to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. Not to mention whether Taiyuan Wang clan dared to accept it. Even if they accepted it, Taiyuan Wang clan alone would absolutely not be able to afford it. Therefore, the group of Grand Dukes didn't let go of any gambling house that opened a bet on whether Empress Xiangsun would give birth to a boy or a girl. Qing Yaojin simply asked his troops to take out the map of Chang'an city and mark the locations of more than 40 gambling houses on it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled with the map as if they were ready to lead troops to attack Chang'an city. This Chang'an gambling house is opened by Bowling Chui clan. My wife is the legitimate daughter of Bowling Chui clan. Naturally, this gambling house belongs to me. Qing Yaojin pointed at the map and roared. Chai Lingguo curled his lips. Qing Jijie, you old man, aren't you afraid that you won't get the money? What if your wife cries to you later? Give this Changel gambling house to me. Bah! Get out of here. Don't even think about it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled around the map until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They almost pulled out their weapons to fight. After the quarrel, they divided who to bet in which gambling house and how much gold to bet, as if they were dividing the booty. The clear-cut division of labor made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. Uncles, I wish you all a great fortune and a great victory. Ha ha, but, ha ha, if you lose money, you can't settle the score with me. Li Wangyu raised his wine cup and toasted Qing Yaojin and the others. He also gave the group of Grand Dukes a heads up. He was worried that if something bad happened, the group of Grand Dukes would ask him to compensate with gold. Then, he would cry to death. Li Ji's birth date was clearly recorded in the old Tang book, Taizong Ben Ji. On the 21st day of the 7th lunar month of the 2nd year of Xinguan, Prince Xi was born in the Li Main Hall of the Eastern Palace of Chang'an City. This was definitely not wrong. However, after experiencing Li Qingxian's appendicitis, Li Wangyu felt a little uneasy in his heart. He was afraid that his actions would inadvertently stir up the wings of history and cause Li Ji to be born a few days earlier or later. That would be bad. Although he still dared to gamble, he had to make it clear to Qing Yaojin and the others. Otherwise, if he lost the bet, he could not bear the responsibility. Qing Yaojin raised his head and gulped down a bowl of wine. He threw the bowl on the table heavily and glared at Li Wangyu. Nonsense. Since we dared to gamble, if we lose, why would we go and find trouble with you, you scoundrel? As the saying goes, if you agree to gamble, you must accept to lose. Am I, your Uncle Cheng, someone who can't afford to lose? Li Wangyu thought about how Qing Yaojin was playing mahjong in his residence and how he still refused to pay up. He really wanted to nod his head and say yes. However, when he thought about his own small arms and legs, he decided that it would be better not to find trouble. He could only firmly shake his head. Uncle Cheng is straightforward and upright. Every word you say is a nail. You are the person I admire the most. He did not say anything else and hurriedly flattered him. After he finished speaking, the other Grand Dukes were dissatisfied and looked at him. What? In the eyes of the Count of Huxian, are we people who can't afford to lose? If we really lose the bet, then we lose. Could it be that Li Jia Xiaolang thinks that we will find trouble with you? What kind of people do you think we are? When Li Wangyu saw that he had provoked everyone's anger, cold sweat began to flow down his back. He did not dare to argue and obediently took the large wine bowls on the table. He gritted his teeth and poured 3 bowls full of high-grade sorghum wine. Uncles, I was wrong. I should not have measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. These 3 bowls of wine can be considered my apology to you uncles. After he finished speaking, Li Wangyu closed his eyes and poured the wine into his mouth. Amidst the cheers of Qing Yaojin and the others, Li Wangyu drank 3 large bowls of wine in one gulp. Then, he felt dizzy and his vision turned black. He fell drunk on the floor of the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. Before he was completely drunk, Li Wangyu only had one thought of regret. Damn it, why did I make sorghum wine in the first place? Chapter 431. By the time Li Wangyu woke up, it was already the morning of the next day. He had gotten quite drunk at Duke Lu's mansion, so Qing Yaojin had asked him to stay the night. Qing Yaojin had also ordered his servants to report to the county magistrate's mansion in Dingzhou village. Rubbing his splitting headache, Li Wangyu once again swore that he would never drink with Qing Yaojin and the other old ruffians again. Today, he had to go to the palace, so after Li Wangyu got up, he quickly cleaned himself up with the help of the Qing mansion's maidservants and prepared to say goodbye to Qing Yaojin. But before Li Wangyu could say goodbye, the eunuch sent by Pai Lupi had already come to the gate of Duke Lu's mansion. Pai Lupi urgently summoned County Magistrate Li Wangyu to the palace. In order to find Li Wangyu, the eunuch had also rushed back and forth. Before dawn, the morning drum sounded and the palace gate opened. The eunuch who had delivered the message rode to Dingzhou village in Hu County and knocked on the gate of the county magistrate's mansion. In the end, there was nothing. When he learned that the county magistrate had not returned and had instead stayed the night at Duke Lu's mansion, the eunuch could only tragically rush back to Chang'an. When he found Li Wangyu, the eunuch was already soaking wet, as if he had just been fished out of the water. He looked at Li Wangyu with resentment. "Greetings, county magistrate. The saint has summoned you to the palace immediately. Go quickly." Li Wangyu was stunned. Why was Pai Lupi in such a hurry to find him? He suddenly felt a bit panicked. Could it be that Empress Zhangsun was about to give birth? If that was the case, then his 10,000 taels of gold would have gone down the drain, and his plan to dig a huge hole for the aristocratic families would also be a bubble. "Do you know why the saint has summoned me? Is there something wrong with Her Highness?" The eunuch shook his head. "I have not heard of anything wrong with Her Highness. The saint has summoned you to the palace." He paused and then whispered, "The saint does not seem to be in a good mood. County magistrate, let's not waste time and quickly enter the palace." Hearing that it was not about Empress Zhangsun, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. He did not have time to greet Qing Yaojin, Qing Chumo, and the others, and hurriedly left the Duke Lu's residence with the eunuch, heading towards Tai Chi Palace. Fortunately, Duke Lu's mansion was near the imperial city. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Li Wangyu had already entered the legislative hall and saw the angry Pai Lupi. Seeing Pai Lupi's unfriendly expression, Li Wangyu didn't know what had happened. He could only carefully greet Pai Lupi. "Little nephew greets uncle." "Hello uncle." "Good my ass." Pai Lupi actually cursed. "Zhen asks you, do you care about Zhen and the empress?" Li Wangyu was stunned by Pai Lupi's scolding. He thought for a long time and felt that he had not offended this guy. Li Erfa was so angry. What was the matter? "Uncle, why do you say this? What did little nephew do wrong? Please teach me a lesson. I will definitely correct it." "Humph, Zhen is too lazy to talk to you." "Mitua, you tell this little bastard what he has done." The eunuch Mitua, who had been following Pai Lupi like his shadow, slightly nodded at Li Wangyu. "County Count Hu, the 100 Cavalry Department has reported that there are rumors in the markets of Chang, and that yesterday, County Count Hu went to Yongyi Casino and bet 10,000 taels of gold. They are betting on when Her Highness the Empress will give birth to a prince." "County Count Hu, is there such a thing?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he immediately understood why Pai Lupi was angry. He laughed and nodded, "Yes, there is such a thing." Pai Lupi saw that not only did he admit it, but he also smiled mischievously without any remorse. He was so angry that he almost rushed over and kicked him. Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi was really angry and hurriedly explained, "Uncle, little nephew has a reason for doing this." Pai Lupi glared, "Then tell Zhen. If you dare to speak nonsense, Zhen will drag you out and beat you 20 times. It was no wonder that Pai Lupi was so angry. He was already angry that the aristocratic families were betting on his empress's birth. Who would have thought that the 100 Cavalry Department would report that his most valued nephew, Li Wangyu, had also gone to Taiyuan Wang clan's casino to bet? How could he not be angry? Moreover, this little bastard not only bet, but also bet 10,000 taels of gold. It was really annoying. Even if he couldn't deal with these aristocratic families, how could he, Pai Lupi, not be able to deal with Li Wangyu? This was the reason why he was so anxious today and ordered the chamberlain to summon Li Wangyu to the legislative hall. Li Wangyu laughed and took out the promissory note from his waist. He presented it to Pai Lupi with both hands. "Uncle, little nephew went to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi Casino to place a bet. This is the promissory note, please take a look." Pai Lupi took it and glanced at it. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and look at Li Wangyu in disbelief. "Little bastard, are you crazy? You dare to bet with Taiyuan Wang clan with such conditions?" Do you really think that 10,000 taels of gold is not money? Uncle, if little nephew wasn't confident, why would I go to the casino to bet? Hee, little nephew's gold didn't come from the wind. Little nephew can't bear to give it to Taiyuan Wang clan like this. Then what do you mean by this? Could it be that Maid Guanyin will really give birth to a prince in 4 days? How do you know? Pai Lupi asked suspiciously. Li Wangyu faced Pai Lupi's doubts and could only bring out the words he used to fool Qing Yaojin and the group of dukes. This was the 3rd time he said this lie and he almost believed it to be true. After Pai Lupi heard this explanation, he was somewhat skeptical. Ziyu, are you telling the truth? This matter can't be joked about. Uncle, little nephew naturally has confidence, which is why I dared to bet with Taiyuan Wang clan. Little nephew passed by Yongyi Casino yesterday and saw that they were betting on the matter of aunt giving birth to a child. I felt extremely angry. Little nephew thought about it, and since they were so arrogant, then I had to teach them a lesson and let these aristocratic families know that the dignity of the imperial family cannot be blasphemed. Therefore, little nephew returned to the manor and gathered all the money in the manor to bet at Taiyuan Wang clan's casino. Pai Lupi stared at him, but his expression became much gentler. You little brat, why didn't you tell me yesterday that you knew when Maid Guanyin would give birth? Is Maid Guanyin really pregnant with a prince? You didn't lie to me. Li Wangyu smiled and said, Uncle, I've used real money to gamble with the Wang family of Taiyuan. Even if I'm joking, I won't go so far as to squander money, right? Pai Lupi naturally couldn't not believe his words. Pai Lupi paced back and forth in the hall and suddenly raised his head to look at Mitua. How much gold does the Empress have? The imperial family's assets were all managed by Empress Xiangsun. As the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, Mitua naturally knew. Replying to everyone, there are about 80,000 taels of gold that can be transferred at any time. Mitua immediately understood Pai Lupi's thoughts and immediately replied, Does everyone want to transfer some of the gold to bet at those gambling houses? Before Pai Lupi nodded, Li Wangyu smiled embarrassedly and interrupted, Uncle, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Oh. Why is that? Pai Lupi didn't understand. I'm afraid those gambling houses won't accept Uncle's bet. Besides, I'm afraid they won't be able to pay for it. Li Wangyu touched his neck and was very embarrassed. Yesterday, little nephew, went to Duke Lu's manor. Uncle Qing also wanted to bet. Pai Lupi couldn't help but snort coldly. Qing Jijia wants to bet, why can't I bet? Yesterday Uncle Qing also invited Duke Qiao, Duke Bao, and them. Li Wangyu stammered and said the names of 8 or 9 dukes and prefectural dukes. They all want to bet at the gambling houses today. In total, they will bet about 100,000 taels of gold. He didn't finish speaking, but Pai Lupi already understood what he meant. In this way, if the aristocratic families lost the bet, they would have to pay at least 500,000 taels of gold. If he went to bet again, those aristocratic families wouldn't be able to pay for it even if they went bankrupt. Chapter 432. When Pai Lupi saw that he didn't have the chance to take advantage of the aristocratic families, he couldn't help but blow his beard and glare at Li Wangyu. His eyes were full of resentment. However, since things had already gotten to this point, he could only let it go. As a dignified emperor, he couldn't put down his face and compete with Qing Yaojin and the others for a bet, right? However, when he thought about how in 4 days, his 3rd son would be born, Pai Lupi couldn't help but smile. Ziyu, your literary talent is outstanding. Tell me about it. How should I name my son? You want me to name him again? Don't you know that you're bad at naming? Li Wangyu couldn't help but think about how Carpenter Lu had asked him to name his grandson, but he still hadn't done so. However, if it was someone else, then it wouldn't matter. What was there to think about when it came to naming Li Ji? Li Wangyu blurted out, Uncle, how about naming him Ji? Ji? De Ji? Not bad, this name suits me very well. Li Ji, Li Ji. This name is very good. This name is very appropriate. I like it very much. As Pai Lupi spoke, he quickly walked in front of the imperial desk and wrote the 2 words, Li Ji, on a piece of paper. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he was. Ziyu, you are indeed talented. This name suits me very well. Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. Nonsense, if you're not satisfied, who's satisfied? Isn't this the name you gave your son? Pai Lupi excitedly paced around the hall and said, a few days ago, Guanyin maid told me that she dreamed of a bird catcher who caught a lot of pheasants. In the dream, there was a child who bought all of those pheasants and set them all free. Perhaps that child is my son. I have to give him a pet name. Let's call him Ji Nu. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu's heart calm down a bit. It seemed that he didn't affect history. Li Ji's pet name was still Ji Nu by Pai Lupi. It was fine as long as the butterfly's wings didn't affect Li Ji. He couldn't help but ridicule Pai Lupi's bad taste in his heart. What kind of thing was he giving his 3 most beloved sons and daughters pet names? Li Tai's nickname was Qing Kei, which was a kind of bird. Li Ji's nickname was Ji Nu, which meant a little pheasant. The little princess that Empress Zhangsun would give birth to in the future, Li Er's most beloved daughter, Princess Jinyang, was actually nicknamed Nuazi, which meant a rhinoceros, although it was a tradition in China that it was easier to raise a child with a lowly name. Li Er, as the emperor of Great Tang, had given his 3 most beloved princes and princesses such pet names. After ridiculing Li Er's naming ability, Li Wangyu turned to Li Er and said seriously, Uncle, I think it's best not to tell Aunt when she will give birth. Oh. Why is that? I'm afraid that after she learns about this, she'll be agitated and it won't be good. It's better to wait for the flowers to bloom and let nature take its course. Pai Lupi nodded. That's right. Zio, you're very thoughtful. Me too. Don't let Guanyin know about today's matter. Also, pay attention to what county count who said today. Don't let anyone know about it. Yes. At this time, there were only the 3 of them in the government hall. They didn't have to worry about the eunuchs and palace maids eavesdropping. His Taiji palace had eyes and ears everywhere. In fact, Pai Lupi was well aware of this, but he couldn't stop it. In Noda's Taiji Palace, after Pai Lupi had released the palace maids twice, there were still 9,000 palace maids and 6,000 eunuchs. Of these 15,000 people, no matter if it was Pai Lupi or his trusted eunuch, Mitua, they didn't know how many of them communicated with the aristocratic families or were sent into the palace by the aristocratic families. There was no way to identify them. While Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were talking in the palace, there were large numbers of horse carriages entering the gambling dens of Chang'an. Qing Yaojin and the other dukes had made their decision yesterday and naturally wouldn't go back on it. Early in the morning, the various manors had gathered gold and copper coins. According to what everyone had discussed, they each transported gold and went to the gambling dens to place their bets. Wang Renyu of the Wang clan of Taiyuan also held a banquet last night and invited Jing Yuanshou and the other aristocratic family heads. During the banquet, he naturally joked about Li Wangyu taking 10,000 taels of gold to place a bet, which made the aristocratic family heads laugh. If they were to place a bet on whether it would be a son or a daughter, there was a 50% chance that they would be able to bet on it. But if they were to add the exact date of the birth, then they would be giving money to the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Not to mention the odds of 1 to 5, even if it was 1 to 10, they would still dare to bet. These aristocratic family heads could only envy Wang Renyou's good luck to be able to win 10,000 taels of gold from Hu County. Who knew that early in the morning, the aristocratic family heads would unexpectedly receive a report from the manager of the gambling den. A certain duke wanted to come to the gambling den to bet that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. He asked the family heads if they would accept the bet and what were the odds. For these aristocratic family heads, this was like someone giving them a pillow when they were sleepy. They didn't even think about it and immediately nodded in agreement. As for the odds, it was naturally the same as Yongyi gambling den, 1 to 5. The same scene was repeated in more than 40 gambling dens in Chang'an City. In these gambling dens, according to the strength of the gambling den and the aristocratic family behind it, they would place bets ranging from 1,000 taels of gold to 10,000 taels of gold. All the aristocratic family heads thought that they were as lucky as Wang Renyu, and were very proud of it. That night, after the evening drum was beaten, the Zheng family of Xingyang hosted a banquet to invite the aristocratic family heads. During the banquet, some aristocratic family heads proudly said that they were lucky today. A certain person went to their gambling den and bet 1,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. As soon as he said this, the aristocratic family heads at the banquet said that their gambling dens were the same today. The aristocratic family heads who originally thought that they were lucky instantly stiffened their faces. At this moment, even a fool knew that there must be a problem. The aristocratic family heads who were sitting at the banquet calculated all the bets, and everyone was a little dumbfounded. Including the 10,000 taels of gold that Li Wangyu had bet, a total of 100,000 taels of gold were bet that the empress would give birth to a prince in 4 days. Lord Wang, what's going on? Is there something fishy about this? Some aristocratic family heads panicked and asked Wang Renyu. Wang Renyu's face was also uncertain at this time. He also couldn't figure out what the problem was. A trace of haze flashed through his heart. Did Li Wangyu really know when the empress would give birth? Did he know whether the empress would give birth to a prince or a princess? If so, wouldn't their aristocratic families have to pay out 500,000 taels of gold? Thinking of this terrible possibility, Wang Renyu's body swayed and he almost fell down. No, it's impossible. How could he know this kind of thing? Wang Renyu roared. But what if it's true? Yes, Lord Wang, Cheng Jijie and those people can't be crazy, right? There must be a problem. Heavens, if I really lose, I don't want to live anymore. Duke Qiao bet 5,000 taels of gold in my gambling den. If it's 1 to 5, won't I have to pay out 25,000 taels of gold? For a moment, the hall of the Zheng family of Xingyang was filled with wailing sounds as if the end of the world had come. Enough! Making such a racket, what a scandal! Wang Renyu roared and suppressed the aristocratic family heads. He then exchanged glances with Zheng Yuanshou and the other patriarchs of various clans. Their eyes were all filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Everyone, please be at ease. As long as the empress hasn't given birth, we haven't lost. What are you panicking for? The sky won't fall down. Alright, today's banquet will end here. Everyone, please go back. Zheng Yuanshou also stood up and sent the aristocratic family heads away. After the crowd dispersed, the family heads of the aristocratic families with different surnames and 7 hopes stayed behind. Zheng Yuanshou invited them into an elegant room in the mansion, dismissed the attendants, closed the door, and secretly discussed in low voices what was going on. Chapter 433. For days passed quickly and the 21st day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan arrived. Before the morning drum sounded in Chang'an, Pai Lupi had already gotten up and summoned a servant to help him change his clothes. Everyone, it's still early before the morning court. Won't everyone rest for a while? No, I can't sleep today. Also, send someone to inform everyone that today's morning court is cancelled. Yes. If what Li Wangyu said was true, then today was the day his wife gave birth. How could Pai Lupi be in the mood to attend the morning court? After Pai Lupi got up, he seemed a little anxious and kept pacing back and forth in the hall. Mitua, send someone to ask if Maid Guanyin is feeling unwell. If there is any news, immediately send someone to report to me. Also, prepare a midwife and a wet nurse. Replying to everyone, this servant has already made the necessary arrangements. Everything is ready. However, should we prepare a wet nurse to feed the princess? Mitua asked carefully. Li Er hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. There's no need for that. I believe in Ziyu. Since he dares to pat his chest and say that today is the day of my child's birth, it shouldn't be wrong. Right, summon Zio and let him accompany me to wait for Maid Guanyin to give birth. The reason why Mitua asked this was because the wet nurses who fed the princes and princesses milk in the palace were not chosen randomly. The wet nurse who fed the princes could only be a woman who had given birth to a boy. On the other hand, the wet nurse who fed the princesses could only be a woman who had given birth to a girl. Moreover, there were many requirements to choose a wet nurse. She had to be above 15 years old and below 20 years old, have a husband and a son, and have a good appearance. Her third child was only 3 months old. These wet nurses had feelings for the princes and princesses because they had drunk their milk. Especially when the prince who was fed by the wet nurse ascended to the throne, their value would be 100 times higher. In history, many wet nurses were given high positions because of this. For example, Emperor Zhongzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Xian, gave his wet nurses the titles of County Lady and Lady of the State. Only the mother or wife of a third-rank official or above in the Tang dynasty could be conferred the title of Commandery Lady, while only the mother or wife of a first-rank official could be conferred the title of Madam of the State. However, these nannies had to leave their husbands and children to enter the palace at such a young age. Many of them could not leave the palace for the rest of their lives. Since Pai Lupi said so, Mito did not try to persuade him any further. He went to summon Li Wangyu to the legislative hall. Li Wangyu was actually a little nervous as well. After all, he was not the only one who had made a huge bet. All the other high dukes had been dragged down by him. If anything were to happen to her, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Although Qing Yaojin and the others said that since they had placed a bet, winning or losing was their own business and had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. But out of human nature, if there really was an accident, even if Qing Yaojin and the others did not blame Li Wangyu, how could they not have any grudges in their hearts? However, since it had already come to this, it was useless to think too much about it. He could only wait and see. After entering the legislative hall, Pai Lupi waved at him and said, "Ziyu, come and play chess with me." Li Wangyu did not know how to play the elephant play of the Tang dynasty. Even if it was the Chinese chess of later generations, he was just a bad chess player. "Uncle, I am not good at chess. Let's forget about it." "Then forget it. Mito, have someone bring tea." Pai Lupi was not in the mood to play chess. Although he had many children, the one he valued the most was the child born by his wife, Empress Zhangsun. Now that Zhangsun was about to give birth, he was no different from an ordinary father. He was equally nervous. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu waited anxiously in the legislative hall. However, there was no news from Empress Zhangsun's residence, which made them very anxious. The two sat until noon. Pai Lupi's face was full of doubts. He looked at Li Wangyu several times, wanting to say something. Li Wangyu naturally knew what Pai Lupi wanted to ask. He was also distressed. "This damned Li Ji, how much longer are you going to stay in your mother's belly?" He was even thinking, if Empress Zhangsun still did not show any signs of pregnancy at night, should he suggest to Pai Lupi that he should give his wife a caesarean section and cut out that little brat Li Ji? Li Wangyu was naturally just thinking about it. Empress Zhangsun was not having a difficult birth. If he suggested cutting open Empress Zhangsun's belly just to win the bet, Pai Lupi would probably slap him to death. The two stared at each other speechlessly. Then, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the hall. Everyone, Lijian Palace's chamberlain has come to report that the Empress's belly is in pain. The midwife has already rushed over and said that the Empress is about to give birth." Mi Tua did not bother to greet Pai Lupi. He rushed in and reported while panting. Pai Lupi suddenly stood up. "Really? Good, quick, go to Lijian Palace again. Tell the midwife to be careful and ensure the safety of the mother and child. Tell all the chamberlains in Lijian Palace to serve them carefully. When is born, I will reward him heavily." "Yes." Mi Tua immediately turned and ran out. Li Wangyu was also excited. It seemed that the historical records were correct. Li Ji was really born today. Wahahaha, I'm rich. When he thought about how he could go to Yongyi gambling house and slap their faces after Li Ji was born, he felt really happy. Congratulations, uncle. Congratulations, uncle. You are going to be a father again. Li Wangyu did not forget to flatter Pai Lupi. Zio, you're right. But I won't reward you. Ha, you won 50,000 taels of gold. I'm not as rich as you. Pai Lupi was in a good mood and even joked with Li Wangyu. In a good mood, Pai Lupi directly asked the chamberlain to send wine over. He and Li Wangyu drank in the hall and waited for the birth of their prince. Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were not the only ones waiting for Empress Zhangsun to give birth. Today, all the nobles and commoners in Cheng and were paying attention to the movements in Lijing Palace. After Qing Yaojin and the other dukes made a bet with the aristocratic families, how could this matter be kept a secret? With so many people talking, in these few days, it had already spread like wildfire. That day, Wang Renyu, in order to make Li Wangyu look bad, ordered people to go to the market and spread the news that Li Wangyu had bet a lot of money on the empress giving birth. The commoners of Cheng and were already talking about it. The commoners of Cheng and were very calm about County Count Hu's bet on the empress giving birth. After all, they had been baptized by the construction of a polo field and the issuance of lottery tickets. The commoners of Cheng and were already used to County Count Hu's squandering. The focus of their discussion was not on how County Count Hu was squandering, but whether or not he could win the bet. Unlike the aristocratic families, most of the commoners of Cheng and believed that County Count Hu would definitely win. The aristocratic families studied the ways of Confucius and Mencius, and what they learned was, Confucius does not speak of strange forces and chaotic gods. They did not believe the rumors on the streets, nor did they believe that Li Wangyu had used magic to revive a dead pregnant woman. They did not believe it, but the commoners of Cheng and did. Since County Count Hu could even revive a dead pregnant woman, what was so strange about him being able to determine whether the empress would give birth to a boy or a girl? And after Qing Yaojin and the other Grand Dukes went to the gambling houses to place their bets, the secret was no longer a secret. Almost half of the commoners of Cheng and now knew that County Count Hu Li Wangyu had determined that the empress would give birth to a prince today. Thus, countless commoners flocked to the gambling houses of Cheng and, wanting to place their bets. Unfortunately, ever since the banquet at the Zheng family's mansion in Xingyang, the aristocratic families were all shocked and doubtful. All the gambling houses had cancelled their bets on whether the empress would give birth to a boy or a girl. This made the commoners of Cheng and very regretful. In the legislative hall, Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were drinking grape wine, waiting for the good news from Lijin Hall. The two of them slowly took small sips, very satisfied and in a good mood. Everyone, the empress has given birth. Mi Tuo stumbled in from outside the hall, his expression somewhat ugly. Ha, good, good. Let's go to Lijin Hall, I want to see my child. Pai Lupi threw down his wine cup, laughing as he stood up. But Mi Tuo's next sentence made Li Wangyu feel as if he had been struck by lightning, and his body stiffened. Everyone, the empress has given birth to a prince-princess. Chapter 434. Li Wangyu rushed over to Mi Tuo and grabbed him by the collar, spitting saliva onto Mi Tuo's face. What did you say? Say it again. What did Her Highness the Empress give birth to? County Count Hu, Her Highness the Empress gave birth to a princess. Mi Tuo's complexion was also very unsightly. When he heard this news, he was also bewildered. After repeatedly questioning the eunuchs who had come to deliver the news, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Mi Tuo could understand Li Wangyu's loss of self-control. No matter who lost 10,000 taels of gold, their performance would not be better than Li Wangyu's. As for Li Wangyu, he was completely confused. Princess? Female? What the F***ck is going on? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Where is the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji? Where did Li Ji go? How could Empress Zhangsun give birth to a girl? Could it be that his actions had fanned the wings of history, causing Li Ji to disappear? A series of question marks had already filled Li Wangyu's mind, causing him to go crazy. However, Li Wangyu quickly felt that something was wrong. When he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, it was already the second month of the second year of Zhengguan. At that time, Empress Zhangsun had already been pregnant. No matter how much he had messed up history, it was impossible to change what had already happened. Could it be that Li Wangyu had the ability to change the gender of the fetus in Empress Zhangsun's womb? Hearing Mi Tuo's report, Pai Lupi only stared blankly. He did not think too much about it, although he was slightly disappointed that Empress Zhangsun had given birth to a princess. However, Pai Lupi quickly adjusted his mood. After all, they were both born of him and Empress Zhangsun. Regardless of gender, he liked them all. Just like Princess Changle, Pai Lupi also treasured her. He even treated Li Li better than he did Li Qingqian and Li Tai. Pai Lupi only felt a little regretful that he wouldn't be able to see the scene of those aristocratic families being badly battered. He patted Li Wangyu's shoulder comfortingly. The birth of his daughter was a joyous occasion, but Li Wangyu had lost 10,000 taels of gold. As for Qing Yaojin and the other ministers, it seemed like each of them had lost 10,000 taels of gold. Zio, money is just a worldly possession. Just earn more. You're still young, so don't worry too much about these things. You have also worked hard. Go back to Dingzhou village and have a good rest. Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu must have suffered a heavy blow, so he comforted him. Li Wangyu was still in a daze. When he heard Pai Lupi's words, he shook his head and said, "Uncle, I want to see the princess." Li Wangyu was really unwilling if he didn't see the child that Empress Zhangsun gave birth to with his own eyes. He still felt that his head was buzzing and his brain was a mess. That's fine. Since it's like this, then let's go. Mi Tuo, bring us to Li Jin Hall. Pai Lupi didn't know what Li Wangyu was thinking, so he naturally nodded in agreement. Pai Lupi, under the escort of numerous eunuchs and palace guards, went to Li Jin Hall. When he arrived at Li Jin Hall, the newly born princess had already been washed clean and sent to a wet nurse. She couldn't be seen for the time being. Pai Lupi went to Li Jin Hall's bedroom to visit his wife. Li Wangyu could only stay in Li Jin Hall in a panic. He was restless and didn't know what to do. After a long time, Pai Lupi came out of Empress Zhangsun's bedroom. At this time, the little princess was carefully held in the arms of a palace maid. She was sent to see Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu didn't care about the taboo and directly went over. Wrapped in the brocade quilt was a lively and cute little thing. At this time, it was looking at Pai Lupi with its big black eyes. Pai Lupi immediately liked this little guy. He couldn't help but reach out his thick fingers and play with the baby in the swaddling clothes. Li Wangyu couldn't help but say, "Uncle, are you not going to see if this is a prince or a princess?" Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction, but he still reached out and opened the brocade quilt that wrapped the baby. He glanced at the baby's lower body and asked the palace maid to wrap the baby up again. "How is it? Uncle, is this a prince? Did the midwife see wrongly?" "Zio." Pai Lupi couldn't help but scold, "Don't mess around. This is my little princess. It can't be wrong." After being scolded by Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu could only helplessly accept this reality. Even though he still couldn't understand what had happened in this damned history, tidying up his incomparably depressed mood, Li Wangyu squeezed out a smile, "Yes, uncle, I was rash." He also reached out to play with the baby in the palace maid's arms. "Uncle, this child is so cute. It's a pity that the name Li Ji can't be used. Uncle needs to give the little princess another name." "Ha, yes, it's a pity. Li Ji really is a good name." As the two spoke, an eunuch came to inform them that His Highness the Crown Prince, His Highness the King of Yu, and the eldest princess had come to see his little sister. "Quickly call them in." Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He had the eunuch call his son and daughter in. Even in the imperial family, having more children was a joyous occasion. After the three little ones came in and saw that Li Wangyu was also present, they all obediently bowed to Pai Lupi first and then to their teacher. "Qingqian, Qingke, Changle, quickly come and see your little sister." "Father, is this a little sister?" "Hee hee, I'm also an older sister. Father, little sister is so small. Princess Changle reached out to hold the baby's small hand, smiling tenderly. Pai Lupi smiled and rubbed Princess Changle's head. That's right, this is Changle's little sister. In the future, Changle must treat little sister well. Don't bully her. I won't bully little sister. In the future, I'll give my ice cream to little sister to eat. Li Qingqian had the appearance of a little adult. Father, when little sister grows up, I will protect her. Li Tai, the little fatty, hesitated for a long time. With a very reluctant appearance, he said, when little sister grows up, I will give her the abacus that my teacher gave me. Li Tai's words finally amused Li Wangyu. Within the grand hall, Pai Lupi and his children appeared to be a happy family, very harmonious and joyous. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly in his heart. Now that things had come to this, he could only face this cruel reality. He prepared to return to Dingzhou village as soon as possible to lick his wounds and seek the comfort of his beautiful superior. Just as Li Wangyu was about to say his goodbyes, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Raising his eyes, he carefully examined Pai Lupi, the three little ones, and the infant in the arms of a palace maid. Wait, this shouldn't be the case. Could it be? A thought flashed through Li Wangyu's mind, causing him to jump in fright. He turned his head and began to search all around the grand hall. Finally, in a corner of the grand hall, he saw a familiar figure. Li Wangyu hurriedly walked over. Do you still remember me? The person he greeted was a palace maid who served Empress Zhangsun in the main hall of Li Palace. This palace maid was the acquaintance whom Empress Zhangsun had instructed to lead him to the flower garden to find Princess Changle. That day, this palace maid had innocently been beaten up by the vicious Xing Shangyi. Li Wangyu had not forgotten her. Seeing that Li Wangyu was speaking to her, the palace maid hurriedly smiled and curtsied to Li Wangyu. This servant greets the County Earl of Huxian. Greetings to the County Earl of Huxian. It's good that you still remember me. Come, I have something to ask you. Li Wangyu lowered his voice, moving close to the palace maid's ear and softly whispering a few words. His manly breath brushed against the palace maid's ear, causing her face to flush red. After hearing Li Wangyu's question, the palace maid tilted her head and frowned in thought for a long time. In the end, she shook her head. This servant does not remember clearly. Normally, I do not pay attention. Then is it convenient for you to go take a look for me now? Yes, this servant will go immediately. Finished speaking, the palace maid lifted her skirt with both hands and trotted towards the inner chambers of Li Palace. Chapter 435. As Li Wangyu waited anxiously, it didn't take long for the little palace maid to trot back from the inner palace. How was it? Li Wangyu hurriedly asked. The young palace maid's face was flushed from running. After taking deep breaths and calming her breathing, she nodded at Li Wangyu and whispered something into his ear. Li Wangyu's expression suddenly changed. He clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. His expression became ferocious. His sudden change in expression gave the young palace maid a fright. She didn't know why County Count who would suddenly become like this when he learned of this matter. Li Wangyu nodded at her. Many thanks. There's nothing else. You can go about your business. After he finished speaking, he turned and strode toward Pai Lupi, leaving the young palace maid behind him at a loss for what to do. Uncle, this nephew has something important to report. Uncle, please dismiss your attendants. This matter is inconvenient for outsiders to know. Pai Lupi didn't even raise his head. He smiled and teased the baby girl. Zio, if there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. We don't have time right now. Li Wangyu wasn't an official of the imperial court. In Pai Lupi's eyes, there was nothing important that had to be said right now. He naturally didn't want to be disturbed at this time. Li Wangyu raised his voice. Uncle, this is an important matter. You have to say it now. There's no time to delay. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He raised his head unhappily and looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, didn't we say it already? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Don't disturb us today. We want to spend time with our daughter. Your Majesty. This subject must report this matter now. Li Wangyu no longer called Pai Lupi uncle. His expression was extremely serious as he looked directly at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be surprised by his attitude. He knew that Li Wangyu wasn't someone who didn't know the gravity of the situation. Although he had said with certainty that Empress Zhangsun would give birth to an imperial son, in the end, it was a little princess, but this was not a big deal. Pai Lupi still had a lot of trust in Li Wangyu. Seeing that Li Wangyu had even addressed him as lord and minister, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't pretend that he hadn't heard anything. He stared into Li Wangyu's eyes. After a few seconds, he finally nodded. All right, I'll listen to what you have to say. What is so important? Your Majesty, please dismiss your servants. This matter should not be known by others, Li Wangyu insisted. After thinking for a while, he added, Mito can stay. As the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, Mito was in charge of all matters in the palace. He was in charge of communicating with the 100 Horsemen Department. He would need his help later, so there was no need to avoid him. Pai Lupi saw that he was so serious about this matter. He waved his hand and indicated for all the serving girls in the hall to leave. Pai Lupi also ordered Li Qingqian and the other two to go visit Empress Zhangsun in her sleeping quarters and sent the three little ones away. When only Pai Lupi, Mito, and Li Wangyu were left in the hall, Pai Lupi said, All right, what is it? You can speak now. Li Wangyu looked left and right. After confirming that no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice and said something only the three of them could hear. His voice was very soft, but in Pai Lupi and Mito's ears, it was like a clap of thunder. It shocked the two of them. Uncle, that baby girl is not your biological child. Li Wangyu's words were too shocking. Pai Lupi couldn't help but reach out and dig at his ears, wondering if he was hearing things. What did you say, Zio? Say it again. Uncle, you didn't hear wrong. I said that baby girl is not Uncle's biological child. Li Wangyu's voice was very soft, but his tone was very firm. Mi Tua, who was standing at the side, was completely stunned. Could it be that the county magistrate had lost his mind because of the shock of losing gold today? How could he say such a thing? The Empress's child was not the Emperor's biological child. Was county magistrate who slandering the Empress for being unchaste? How could he dare to slander the Empress like this? Pai Lupi also became furious. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said angrily, Li Wangyu. Do you know what you are saying? You dare to slander the Guanyin maidservant. Zhen will execute your entire family. Li Wangyu was also stunned. What did Pai Lupi mean by such a big reaction? How did he slander Empress Zhangsun? Seeing Mito's expression that looked like he had seen a ghost, Li Wangyu suddenly realized that he hadn't said it clearly and had caused Pai Lupi to misunderstand his meaning. His words didn't mean that Empress Zhangsun was cheating on him. Uncle, you misunderstood your nephew's meaning. What I meant was that the baby girl was not born of you and aunt. She is a fake. Someone harbored evil intentions and used this baby girl to replace the prince that aunt gave birth to. Li Wangyu quickly explained. Pai Lupi's anger dissipated a bit when he heard this, but he didn't believe Li Wangyu at all. Li Wangyu, don't speak nonsense. All right, Zhen knows that you are tired today. Go back to the palace. Mito, send County Count Huxian out of the palace. Pai Lupi didn't want to continue talking to Li Wangyu. This fellow's words were becoming more and more outrageous. He even dared to say that his daughter that was just born wasn't born of him and Empress Zhangsun, but was replaced by someone else. It was simply a load of nonsense. How could such a thing happen in Taiji Palace under the watchful eyes of so many people? If it was someone else who dared to say this, Pai Lupi would definitely let that person know what it meant to not offend a monarch's prestige. He would definitely beat that person to death. However, Pai Lupi thought the same as Mito. He thought that it was because Li Wangyu lost the bet and was too shocked. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't want to punish Li Wangyu for speaking nonsense. He only told Mito to kick Li Wangyu out of Taiji Palace. After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he flung his robe and prepared to leave. Li Wangyu dodged Mito's block and rushed in front of Pai Lupi, opening his arms to block him. "Uncle, this nephew isn't joking. I have proof." "Proof?" Pai Lupi was surprised when he heard this. "What proof?" Li Wangyu quickly pointed at his eyelids. "Eyelids? Uncle, eyelids." "What eyelids? Explain clearly to Zhen." Pai Lupi was confused by his words. How could eyelids be used as proof? "Uncle, do you know that some people have single eyelids and some people have double eyelids?" The so-called single eyelids and double eyelids were single eyelids and double eyelids. Most Han people had single eyelids. Whether it was the terracotta soldiers or court ladies, they all had single eyelids. It wasn't until the beginning of the Tang dynasty that due to the fusion of ethnic bloodlines, large amounts of double eyelids appeared. Li Wangyu went to find the little palace maid to ask if Empress Zhangsun had single eyelids or double eyelids. Although he had seen Empress Zhangsun several times, how could he pay attention to whether Empress Zhangsun had single eyelids or double eyelids? He just vaguely felt that Empress Zhangsun seemed to have single eyelids. The little palace maid naturally didn't know. Li Wangyu asked her to go to the bedroom and help him see if Empress Zhangsun had single eyelids or double eyelids. When the little palace maid came back and told Li Wangyu with certainty that Empress Zhangsun had single eyelids, he suddenly woke up and discovered this shocking secret. The baby girl wasn't born of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun. This discovery caused Li Wangyu to shudder with fear, and he finally understood why Li Ji had vanished. Pai Lupi nodded to Li Wangyu's question. Zhen naturally knows that some people have double eyelids. It's not strange. Although there weren't many people with double eyelids in the Tang dynasty, it wasn't uncommon. Li Wangyu glanced at Pai Lupi's eyes. "Uncle, you have single eyelids?" "Yes, so what?" "Qingqian, Qingke, and Chang'e also have single eyelids," Li Wangyu continued. Pai Lupi was already somewhat impatient. "What are you trying to say?" "I just asked the palace maid to check on Aunt. She also has single eyelids." "Enough, are you done?" Pai Lupi didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. "Uncle, that baby girl has double eyelids." Chapter 436. Li Wangyu's words confused Pai Lupi and Mito. So what if the little princess had double eyelids? Was it illegal for Empress Zhangsun to give birth to the little princess with double eyelids? Although Huaxia had always considered single eyelids to be beautiful, they didn't like double eyelids like later generations. Some people even had surgery to remove double eyelids. But even if people considered slender phoenix eyes to be beautiful and liked single eyelids, so what? The little princess had double eyelids. What kind of **t evidence was that? Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't understand what he meant, Li Wangyu repeated what he had just said. "Uncle, that baby girl has double eyelids." Pai Lupi looked at Mito and saw that he was also confused. Then, he turned to look at Li Wangyu. "Li Wangyu, what are you trying to say?" "Uncle, if both parents have single eyelids, they can't give birth to a child with double eyelids. So, no matter what, that baby girl can't be born from uncle and aunt," Li Wangyu said firmly. His words made Pai Lupi a little confused. He looked at Mito suspiciously. "Mito, is that so?" Mito quickly bowed. "Everyone, I've never heard of this. But since County Count who said so, why don't you let me verify it?" He had never heard of parents with single eyelids and a child with single eyelids. But what Li Wangyu said was too important. He didn't dare to say whether it was true or false. Mito even prayed in his heart that what Li Wangyu said was not true. Otherwise, there would be a huge earthquake in Taiji Palace. Just the thought of it was too terrifying. Empress Zhangsun gave birth in the main hall of the Eastern Palace, and the baby was actually swapped. If such an unbelievable thing really happened, Mito couldn't imagine how many people would lose their heads because of it. However, he didn't dare to tell Pai Lupi that there was absolutely no such thing. He couldn't afford to take responsibility for such a thing. Therefore, Mito could only tell Pai Lupi that he didn't know, but he was willing to verify what Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi originally did not believe Li Wangyu's words, but now that he heard Li Wangyu's affirmation, his heart could not help but waver. Go and investigate. Let the 100 Cavalry Department go to Chang'an City and search for those with single eyelids and double eyelids. Find out if their children have single eyelids or double eyelids and immediately verify the truth of Li Wangyu's words. Since he had doubts in his heart, Pai Lupi naturally couldn't ignore it. Yes. Mito received the order and hurriedly ran out of the hall to convey Pai Lupi's instructions to the 100 Horsemen Department. After Mito left, Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu again. After a long time, he sighed. Zio, if what you said is true, then it's too scary. This kind of thing can also happen in my Taiji Palace? Li Wangyu was also silent. He still couldn't believe that this kind of thing could really happen. A leopard cat swapping the crown prince. He originally thought that this kind of thing was just a literary story in the novel, The 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants. He didn't expect this kind of thing to actually happen in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu even felt a chill run down his spine. Who exactly was so audacious? If he didn't know in advance that Empress Jiangxuan's child was the future crown prince, Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji, he probably wouldn't have thought that Empress Jiangxuan's child would be swapped with a baby girl. In the era without paternity testing, perhaps no one would know the truth of the matter. Even Li Wangyu himself, if he didn't accidentally discover that the baby girl had double eyelids, at this time, he would have thought that there was a problem somewhere in history. He definitely wouldn't have thought that Li Ji had been swapped. The reason why Li Wangyu knew that parents with single eyelids was because they couldn't have children with double eyelids was also a coincidence. When he was working in his previous life, he once had a colleague's wife who gave birth to a child. He and a group of colleagues went to visit. After everyone congratulated the colleague who was the father, in the midst of the hubbub, a colleague suddenly joked, "The two of you have single eyelids, but the child you gave birth to has double eyelids. It's much prettier than the two of you." The person who said this didn't mean it, but the listener did. For some reason, the child's father became suspicious and ran to do a paternity test. The result was self-evident. The child wasn't related to him by blood. His wife had an affair with another man. This matter caused an uproar in Li Wangyu's unit, so the couple naturally divorced. Li Wangyu also remembered that parents with single eyelids couldn't have children with double eyelids. He also specially went online to search and found out that single eyelids were recessive genes, while double eyelids were dominant genes. In a situation where both parents had recessive genes, it was impossible for the child to have a dominant gene. Thus, when he accidentally noticed that Pai Lupi and the 3 little ones all had single eyelids, while the baby girl had double eyelids, this matter immediately appeared in his mind. In addition, Li Wangyu was suspicious of Li Ji's disappearance, so he asked the palace maid to check Empress Jiangxuan's eyelids. This confirmed the chilling truth that Li Ji had been swapped out by someone else. It was a baby girl. Li Wangyu then remembered that Li Ji's whereabouts were unknown, so he hurriedly said to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, you have to trust this nephew. Please immediately have people seal the palace and prohibit anyone from leaving Taiji Palace. My aunt's son, Prince Ji, should still be in the palace and hasn't been smuggled out." When Pai Lupi heard this, he only hesitated for a few seconds before making up his mind. It was better to believe that this matter was true than not. Even if it was proven that Li Wangyu's words were wrong, it would at most be a false alarm. However, if the 100 Cavalry Department confirmed Li Wangyu's words, then it would be too frightening. "Come, pass down my orders. Close all the palace doors and seal the palace. No one is allowed to enter or leave the palace without my orders. In addition, all the servants in the palace are to return to their respective palaces and await my orders." Pai Lupi loudly called out to the head of the palace guards outside the hall. "Yes." Immediately, a guard accepted the order and ran to pass it down. The officials on duty in the imperial city were shocked to find that the palace doors of Taiji Palace had been closed ahead of time. Taiji Palace had a total of 10 palace doors in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west. Originally, these palace doors were the same as the city gates of Chang'an. They opened with the beating of the morning drum and closed with the beating of the evening drum. However, it was still early in the morning, so why were the palace doors closed? The officials couldn't help but discuss. Some even thought that today was the day that the empress would give birth. Could it be that something had happened to the empress? The officials didn't know what was going on. Even Feng Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhang Sun Wuji were also confused. They didn't know what had happened in the palace. As the emperor's uncle, Zhang Sun Wuji was worried about his sister's safety and wanted to enter the palace to visit Empress Zhang Sun. He went to Shuntian Gate and handed over his waist token, but he was rejected by the guards at the palace doors and was forbidden from entering. This had never happened before. Even he was not allowed to enter the palace, which made Zhang Sun Wuji even more anxious. He was afraid that something had happened to his sister. After all, in this era, when a woman gave birth, even if she was as noble as Empress Zhang Sun, it was still dangerous. The palace doors of Taiji Palace suddenly closed without any warning, causing an undercurrent to surge in Chang'an City. Chapter 437. In Li Main Hall, Pai Lupi also started to get nervous. He paced back and forth restlessly, calling the servants to ask if Mitua had returned. Li Wangyu sat on the side, pondering how Li Ji had been replaced. He suddenly thought of something and scolded himself for being an idiot. Li Wangyu hurriedly got up and walked to Pai Lupi's side. He said in a low voice, "Uncle, we overlooked something. If Prince Ziji was replaced, it definitely has something to do with the midwife and the palace maids who were serving in Li Main Hall when Aunt gave birth. Uncle, please immediately order people to arrest the midwife and the palace maids." Pai Lupi heard this and immediately reacted. If the 100 Cavalry Department really confirmed what Li Wangyu said, then it naturally had something to do with the midwife and the palace maids. He immediately ordered people to arrest the midwife who delivered Empress Zhang Sun and the palace maids who were in Li Main Hall. At this time, Pai Lupi also panicked. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. More than 2 hours later, Mituo rushed back and knelt down in front of Pai Lupi. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his body. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Cavalry Department has reported. They are already in Chang'an City. According to County Uncle Hu's instructions, they are cooperating with the various workshops. They have already found 147 families to verify. Both of these couples have single eyelids, and all of their children are. What are they all? Don't stutter when you speak. Speak. Mitua heavily knocked his head on the floor of the hall. 147 families have 314 children. They all have single eyelids. Other than one child who has double eyelids, there are no exceptions. What? Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu both exclaimed. Pai Lupi felt that this ratio was very high, but Li Wangyu was surprised that there was an exception. Pai Lupi was surprised, but he immediately reacted. Since there was an exception, it meant that what Li Wangyu said was not an ironclad rule. Even if he and Empress Zhang Sun both had single eyelids, it was still possible for them to have children with double eyelids. Zio, what else do you have to say? Even if both parents had single eyelids, they could still give birth to children with double eyelids. Although the probability is small, it's not impossible. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu frown. He didn't know what went wrong. Could it be a genetic mutation? However, Mito hesitated and said to Pai Lupi, "Everyone, there is something else behind this." Pai Lupi was puzzled. The 100 Horsemen Division reported that because they only found this child with double eyelids, they were afraid that there was a problem, so they interrogated the family. The madam's maidservant was so scared that she revealed the truth when questioned by the 100 Horsemen Department. Because the Langjun of that mansion was away doing business all year round, his wife could not bear the loneliness and had an affair with another man. Therefore, the child with double eyelids might not have been born by that couple. Pai Lupi was stunned. Is there such a thing? Are you sure? There should be no mistake. After the Langjun learned about this, he took his wife to the Chang'an county government and said that he would sue his wife for adultery. In addition, the 100 Horsemen division also saw the child with double eyelids, but he looked different from the Langjun. He should not be the Langjun's biological child. Now the 100 Horsemen division is still investigating in Chang'an. If there is any other situation, I will report it immediately. Mito answered honestly. The 100 Horsemen division's reply made Pai Lupi's heart sink to the bottom. In that case, what Li Wangyu said was the truth. He and Empress Zhangsun both had single eyelids, so it was impossible for them to give birth to a child with double eyelids. Pai Lupi wanted to kill someone at this moment. The dignified emperor of the Tang dynasty was actually played in the palm of someone else's hand. If Li Wangyu did not discover the clues, then wouldn't he really be the #1 fool in the world? His own prince had been stolen, but he had raised a fake as his own daughter. If this news were to spread out, he, Li Heir, would have no place to put his old face. Pai Lupi was so angry that he pulled out the sword at his waist and fiercely slashed it on a few tables in the hall. He used so much force that the wide table was cut into 2 halves. He turned his head to look at Mito with a murderous look. Mito, immediately interrogate that midwife and the palace maid who was in Lijiang Hall. You must find the prince and bring him back. If you can't find the prince, I will skin you alive. He did not have time to find out who the mastermind was. The most important thing now was to find his own son. Yes. Mito also knew that this was a serious matter and did not dare to talk nonsense. He turned his head and rushed out of the hall again. Zio. Who do you think would be so daring? If I find out who is plotting against my prince, I will exterminate their entire family. Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Uncle, I am not speaking nonsense. I am afraid that even uncle can't do anything to the mastermind behind this. Now, he finally understood what was going on. In the original history, there was naturally no such thing as a leopard cat replacing the crown prince. Li Wangyu also guessed the reason why Li Zhihui was inexplicably replaced with a baby girl. Pai Lupi's face was ferocious as he glared at him. Why do you say that? Do you know who did this? Uncle, think about it. Who would benefit from replacing the prince? Uncle, have you forgotten that the birth of Ant's son involves 500,000 taels of gold? Pai Lupi frowned and immediately looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, you mean those aristocratic families? How dare they do this? Uncle, it's 500,000 taels of gold. Why wouldn't they dare? Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi again. The source of this matter is still your nephew. If it wasn't for your nephew being rash and taking the gold to bet with the Taiyuan Wang clan in a fit of anger and urging Lu Guogong and the others to bet, I am afraid that this storm would not have happened. Your nephew is really guilty. Please punish me. Li Wangyu was really regretting it now. He really did not think that those aristocratic families would be so crazy as to do such a thing. He had forgotten that Marx had already said that for a profit of 300%, capital dared to commit any crime, even risking the risk of being hanged. For aristocratic families, 500,000 taels of gold was enough for them to take the risk. Moreover, it was not necessarily less dangerous. Just as he had said to Pai Lupi, even if they knew that it was the aristocratic families who did it, what could they do? For such a shocking case, how could the aristocratic families personally make a move and hand the evidence to Pai Lupi? Needless to say, even if they pursued the matter, they would only catch a few scapegoats. Just like last time, when the Taiyuan Wang clan's legitimate son Wang Ziqiao and the others ordered the troops to kill and set fire, they could not obtain any evidence and could not do anything to them. Pai Lupi glared at Li Wangyu for a while before helplessly waving his hand. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will not take my anger out on you. The most important thing now is to find my prince and bring him back. Pai Lupi, who was in the prime of his life, was somewhat dispirited at this time. In an instant, Li Wangyu felt that he had aged a few years. Li Wangyu was right. Even if he knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was an aristocratic family, what could he do? Without any evidence, he, Pai Lupi, could not do anything to these aristocratic families. Uncle, the heavens help the prince. I think that with Mituo's thunderous methods, the midwife will definitely tell the truth. The prince should still be in Taiji Palace and has not been sent out of the palace. Li Wangyu comforted. I hope so. While the two were talking, they saw Mituo return with an ugly expression. How was it? Did the midwife say anything? Pai Lupi immediately asked. Mituo knelt down and kowtowed. He did not dare to look up at Pai Lupi. Replying to everyone, when this servant went to the room where the imperial guards were holding the midwife had already hanged herself in the room. She was no longer alive. With a clang, the sword in Pai Lupi's hand fell to the ground, making a soft sound. Chapter 438. When Li Wangyu heard this, he felt a chill in his heart. That midwife actually hanged herself. This was clearly because after being captured by the palace guards, she knew that the matter was exposed and committed suicide to escape punishment. But the midwife's death made Li Wangyu feel a chill in his bones. This woman would rather commit suicide than hand over Li Ji in exchange for a chance of survival. Could it be that Li Ji was already killed by her? Pai Lupi calmed his mind and asked with a trembling voice, what about those palace maids? Mituo immediately replied, when Her Highness gave birth, she stayed in Li Main Hall. There were 12 palace maids serving Her Highness. Now, there are no problems with these palace maids. I have already asked the 100 Cavalry Department to take over and interrogate them to find out the prince's whereabouts. Then go quickly. You must make them speak and tell us where my prince is. Pai Lupi roared. Yes. Mituo heavily knocked his head on the floor and then retreated. As the provincial supervisor of the Internal Servants Department, Mituo actually had a lot of responsibility for such an unbelievable thing happening in Li Main Hall. It was only because Pai Lupi trusted him that he did not pursue his responsibility for the time being. If they could not find Li Ji, or if Li Ji was killed by the midwife and palace maids, then Mituo's fate would not be any better. Li Wangyu watched Mituo leave the hall with a murderous look on his face. He knew that those palace maids who had fallen into Mituo's hands would probably end up very miserably. Mituo was not a soft-hearted person. Even Li Yuan's personal attendants and concubines in the harem, he dared to be ruthless and beat them to death. From this, it could be seen that this person was definitely a black-hearted and merciless person. However, Li Wangyu could not sympathize with those palace maids. Although he also knew that it was impossible for all 12 palace maids to participate in this matter. No matter how powerful the aristocratic families were, they could not bribe so many palace maids by Empress Jiangxuan's side at the same time. Moreover, there were too many people and too many mouths. In this kind of matter that could cost one's head, other than the midwife, at most 1 or 2 people participated in it. The other palace maids were most likely innocent, but in this kind of situation, how could they identify them one by one? Now, they could only wait for Mituo's thunderous methods. 2 hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. The evening drum of Chang and city sounded, and bright candles were lit in the main hall. Just as Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu were waiting anxiously, Mito finally came back, but his face was full of worry. As soon as he entered the hall, Mito knelt down in front of Pai Lupi and presented him with a stack of bloody papers. Reporting to everyone, this is the testimony of the 12 palace maids. All of the palace maids and servants had already been interrogated by the experienced criminals of the 100 Cavalry Department. However, these 12 people were adamant that there was no such thing as swapping babies. Moreover, they could both testify to each other that after the empress gave birth to the baby, the midwife washed the baby and carried it out of the palace. During this time, the baby never left their sight. This servant had people interrogate them severely and used all kinds of torture methods. These palace maids have already fainted several times, but they still gave the same confession. This servant is incompetent. Please punish me. When Pai Lupi heard Mituo's reply, he was so angry that his face turned black. He lifted his foot and kicked Mituo's shoulder. Mituo, who was kneeling on the ground, was kicked 5 or 6 meters away. The confessions in his hands were scattered all over the ground. Mituo's head hit the pillar of the main hall heavily. After a muffled thud, blood immediately flowed out from his forehead. He did not dare to wipe it. Ignoring the pain in his body, he knelt on the ground for a few steps and then lay down in front of Pai Lupi's feet. He did not dare to make a sound. Beat them. Beat them hard for me. Beat them until these cheese confess. I don't believe it. They're not afraid of death. Pai Lupi became furious, and his face began to twist. Li Wangyu was silent. He bent down and reached out to pick up the confessions scattered on the floor, and read them one by one. Just as Mituo said, the confessions of these palace maids were almost the same. This was simply impossible, unless these 12 palace maids all gave false testimony and colluded with each other to confess. But this kind of thing was impossible, so there must be something hidden. Li Wangyu had never figured out how the midwife who delivered the baby for Empress Zhangsun brought the baby girl into the bedroom of Li Main Hall, and how she replaced Li Ji without letting a newborn baby cry and attract the attention of others. When Empress Zhangsun gave birth, there were nearly 100 eunuchs and palace maids inside and outside Li Main Hall, serving the Empress of the Tang dynasty in the hall. Combined with the confessions of these palace maids in the bedroom, Li Wangyu was even more confused. To avoid the attention of so many people and secretly switch the baby, this was simply too inconceivable. Could it be that these people knew how to perform magic? Magic? A bolt of lightning flashed through Li Wangyu's mind. It was magic. Since ancient times, there had been ancient magic tricks in Huaxia. Those magicians wore long robes and could produce huge fish tanks, porcelain bowls, flower vases, braziers, and other props out of thin air. It was very magical. This kind of ability to hide things on one's body, even the Western magicians of later generations did not know the mystery. Could it be that among the dead midwife or palace maids, there was someone who knew this ancient magic trick? Hiding the baby girl on one's body and replacing Li Ji in front of everyone's eyes? Li Wangyu thought about it and realized that there was indeed such a possibility. However, Li Wangyu couldn't figure out how to make the baby stay quiet and not cry. Could it be that he had drugged the baby? Li Wangyu planned to ask Sun Simiao if there was any medicine that could make the baby stop crying after taking it. At this time, Pai Lupi had already scolded Mituo, and was unable to restrain his anger, asking Mituo to continue torturing those palace maids. Uncle, wait. I want the 100 Horsemen department to investigate the background of that midwife and the 12 palace maids. When did they enter the palace? Before entering the palace, what did their families do for a living? Did any of them know how to play 100 different kinds of opera? The Sanlu he mentioned was the name for magic tricks and acrobatics during the Sui and Tang dynasties. It was also called Bai Shi. Pai Lupi breathed heavily and tried to calm his anger. He asked, Zio, why do you want to investigate this? What's the use of it? Uncle, this is what I'm thinking. Li Wangyu told him his guess. Investigating whether these palace maids knew ancient magic tricks was the only way he could think of. After hearing his words, Pai Lupi immediately glared at Mituo. Did you hear what Huxian County Count said? Useless dog, why aren't you going to investigate? Yes, I will personally go to the Yetting Bureau to investigate. Mituo did not dare to say more. He scrambled out of the hall, but before he left, he gave Li Wangyu a grateful look. If he could find some useful clues and rescue Prince Ziji, then Li Wangyu really saved his life. How could Mituo not be grateful? Li Wangyu's conjecture was also a Hail Mary effort. Unexpectedly, an hour later, Mituo came back with good news. Chapter 439. The Yetting Bureau was an organization used by the Tang dynasty to manage the palace maids. The information of all the palace maids was managed by the Yetting Bureau. If Mi Tuo wanted to check the information of the 12 palace maids, he needed to go to the Yetting Bureau. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect that he really found the information that Li Wangyu needed from it. Mi Tuo let the servants carry the names of the 12 palace maids and ran back to the Li main hall. Replying to everyone, this servant found it. Pai Lupi quickly asked, "What did you find? Quickly tell me." The midwife who hanged herself has nothing to do with the San Lo Bai Shi. Whether it was her or her family, no one knew the San Lo Bai Shi. Most of the 12 palace maids entered the palace during the Wuda period. There is nothing special about them. But this servant thinks that 2 of them should know the San Lo Bai Shi. Mi Tuo handed over the name and continued, "Everyone, please look. This palace maid named Yuran entered the palace during the Wuda period. She is from Luoyang and is 23 years old. Her surname is Lu. According to this name, her father, Lu Chang, made a living with the San Lo Bai Shi. This servant thinks that since Yuran entered the palace at 15, it is not strange that she learned the San Lo Bai Shi from her father." Pai Lupi took the name and glanced at it. It was the same as what Mi Tuo said. He nodded. "What about the other person?" "There is also this palace maid named Nian Tao. She was also selected during the Wuda period. No one in her family made a living with the San Lo Bai Shi, but before she was transferred to the East Palace, she was sent to the Taichung Temple's Tai Lo Bai Shi. This servant thinks that it is possible that she knows the San Lo Bai Shi." Li Wangyu did not understand and looked at Mi Tuo in confusion. Why was it possible to learn magic in Taichung Temple? Mi Tuo saw that he did not understand and quickly explained, "Huxian Bo, the Taichung Temple's Tai Lo Bai Shi, in addition to teaching musical instruments and dancing, also teaches the San Lo Bai Shi." When he said this, Li Wangyu immediately understood. If the information of the palace maids in Yetting Bureau was correct, then the 2 palace maids named Yuran and Nian Tao were indeed suspected of committing a crime. "Go, get someone to torture these 2 lowly servants. We must pry open their mouths and find out where my prince is." Pai Lupi didn't care about the life and death of these palace maids. He only cared about the whereabouts of his son. From the time Empress Zhang's son gave birth until now, it had already been 4 to 5 hours. Night had already fallen, and the sky was getting darker. Pai Lupi was burning with anxiety. He was furious at the thought of his son's unknown fate. "Yes." Mito lowered his head and replied, but his feet did not move. "What are you waiting for? You dog, what are you waiting for?" Pai Lupi saw that he still hadn't left. He couldn't help but glare at him and was about to scold him again. Mi Tuo looked embarrassed and explained hesitantly, replying to everyone, "This servant is worried that those 2 palace maids will not survive if they continue to fight. This servant is afraid that if they are killed, there will be no clues about the prince." He wasn't speaking nonsense. Those delicate palace maids, how could they withstand the torture of the 100 Cavalry Department and the ruthless interrogation veterans? When he came to the Li main hall to report to Li Heir, most of the 12 palace maids were already on the verge of death from torture. If they continued to be interrogated by torture, they would probably die in a short period of time. If they were killed, where would Mi Tuo go to find the prince? In Noda's Taiji Palace, where could one not hide? Not to mention such a small baby. Ever since he confirmed that his son had been switched, Pai Lupi had ordered the palace guards to search the palace, but they still found nothing. It was already late, but the vast Taiji Palace was filled with imperial guards holding torches as they searched for the crown prince. Pai Lupi heard Mi Tuo say this and his face couldn't help but twitch. He knew that Mi Tuo shouldn't be talking nonsense. If he didn't continue to torture these 2 people, he wouldn't know where to find his son. But if he continued to torture and beat these 2 palace maids to death, there would be no clues and he wouldn't be able to find his son. In a dilemma, Pai Lupi was also a little embarrassed, and his face became more and more ugly. Li Wangyu was also secretly anxious at the side. He kept recalling the detective movies he had watched in his mind, trying to find a way to break out of this situation. In Li Wangyu's mind, these 2 palace maids called Nian Tao and Yuran were likely to be accomplices. First of all, these two people knew magic and could cover each other. Second of all, they had entered the palace in the 3rd year of Wuda. They should have received palace training together, learning the palace etiquette and so on. It was very likely that they had known each other for a long time and had a close relationship. However, since Yueran and Nian Tao didn't commit suicide like the midwife after being controlled by the palace guards, it meant that they didn't want to die. They were still hoping for a fluke, trying to muddle through and find a chance to live. But how to pry open the mouths of these two suspects was a difficult problem. Even the veteran criminal of the 100 Cavalry Department couldn't succeed in making them confess after torture. Could it be that these two palace maids were expected to tell the truth about Li Ji's whereabouts without continuing to torture? If it was really Yueran and Nian Tao who did this, they would rather die than say half a word. Otherwise, what awaited the two of them was not only their own death, but also the 9 generations of Pai Lupi. This point, presumably, these two palace maids were also well aware. In this case, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't confess. Therefore, it was expected that the 100 Cavalry Department couldn't get a result from torture. Li Wangyu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Confessing would be a lenient prison, and refusing to go home for the new year. He and Pai Lupi were really in a predicament now. Pai Lupi was also in a dilemma at this time. He couldn't continue to force a confession, but he also couldn't not force a confession. He was so angry that he picked up the sword that had fallen before and slashed it in the hall to vent his anger. Go, continue to force a confession, beat them to death. I don't believe that they are not afraid of death. Pai Lupi was still angry and ordered Mitua. Mitua heard Pai Lupi say so and turned to leave, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Mitua, wait. Li Wangyu turned to Li Er and cupped his hands. Uncle, I have an idea. Perhaps I can pry open the mouths of these two women. However, I need Uncle to give me an imperial edict and pardon one of them for their crimes, letting bygones be bygones. What? Ziyu, are you crazy? I'm already merciful that I didn't kill 9 generations of these lowly servants. You want me to pardon them? That's impossible. Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words and his lungs were about to explode. Uncle, now, is it more important to find Li Ji or to kill them? Uncle, please reconsider. You. Pai Lupi was speechless for a moment. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, as long as you can find Prince Li Ji, I will do as you say. Thank you, Uncle. I will do my best to find Li Ji. Li Wangyu bowed to Pai Lupi and then turned to Mitua and said, Mitua, go and tell people to stop torturing them. Lock them up separately and don't let them talk to each other. Mitua looked at Pai Lupi suspiciously and didn't know if he should listen to Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi nodded slightly to him, indicating that he should do as Li Wangyu said. Pai Lupi could only place his hopes on Li Wangyu and hope that he could create a miracle. Chapter 440. After Pai Lupi nodded, Mito naturally did not hesitate and immediately followed Li Wangyu's orders. But in his heart, Mito scoffed at Li Wangyu's actions. Even the experienced criminal cases of the 100 Cavalry Department could not pry open the mouths of the palace maids. Li Wangyu wanted to rely on a pardon edict to find the missing prince? Mito did not believe this at all. In his heart, Mito even thought that Li Wangyu was a fool. At this time, he still dared to cause trouble. He really did not know what was good for him. But of course, he would not speak out against it. Because in Mito's view, Li Wangyu's fool behavior was very beneficial to him. Because of his incompetence, he had already lost a lot of points with Pai Lupi today. Whether it was Prince Ziji being replaced by someone or investigating the palace maid suspected of committing the crime, Mitua, as the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants, was slow to realize that he had let down Li Er's trust in him. Mito was now in a terrible situation and was at his wit's end. At this time, Li Wangyu said that he had a way to take over the interrogation of the 2 palace maids. How could Mito not be happy? No matter whether Li Wangyu succeeded or not, this hot potato was temporarily thrown away. This also allowed Mito to breathe a sigh of relief. Li Wangyu naturally did not know what Mito, the head eunuch of the internal servants department, was thinking. The reason why he suddenly opened his mouth to take over this matter was not because he was afraid that Mito would beat the two palace maids to death. It was because he had just thought of a way. He remembered a classic problem in game theory, the prisoner's dilemma. Two people committed the crime together and made an alliance. The police interrogated the two prisoners and gave the following conditions: both of them lied and each of them was sentenced to 1 year. Both of them confessed and each of them was sentenced to 8 years. One of them lied and one of them denied. The liar was sentenced to 10 years and the confessor was acquitted. Then, two prisoners separated from each other. When faced with interrogation, should they lie or confess? The prisoner's dilemma was the most representative example in game theory. The best choice for an individual was not the best choice for a group. This was a test of human nature. Anyone would have thoughts that were beneficial to themselves. Li Wangyu felt that the two palace maids, Yueran and Nian Tao, might not be so united. When facing the test of the prisoner's dilemma, they might not be able to resist the temptation of human weakness. Regardless of whether it worked or not, this was the only way to find Li Ji. Since torture didn't work, he might as well try the prisoner's dilemma. After Mitua ordered people to separate Yuran and Nian Tao, the two palace maids, Li Wangyu held the imperial edict that Pai Lupi had hurriedly written and entered the room where the palace maid called Yuran was imprisoned. These rooms were used to imprison palace maids under investigation. Other than a bench, there was nothing else inside. After Li Wangyu entered the room, he sat down on the bench and stared at Yuran, who was lying on the floor. He did not speak for a long time. This palace maid had already been beaten black and blue during the interrogation by the 100 Horsemen department. Her face was full of bruises, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were tattered and covered in blood. Obviously, this woman was beaten to her last gasp. At this time, she was lying on the floor. If Li Wangyu didn't see that her chest was still moving up and down, he would have thought that she had been beaten to death. Li Wangyu was a little speechless. He rolled his eyes and looked at Mitua. Can she still speak like this? Don't worry, County Count Hu. She won't die for a while. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Li Wangyu was helpless. He felt that he was really unlucky. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he had been forced to do things beyond his ability. Whether it was performing surgery for people or interrogating criminal suspects, it was all the same. However, Li Ji's disappearance was indeed related to him. In order to find Li Ji, Li Wangyu could only take a gamble. You're from Luoyang, right? Li Wangyu asked. Yuran struggled to raise her head. Yes, I'm from Luoyang. Your lord, LV Chang, makes a living in Luoyang by performing sangu, right? His words made Yuran's body stiffen. After a while, she replied, yes. If I'm not wrong, before you entered the palace at the age of 15, you should have learned sangu from your lord, right? Yuran struggled to shake her head, but Li Wangyu didn't wait for her to speak. He continued, actually, I already know who replaced the prince. Yuran, you don't have to deny it. This must have been done by the midwife, you, and Nian Tao. No, I'm innocent. I don't know anything. Yuran shook her head desperately to show that she was innocent. Li Wangyu ignored her and continued, the midwife has already hanged herself. Now, only you and Nian Tao are left. I'll give the two of you 3 choices now. It's up to you to choose where you want to go. He stood up and walked in front of Yuran. He squatted down and stared into her eyes. He raised a finger. First, you and Nian Tao insist that you don't know about this matter. You can take a gamble and see if you can escape by luck. But I can tell you very responsibly that if you can't find the prince, the saint will be furious. You 12 palace maids will be beaten to death. There's no chance of luck. Li Wangyu raised a second finger. Second, you and Nian Tao tell me the truth. After we find the prince, I'll plead with the saint to leave your corpses intact and not harm your family. When Mitua heard this, he almost couldn't help but laugh. Was County Count Hu joking? If they told him the truth, they would die. If they didn't, they would also die. They would be crazy to tell him the prince's whereabouts. Shouldn't the second condition be that they would be spared as long as they told the truth? But even so, it was useless. The experienced criminal of the 100 Cavalry Department had already said similar words to this group of palace maids. It was useless. Mitua didn't know what kind of drug Yuran and Nian Tao had eaten to be so stubborn. The two palace maids gritted their teeth. Even if they were beaten to the point of death, they still insisted that they didn't know anything. So even if you beat him to death, Mitua didn't believe that Li Wangyu could make the two of them tell the truth with such conditions. Li Wangyu raised a third finger. Third, I have a saint's edict here. It can pardon one of you. Whoever tells the truth first, after we find the prince, this person will let bygones be bygones. And the other person will be executed immediately. Even 9 generations of your family will be implicated. He stared at Yuran seriously. Yuran, what do you think Nian Tao will choose? Well, that's all I have to say. You can decide for yourself where to go. Li Wangyu stood up. I'll give you 15 minutes to think about it. But maybe Nian Tao will think faster than you. With that, he turned and pushed the door open. He didn't even look at the palace maid Yuran, who was stunned on the ground. Behind him, Mitua was also dumbfounded. Damn, you can interrogate a prisoner like this? Chapter 441. Mito, who had been secretly mocking Li Wangyu, was taken aback after hearing Li Wangyu's 3 conditions. These 3 conditions didn't seem to be anything special at first. But when Mito carefully considered the conditions that Li Wangyu had proposed, he was shocked to find that it seemed to be a difficult choice. He put himself in the shoes of either Yuran or Nian Tao. What would he do when he heard these conditions? What would he choose? Mito could not help but tremble. With a whoosh, cold sweat flowed down his face. Frightening, it was too frightening. He couldn't help but look at Li Wangyu's back. In his heart, he was even more fearful of this young county earl who had founded the country. Mito made up his mind that he would not provoke this county count in the future. To be able to play with people's hearts to such an extent, County Count Huxian was too frightening. After analyzing Li Wangyu's 3 conditions, he felt that if it were him, no matter what kind of alliance he had with his companions, he would choose to betray them in exchange for the most beneficial choice. Because he could not guarantee what choice his companions would make. Out of self-interest, Mito would definitely choose to betray his companions. What Mito did not know was that this was the game theory of later generations, and the prisoner's dilemma was the most typical example. Of the 3 choices that Li Wangyu had given, if Yuran and Nian Tao chose not to admit it, then they could only resign themselves to fate and leave their fates to Pai Lupi to judge. However, since they would rather be punished and almost beaten to death than reveal Li Ji's whereabouts, it was clear that this was the best choice for them. But whether it was Yuran or Nian Tao, these 2 palace maids, no one could be sure that the other would not choose to betray them. As long as people had selfish motives, for example, they would make a choice that was beneficial to them. In the face of the interrogation and temptation of the 100 Horsemen Department, they could still stick to their alliance. For a certain purpose, they would not relent. But now, in the face of Li Wangyu's conditions, not only did they have to be sure that they could keep their secrets, they had to be 100% sure that the other party would also keep their secrets. And to firmly believe that the other party would not harm others for their own benefit was too much of a test of human nature. Li Wangyu's suggestion not only made Mitua break out in a cold sweat, but the palace maid Yuran also froze, her fingers trembling uncontrollably. Then, is that imperial edict real? Li Wangyu had not even stepped out of the room when he heard the hoarse voice of Yuran, the palace maid behind him. As soon as she opened her mouth, not only did Li Wangyu raise his eyebrows, but Mitua also opened his eyes wide. Was he going to confess? In fact, the palace maids Yuran and Nian Tao had already reached their limits. If not for the fetters in their hearts, they would have spoken long ago. In the face of Li Wangyu's conditions, Yu Ran did not struggle too much and made her choice. Li Wangyu turned around and walked back. He squatted in front of the palace maid, Yu Ran, and unfolded the imperial edict for her to read. Did you see it clearly? This is an imperial edict written by the saint himself. As long as you confess and tell us the whereabouts of the prince, you will be pardoned. Originally, Pai Lupi was not willing to pardon the palace maid. In his heart, he wished he could tear them all into pieces to relieve his hatred. It was Li Wangyu who interceded with Pai Lupi about Li Ji's safety that made him reluctantly write this imperial edict. The palace maid Yu Ran stared at the imperial edict in Li Wangyu's hands. After a long time, she finally said, I am willing to confess. As soon as she said that, Li Wangyu and Mitua felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. In fact, Li Wangyu was also very nervous. He had never interrogated a criminal before. It was also the first time for him to do this. He let out a long breath, stood up, and waved at Mitua, indicating for him to ask. Mitua gratefully saluted Li Wangyu and squatted in front of Yu Ran. Tell me first, did the empress give birth to a prince? Mitua asked very nervously. Since the palace maid Yu Ran had asked, she was very straightforward. She nodded, yes, it is. Mituo's heart almost jumped to his throat. Is the prince okay now? Where is he? Yu Ran hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, she bit her lower lip and said. After we replaced the prince in the main hall, Fan Yu asked me and Nian Tao to throw the prince into the well and drown him. When she said this, she coughed violently because of the pain from her wound. Mitua was so anxious that he wanted to strangle her. Mitua knew that the Fan Yu that Yu Ran mentioned was the name of the midwife who had hanged herself. Tell me, what happened after that? You didn't put the prince. Mituo's body began to tremble. He didn't dare to continue halfway, for fear of hearing the terrifying answer. These two palace maids, if they really threw the prince into the well and drowned him, it would really be a disaster. Yu Ran finally stopped coughing and shook her head gently. Nian Tao and I took the prince out of Li Main Hall and found a well, but no one dared to throw him in. In the end, we found a secret place and hid the prince. Originally, we wanted to send him out of the palace and give him to someone to adopt. But we didn't expect that the matter would be exposed and the palace guards would arrest us. After she said this, Mitua almost knelt down and kowtowed to the gods and Buddhas. Thank the ancestors for blessing, the prince was still alive. His voice trembled. You tell me, where is the prince now? In the garden behind Li Main Hall, there is a ginkgo tree. There is a big hole in the branch of the ginkgo tree. I found it when I was picking ginkgo. Together with Nian Tao, we hid the prince in the hollow of the ginkgo tree. The palace maid, Yu Ran, did not hide anything and told her everything. Mitua didn't have the time to continue interrogating her. Together with Li Wangyu, he turned and ran out of the room. Li Wangyu remembered that last time, when he saw Princess Changle in the garden behind Li Main Hall, there were indeed many ginkgo trees. The two led a group of palace guards and men from the 100 Cavalry Department, raising torches and heading towards the garden. Search. Don't let go of a single ginkgo tree. Be careful not to harm His Imperial Highness. Mitua ran until he was out of breath. Ignoring everything else, he immediately ordered his men to begin searching for the ginkgo trees in the garden. Yes, sir. The palace guards and men from the 100 Cavalry Department immediately spread out, raising torches and carefully searching the ginkgo trees. As Mitua and Li Wangyu waited anxiously, a guard finally shouted, "Found it! Found it! There is an infant on this tree. The prince has been found." In Mituo's ears, these words were like the sound of nature. He immediately raised his robes and rushed over. Be careful, be absolutely careful. Don't harm His Imperial Highness. Quickly bring him down. When the Imperial Guards carefully carried the infant in swaddling clothes to Mituo's hands, this lower third-rank unit from the Department of Internal Attendance couldn't help but cry.